Aristotle. The Nicomachean Ethics. Translated by Adam Beresford. About the authors. Aristotle was born in 384 BC in Stagira in the northern Aegean. His father, Nicomachean, was personal physician to King Amyntas of Macedon. Aged about 17, he moved to Athens and became a student in Plato's academy, where he remained for the next 20 years. Around the time of Plato's death in 347 he moved to Assos, in modern-day Turkey, where he attached himself to the household of his friend Hermias, the local ruler. He married Hermias' niece, Pythias. In Assos, and then in Mytilene on the island of Lesbos, he pursued intensive research in marine biology. In 343 he returned to his native Macedonia to serve as tutor to King Philip's young son, the future Alexander the Great, a post he held for 2 or 3 years. After Alexander succeeded to the throne in 336, Aristotle returned to Athens and established his own school, the Lyceum. He attracted a large number of young scholars, and he taught there on a wide range of philosophical and scientific questions for the next 12 years. The Peripatetic, i.e. Aristotelian, school of philosophy takes its name from the Peripatos, the Lyceum's covered walkway where he gave his lectures. Following Alexander's death in 323, there was a surge of anti-Macedonian feeling in Athens, and Aristotle was formally charged with impiety. He went into voluntary exile in Chalcis in Euboea, where he died the following year at the age of 62. The philosophical dialogues he published during his lifetime have all been lost. But his students preserved other extensive writings, apparently derived from research notes and lecture materials, on a huge variety of topics: metaphysics, theology, physics, astronomy, biology, zoology, psychology, epistemology, logic, rhetoric, aesthetics, politics, and ethics, that profoundly shaped the course of ancient, medieval and Renaissance thought, and continue to be widely read and appreciated by philosophers today. Besides the Nicomachean Ethics, the Penguin Classics series offers editions of the Politics, the Metaphysics, the De Anima, the Art of Rhetoric, the Poetics, and the Athenian Constitution. Adam Beresford is Associate Professor of Philosophy at the University of Massachusetts, Boston. He has previously translated Plato's Protagoras and Meno for Penguin Classics. Note on the text. Square brackets. These indicate something not explicitly in the Greek text, but which may or must be understood as part of the thought. Aristotle's text is terse and elliptical because of its spoken lecture style and its minimalist editing. But there is usually no doubt about how the sense fills out, and some excellent translators do not bother indicating such supplements at all, even when they provide them in exactly the same way. The supplements include: a. Things that could not possibly be doubted by any scholar; b. Things that most scholars would confidently supply, but some might query; c. Things offered as a plausible example, among other possibilities, of how to fill out a gap in the sense. I also use square brackets when Aristotle is directly discussing Greek words or Greek etymology, and occasionally for slightly filling in a line of thought that is mysterious for modern readers only for cultural or historical reasons. In certain rare cases I supply a sentence to bridge what seems like a hole in the argument. Such gaps may have been easier for Aristotle's listeners to skip over, from context or because of their familiarity with the material. But in a few places there does seem to be an actual gap in the transmitted text or a defect in the editing. Readers are invited to assume that longer editions of this particular kind are a little more speculative. In some places I considered it likely that part of the text is a response to a question or objection from a student. Those moments are signposted by suggestions set outside the main text, again in square brackets. I offer guesses as to what the questions were. Obviously, as with the longer supplements just mentioned, the reader should feel free to regard these cues as merely probable. There are also a few places where the text seems to me to preserve actual questions, or actual objections presented to Aristotle by someone in the audience. It is hard to be sure about this, because Aristotle often rehearses opposing views himself, but subtle details seem to make it a fair possibility that we are hearing someone else's voice at those points. Those brief sections of the argument are italicized. Squiggly brackets. These indicate double translation. I sometimes find it helpful to translate a given Greek word twice, or occasionally 3 times, offering different senses or shades of meaning, or the same sense with different historical flavors. So any word or phrase squiggly brackets has already been translated in the immediate vicinity. Readers should have no trouble spotting the partner. English has a much larger vocabulary than Greek. So we often use 2 or 3 words that cover, in fine-grained ways, the various uses of a single Greek term that acquires its different senses from context. For example, the Greek verb lupisthai means to be in pain, to experience pain, but also to be upset, to be distressed. The adverb kalos means well, with an all-purpose sense, but also honorably, with a strongly ethical sense. The noun nomos means law, social norm, custom, convention. Koinonia means partnership, cooperation, sharing, community, society, and so on. An argument might toggle between a word's different senses, or subtly employ more than one of them. In such cases it can be useful both to register the different senses and the continuity of the term, if the latter is playing a role within a single argument. The importance of purely lexical connections is, in my view, exaggerated by translators. But in some places Aristotle does lean on them a little, and I use double translation to help the reader see what he is up to. In many cases the best translation I could devise was an English doublet. Friends and family, or friends and loved ones, is frequently the correct translation of the single Greek word philoi. Complete and perfect often feels like the best way to translate telia. Lecherous and gluttonous, though clumsy, is sometimes the most accurate translation of akolastos as it is used by Aristotle. Right and wrong, i.e. treated abstractly, as a single philosophical topic, is the normal English for the Greek abstract noun to dikaion. Laws and social norms, for nomoi, is the best way of capturing Aristotle's more theoretical claims about the origins of right and wrong. I do not mark any of those as double translations in the same way as the other cases, since my view is that the whole doublet accurately translates the single Greek term, as distinct from those cases where I am offering standalone alternatives. Book and chapter divisions. I have used the standard, traditional division of the treatise into 10 books and the traditional chapter divisions within those books. A book in this ancient sense was originally a separate papyrus roll. Each is now about 25 printed pages of Greek text. The book divisions go back at least to late antiquity, though it is very difficult to figure out when, exactly, the 10 books acquired their current boundaries, and the chapter divisions have probably been used for at least 1,000 years. But these do not reflect Aristotle's, or his first editors, own choices, and they do not always correspond to natural divisions of subject matter. Some of the books, 2, 4, 8, 9, have single subjects. Most have at least 2. Some chapters are self-contained sections, many continue an argument seamlessly or change topic abruptly. Even so, it seems to make little sense to disturb these old divisions. In my experience, the only effect of reforming them is to make it much harder for people to find their way around the treatise. Becker numbers, derived from the pages and columns of Emanuel Becker's 1831 edition of the complete works of Aristotle, are supplied in the usual way in the margins to enable more exact reference to sections of text, and for line-by-line checking against the Greek. Chapter divisions are marked by the large Arabic numerals in the text. I have decided, most of the time, not to supply headings or summaries for each section of argument, preferring to present the text as cleanly as possible. The English version aims to be as close as possible to the experience of reading the Greek text, i.e. if you speak late classical Greek natively. Subject headings were obviously not part of these lectures as they were actually delivered, and no such headings appear to have been any part of the original version of the text. Also, like all lecturers, Aristotle typically declares when one subject has come to an end and a new one is beginning. He is also good at indicating each new subdivision of a topic. He often begins a section with the exact question that is now to be addressed, for example. So usually the reader needs no extra help tracking the argument. The lectures are, for the most part, about as easy to follow as any modern professor's lecture delivered freely from a rough outline, shaped by elements of improvisation, low-level repetition, and accidental digression. On the other hand, in the common books, v. 6 and 7, it is often distinctly harder to see where the argument is going without extra help. There the text seems to jump around abruptly, or to repeat itself in a way that seems too confusing to be natural. There are sections that read like collections of short, miscellaneous points connected only by their wider topic, one in Book V, from Chapter 6 on, and one in the later part of the discussion of self-control in Book 7. It is as if the editors had various little pieces left over after editing the longer discussions and decided, naturally enough, to form them into scrapbooks of related material rather than dispensing with them altogether. There it seemed useful to label the miscellaneous sections, or at least to divide them clearly, rather than expect the reader to try to join them all together as a continuous discourse. Diagrams and other illustrations. The translation includes several diagrams and one chart. We know from clear indications in several of the surviving treatises that Aristotle, like modern classroom lecturers, used diagrams, and sometimes wrote out syllogisms in some sort of abbreviated form. My assumption is that he used a vertical board for his illustrations. In this text he is obviously using and labeling a diagram at least 6 times in his discussion of fairness in Book V alone. In 2 cases, the surviving Greek text effectively is the diagram. I have reconstructed those diagrams as best I can. My reconstructions largely match those of other commentators. In Book 2 Aristotle says that he is going to illustrate his theory that all virtues are middle states by applying it to a set of particular cases from our chart or from our list. The parallel ethical treatise, the Eudemian Ethics, preserves just such a chart, i.e. a table of virtues and their corresponding vices, in the manuscripts, and I supply a Nicomachean version closely based on the Eudemian one, except that I put the virtues in the middle. Near the start of Book V, I present a small portion of the text in the form of 4 diagrams of my own. I found the diagrams useful for dealing with the special difficulty of presenting Aristotle's complex claims about the Greek terms themselves, not the underlying concepts, in English. The Greek text. I follow Bywater's Oxford text, with a number of minor departures from it. All alterations to the text, however small, are marked with this larger asterisk and listed separately in an appendix. A longer version of that list, with a full discussion of all the problems, is available on my page at academia.edu. The most serious difficulties are in the common books, v. 6 and 7, which are also by some way the worst edited. But even there, in almost all cases, the changes to the text make no substantial difference to the local sense or the wider argument. Most are simply aimed at getting the text to say what most scholars agree it is supposed to be saying, with minimal departure from the manuscripts. However severe the editorial problems, at no point have I removed or repositioned substantial chunks of text, as some editors have proposed doing. I present it as received. The translation typically looks rather different from the Greek text in its layout, but that is only because I have introduced paragraph divisions and clearer punctuation. Bywater's text, like Becker's, and like the medieval manuscripts from which our texts derive, is almost completely uncontaminated by paragraphs. In the few places where I feel that a longer passage is not just mildly out of place, a common occurrence, but confusingly so, or if a passage obviously interrupts and conceals a continuous train of thought, I obelize it or otherwise mark it as a separate portion of text, with a brief explanation in the notes. In 2 places I direct the reader's attention to what I take to be lengthy duplicate passages, where each part of the duplicate takes up more than an entire page of Bywater's text. By duplicate I mean a passage where Aristotle repeats himself, in detail, in a way that by any reasonable standard goes beyond the allowances of normal lecturers' discourse. The simplest explanation for duplicates is that they derive from two versions of the same lecture, given and recorded at different times, e.g. two different occasions on which Aristotle gave his lecture on self-control, or fairness, or wisdom. The wider Aristotelian corpus contains a large number of such duplicated discussions. Within this treatise, all the duplicates are in the common books, except for the largest, On Pleasure, which is parcelled out between Book 7 and Book X. So it seems plausible that they are a result of some sort of blending of the two sets of records that were elsewhere separated into Nicomachean and Eudemian material. There are a dozen or so duplicated passages in all by my count. Most are too small to matter very much. I marked the two largest. One takes up almost all of Book V, Chapter 5, the other most of Book 7, Chapter 4. Before deciding to flag them, I noticed that the author of the Magna Moralia, in paraphrasing these parts of Books V and 7, collapses the duplicates into single passages. Clearly, that author was quite happy to assume that these were indeed editorial duplicates. Later commentators from Apicius onwards, for whom such imperfections in Aristotle's text were unthinkable, preferred fanciful explanations for why Aristotle was saying the same thing twice. So my presentation of the duplicated text records a view of those passages that goes back almost to Aristotle's own time and is of historical importance in itself. The translation. This translation is conservative in interpretation and traditional in aim. It aims to translate the text as accurately as possible. I translated every page from scratch, from a clean Greek text, rather than revising an existing translation. In part I wished to avoid unconscious duplication of errors. Ross's version, in particular, is so influential that his minor mistakes are often accidentally copied into later versions. But mostly I wanted to avoid the scholar's dialect that is traditionally used for translating Aristotle and work from a first draft that was in standard English even in its smallest details. Typically, with about a chapter in hand I consulted several of the best recent translations, and the parallel passages in the Eudemian Ethics and Magna Moralia, where they exist, and the surviving ancient or Byzantine commentaries of Apicius, Eustratius, Heliodorus, and Michael. I checked all debatable decisions about the construal of the Greek against the best editors and philological commentators, especially Stewart and Sissamil. I also discussed a large number of particular passages and problems with colleagues over 7 annual meetings of the Aristotle Workshop, dedicated to close reading and study of Books 3, 4, v. 8 and 9. In places where some word or idiom still remained opaque or open to significantly different readings, I checked other instances of the same item in other passages, first in Aristotle and then in other contemporary or later but still pertinent Greek writers, typically dozens of other passages in all, until I found something that I felt settled the question one way or another. Modern technology has made that process much quicker and easier than in the past. I often refer to those findings in the notes. I almost always went with the majority of voices, modern and ancient, as to what Aristotle was saying, and at other times follow a credible minority. Places where I have introduced interpretations that are purely my own are extremely rare, usually a result of minor emendations to the text. So, all in all, I offer for the modern reader of the Ethics a cautious and consensus reading, based on the accumulated research of dozens of other scholars stretching back over 2 millennia. No doubt plenty of errors remain. I think that is inevitable with this text. I have never discussed a single paragraph with 2 other scholars without finding that we had 6 different views as to the meaning of at least one puzzling detail. I accept the modern scientific consensus as regards the translation of ethical vocabulary and related discussions of human things. In the light of 40 years of advances in evolutionary psychology, I believe that there are a number of universal, familiar features of human character that Aristotle can talk to us about, whatever our disagreements about details, whatever the many cultural differences between us and the ancient Greeks. Because of that, and for several other reasons, I am fairly optimistic about translation. I reject the approach of Arthur Adkins, Elizabeth Anscombe, and others who followed Nietzsche in supposing that the main elements of modern thinking about right and wrong were unknown to the Greeks, or known to them only in some radically different form. My view of humanity and of our shared moral instincts is shaped by a newer paradigm. This is a post-Darwinian translation. It is also more in line with the older, both Aristotelian and Christian view of human character. Having said that, I have no interest at all in modernizing Aristotle's ideas. All the attitudes of this treatise remain fully Greek, very patriarchal, somewhat aristocratic, and firmly embedded in the 4th century BC. My choice of dialect, Standard English, has no bearing on that whatsoever. It is perfectly possible to express distinctively Greek and ancient attitudes in Standard English. Of course, some ideas expressed in these lectures will sound familiar to modern readers. That's because plenty of things in human life do not change. I have also not simplified the text in any way. I have translated every iota, particle, preposition, noun, verb, adjective, phrase, clause and sentence of the original. Every premise and every argument therefore remains, unfortunately, exactly as complex and annoyingly difficult as in any other version in whatever dialect. Set against wider norms of translation, there is nothing special about this version at all. My approach is boringly conventional. Taking care to avoid any bold theorizing, whether about Aristotle, the Greeks, or translation itself, I translated the text into Standard English as accurately as I could. The only difference of any note between this version and some others is that I fully set aside the scholar's dialect. In my view, that requires no explanation. You wouldn't say, for example, that a notable feature of this version is that it isn't in Swedish. Some scholars and students unwarily assume that the traditional dialect has a special connection with Greek and that using it brings readers closer to the original text, and that it makes the translation more accurate. In reality, it has no special tie to the Greek language, either in its main philosophical glossary or in its dozens of minor, and pointless, deviations from normal English. And in my view it certainly makes any translation much less accurate. But this is not the place for a detailed defense or explanation of that view. I will occasionally refer to the scholar's dialect, Gringlish, and its traditional glossary in the notes. For a full discussion of that dialect and its origins, and all other aspects of my methods and philosophy of translation, please see my longer essay, Translating the Ethics, FN1. Introduction. My aim here is not to walk the reader through everything Aristotle says in each book of this famous treatise. It makes more sense for you to read its arguments for yourself. Nor do I plan to spend much time explaining Aristotle's key terms and concepts or warning you about his strange vocabulary. The translation is in Standard English, and does not contain too many terms that need much explanation, or, I hope, anything that you won't be able to understand well enough when you come across it on your own, with a little help from the relevant notes from time to time. Point 1. Instead, I will briefly discuss the unusual form and the physical origin of this peculiar work, then pick out two of its more important philosophical features, which I hope will bring out some of what is distinctive and innovative and rich in Aristotle's approach and maybe shed a little light on his character. I warn the reader that nothing that follows is entirely uncontroversial. But if I had to confine myself to claims that no scholar would disagree with, I would have to say nothing at all. Asterisk. What is the Nicomachean ethics? What kind of text is this? How was it first produced? How did it take its current form? You don't always have to ask questions of that sort of a major philosophical work, but they're appropriate in this case, because we don't know. At least, not with any certainty. For that matter, what does the odd title, Ethica Nicomacheae, even mean? It probably originated as a librarian's tag, for use within the Lyceum, the school that Aristotle founded in Athens, rather than as the informative title of a published work. It is opaque enough to have confused readers for millennia. Ever since late antiquity, people have wrongly thought that it meant a treatise on ethical questions, dedicated to my son Nicomachus. Aristotle did have a son called Nicomachean, and Nicomachean probably has something to do with the title. But this treatise was certainly not dedicated to him. Put that bit of the title to one side for now. The other bit seems straightforward enough. The Greek term ethika means relating to character. Greek for character is ethos. And various ancient sources suggest that this was shorthand for ethika hypomemata, not just things relating to character, but more precisely notes on character, or records on character. And that, in turn, probably means records of Aristotle's lectures on character. In origin, and especially in the context of philosophy, hypomemata meant records of a lecture. That's to say, these are not the notes from which Aristotle delivered his lectures, as is widely believed, or notes that he wrote himself and gave to his students. These are records of the lectures as delivered, taken down by someone who attended them, written up and edited later. Point 2. There are two parallel sets of Ethica in the surviving Aristotelian corpus. We have the Nicomachean Ethics and the Eudemian Ethics. Curiously, their three central books are identical, the common books. Outside of those, they shadow one another, and make most of the same claims, often to the point of having very similar arguments, complete with the same examples, but never to the point of being the same text. Here and there they diverge on important details of philosophical doctrine. It seems that Aristotle gave essentially the same course of lectures over and over again, every year, say, like a modern university professor, and that they were taken down at least twice, perhaps a few years apart, perhaps many years apart, by two different listeners. The extensive and systematic similarities between these two sets of records, but also the fact that, outside the common books, they are two fully independent and separately formed texts, can be quite neatly explained that way. Point 3. Most surviving Aristotelian treatises started as his lecture courses. That's why they are so unlike the great works of Greek literary prose. We think they derive from lectures he gave in the Lyceum in the 330s and 320s BC, the final phase of his career. They were probably then written up in the decades following his death, and may not have been more widely published till much later than that. He did also produce works for publication that were widely read and admired, including for a fine prose style that is sadly absent here, and he occasionally mentions their existence, rather sheepishly. For some reason none of those has come down to us. So you'll find him referring, in this treatise and others, not to readers but to listeners, the people actually there, listening. There are also countless details that suggest live speech. Aristotle repeats himself, he backtracks, he changes his mind, he starts a line of thought then immediately decides it's irrelevant, he is colloquial and clipped, or infuriatingly unclear, he wonders out loud about answers to tough questions, he constantly declares that we've said enough about this or that, and he sometimes seems to take questions from the audience. He makes frequent obscure references and occasional inside jokes that only his live and very familiar audience could have followed. He constantly quotes from poetry, especially Homer, but often gets the quotations wrong, or gives ungrammatical snippets, because he is quoting from memory, on the spot. At one point, for example, he quotes a line that he says is what Calypso advises Odysseus to do, when in fact it's Odysseus passing on the advice to his helmsman, and it wasn't Calypso who gave him the advice, it was Circe. He mangles a line of Agamemnon's and wrongly assigns it to Hector. What's remarkable about this is that neither Aristotle himself, who probably had no hand in editing these records anyway, nor his students, who did, bothered to correct even these very fixable errors. The approach seems to be, that's what he said, so there it stays. We should be thankful that his editors had that sort of reverent attitude. It means that the recorded lectures are vivid, and probably pretty accurate in most respects. If they were reluctant to fix even trivial inaccuracies, we can be fairly sure they didn't mess around with the main arguments. Some scholars worry that if these records were taken down and edited by students, then what we have here is not really written by Aristotle. True. but it is arguably even better to have such detailed records of actual talks he gave in the seclusion and relative safety of his school. Even once edited, they were probably only ever intended for internal use. So they are sure to be less guarded than whatever he wrote, and edited, for the general public. This is raw Aristotle. The downside to his editor's reverence is that they didn't want to leave any of their precious records out of the final text, and should have. A few parts of it read like collections of miscellaneous points that they didn't know where to put. Some parts seem to combine more than one version of the same bit of the lecture, like a movie where two different takes of the same shot have weirdly both found their way into the final cut. Books V-7 in particular, the common books, are full of strange repetitions and duplicated arguments and other general glitches, probably because they are a rather flawed blending of the two sets of records otherwise kept separate as the Nicomachean and Eudemian versions. That is why they are the common books, in my view. They belong to both edited versions of ethics for as long as either version has existed at all. So who did this editing? The title of the Eudemian Ethics points us helpfully to one of Aristotle's well-known students, Eudemus of Rhodes. We know that Eudemus was involved in preserving and editing Aristotle's work, and it seems almost certain that the title means Lectures on Character, Eudemus version, so named because he edited that version or because it derived from his own records, or most probably both. Aristotle's even more famous protege, and his successor as head of the Lyceum, was Theophrastus. It is a good bet that the other set of records were originally his. Nicomachean, Aristotle's son, is said to have been Theophrastus' student, and it's reported that Nicomachean did scholarly work on Aristotelian material too. So we can explain the title of the Nicomachean Ethics as follows: Theophrastus took his own treasured records of Aristotle's lectures on ethical topics and asked one of his more talented and promising students, Nicomachean, to take on the job of editing them, or at least to assist him. The result was Lectures on Character, Nicomachean version. Point 4. Nicomachean died a young man, in war, not long after performing this editorial task, if our story is correct. He probably thought of it as no more than a rather tedious favor to his mentor, a graduate student's task of gathering, organizing and copying out several boxes of wax tablets with their messy jottings. He did not do a particularly good job. The result was a plain, dry, unadorned, and rather choppy presentation of the lectures that Theophrastus had attended some 20 years earlier. Point 5. And, as it turned out, one of the most influential works of Western philosophy. Asterisk. So, what does on character mean? The lectures have that title not because they discuss human character in general, they don't, but because they discuss one important aspect of human character, what it is to be a good person. For Aristotle, that's implicit in the term ethos, character. To say something about your character, he tells us, is to say something about what kind of person you are, and by that he means whether you are a good person or a bad one, a decent man or a scoundrel. It's to say something about your virtues or your vices. That's why it's not at all misleading, as some scholars worry, to claim that these are indeed discussions of ethical or moral questions, in roughly, or even exactly, the current, plain English, sense of those terms. People sometimes point out here, cautiously, that by moral questions, in English, we tend to mean, rather precisely, questions of right and wrong. Surely things relating to character is broader, more spacious. Well, yes and no. Aristotle does discuss several topics that range beyond narrow questions of right and wrong, friendship and love, for example, the nature of pleasure and pain, and what it is to live a good life, to flourish as a human being. But the treatise was not called the Ethica because it discusses pleasure and human flourishing. It is called the Ethica because it is mostly about good and bad people and what defines them, and the place of moral goodness in our lives. Other topics are covered because they have some clear bearing on those central questions. And good people, as Aristotle tells us over and over again, are people who consistently choose to do the right thing and to behave honorably, while bad people do things that are wrong and shameful. So, Apart from a difference of focus, the good person rather than the right thing to do is the central topic of these lectures. The treatise is, much of the time, about right and wrong, and honorable and shameful actions. It was only later that the Greeks regularly started to refer to ethika, ethics, as a philosophical subject matter. They did so because of Aristotle. It's his term, in a sense. But he hardly ever seems to have used it that way himself. Point 6 in this treatise, he never calls his subject ethica. He calls it politique 7, statesmanship or political philosophy. That doesn't match normal English and can sound odd. But it's based on the fairly simple idea, one that Aristotle inherited from Plato, that it is the job of statesmanship, and political thought, and political deliberation, to think about what is good and bad and right and wrong for human beings, because it is statesmen who make laws, and also to understand human flourishing, because statesmen must aim, ultimately, to make their citizens flourish. Point 8 So ethics is really politics, politics sub sumus ethics. Aristotle also offers us an alternative title right at the end of the course of lectures. He calls everything that he has discussed so far, combined with the political questions that he will turn to next, the philosophy of human things. Both these labels, ethics, given to the treatise by its editors, and on human things, the title Aristotle might have given it himself, are grounded in some of his most fundamental ideas, and in his disagreements with his mentor, Plato. Let's consider each of them in turn. Virtues begin as habits. The first, ethics, derives from Aristotle's habit of calling virtues virtues of character, ethikai arete, and moral goodness goodness of character, ethic arete. The virtues of character are the moral virtues. Our term moral derives from the Latin translation of Aristotle's word. And though its sense is a little thinned out by the passage of time, it remains fundamentally accurate. At any rate, it points us efficiently at the qualities that Aristotle has in mind, the ones that make you a good person, the ones that make you behave honorably and do the right thing. But there's an extra implication in Aristotle's term that has dropped out of our word moral. He calls the moral virtues virtues of character because he believes they are grounded in the non-rational elements of human psychology, in our feelings and emotions, our likes and dislikes, our loves and hates, our pleasures and pains, our pre-rational intuitions. Character is his way of referring to all of those things collectively. So it's almost as if he is calling the moral virtues the virtues of emotion, desire, and feeling. Aristotle rejected the famous Socratic view that virtues are mostly forms of knowledge, a disagreement he discusses explicitly in 2.4 and 6.13. For Aristotle, since goodness depends on stable patterns of emotion and desire, it's not about what you know or how you reason, or only to a much lesser extent. Our virtues involve reason, rather than just being forms of reason. See 6.13. And it's this disagreement that is embedded even in his terminology. Goodness is now goodness of character, ethic arete. The phrase itself is staking his claim. To use it at all, in his time, was to approve of this newfangled view. Plato never once uses it in all of his voluminous surviving works, not because he predated it, but because he pointedly ignores it. Point 9. It's easy to misrepresent Plato's views, at Plato's expense, when discussing Aristotle. It's also easy to exaggerate the differences between them. Both speak of the need for reason to be in charge of emotion and desire. Both often say that good people are also wise, and always do what reason tells them to do, and there are places in these lectures where Aristotle still sounds very Platonic in his view of the emotions' role, notably, in his discussion of selfishness in 9.8. But here are several clear ways in which Aristotle does at least usually depart from his mentor, and for that matter, from almost all other Greek philosophers, in his view of the emotions. First, he gives emotions a much more central role. Plato typically speaks of our emotions and desires as if they were corrupting and dangerous forces that only need to be restrained, tamed, and checked. In the Phaedo he exhorts us to get away from them as much as we possibly can. In the Republic he defines a righteous person, simply, as someone in whom reason fully rules emotion and desire, with the implication that reason and knowledge alone provide the direction in which a righteous person needs to go. When emotion and desire direct our actions, they are usurping reason's role. He suggests that we grasp the very highest truths, including truths about right and wrong, only by escaping from the dark cave of our worldly attachments, the influences of our desires and emotions and pleasures and pains. Point 10. Aristotle, by contrast, tells us, in 6.1, that truths about right and wrong, and indeed all practical truths, i.e. all truths about what we should do, wouldn't even exist without desire. It is desire, broadly construed, not reason, that gives us our goals and pushes us in any direction at all. Thought on its own doesn't move or motivate anything. And correct desires, the right desires, push us in the right direction. It's reason's job to grasp and reflect on those goals and guide us wisely in our pursuit of them. In Aristotle's view, reason, when it works well, is like a smart GPS that's full of useful facts, knows where you're going and shows you the best way to get there. And Plato's mistake is to think that your GPS can also tell you where you should be going in the first place. It isn't the job of human wisdom or reason to justify its own starting points, he says several times. Reasoning has to start somewhere. And our starting points come from human character, from the things that we, adult, human beings already care about, that we love or we loathe, that we praise or we blame, that we fear or long for. We shouldn't look to reason for an argument to prove that it's good to fall in love, or good to have friends and that your friends and family matter to you, or that being brave and fair is better than being a coward and a cheat. And though we often need to think long and hard about how to treat other people fairly, say, or how to be kind, we don't need reason to tell us that we should be treating people fairly in the first place, or to explain the value of kindness. If you're an adult and still mystified about those basics, you're not in need of an argument. You need a psychiatrist. Point 11. We may well have to reason very carefully about how to balance our various goals. But we can't reason ourselves into those goals from outside all of our existing desires. Another way of thinking about Aristotle's view is that it accepts what our emotions are telling us, while Plato and most other Greek philosophers warn us, over and over again, that our emotions lie to us, they mislead and confuse and delude us. I'll illustrate this with two of the simplest examples. Socrates, in the Apology, famously argued that our fear of death, a fear felt by virtually all human beings, is a kind of ignorance. Our fear is telling us something false, namely that death is a bad thing. In reality, says Socrates, we have no reason at all to think of death as a bad thing. Plato develops the argument further in the Phaedo. Fear of death, he says, a delusion caused by lack of philosophy, makes cowards of ordinary people. To be brave on the battlefield, in the face of death, you have to come to see, against those fears and through philosophical enlightenment, that death is actually a good thing. Point 12. Aristotle's view, 3.7.9, is that if you are not afraid of death, then there's something wrong with you. You're misinformed or mad. Death is a very bad thing, and your fear of it is not a delusion. It's useful. It's doing the important job of steering you in the right direction in the presence of danger, away from death. And it does not make you a coward. On the contrary, if you aren't afraid of death, you can't be brave. A brave person isn't someone who faces death because they're convinced it isn't a bad thing. Someone like that is unafraid, but not brave, just as I am unafraid, but not brave, when I confront a piece of buttered toast. A really brave person is someone who loves life deeply, fears death powerfully, but faces it boldly when they have some strong and honorable reason to do so, for example, to save their family or defend their country, see 3.9. It's only because death is so frightening that risking your life is such a brave thing to do. Or consider anger. A few generations after Aristotle, Stoic philosophers, influenced by Socrates and Plato, argued that, ideally, we should never get angry with anyone at all. Anger, in their view, like our fear of death, is fundamentally deceptive. It asserts, in effect, that someone has done us real and meaningful harm. But deeper reflection reveals that nothing that someone else can do to you should ever count as real harm. Nothing bad can ever happen to a good man, said Socrates. 13 So the Stoics were also against retaliation, like Plato before them. The same view then also turns up in Christianity. If someone strikes you on the cheek, says Jesus, just offer them your other cheek as well. 14 But Aristotle's view is that anger is not misleading. Again, he sees it as functional and perfectly normal in good people. Of course, you can easily get too angry, and that's the failing that tends to attract our attention disproportionately. But you can also not get angry enough. And you can be just the right amount of angry. There are things you should get angry at, he says. To fail to feel any anger at the things you should, the things that merit anger, doesn't make you more saintly. It's a serious moral failing. It gives bullies a free pass and is often a danger to the people who depend on you. It also makes you a bad friend. We need our friends to get angry with us, to just the right degree, when we do shameful things or make terrible mistakes. And payback, into which anger drives us, is important and valuable too. It's crucial to the existence of human society. It's the ability to pay people back, says Aristotle, that holds society together. People want to pay back harm, or benefits. And if they can't repay harm, they feel like slaves. He is not saying he approves of violent revenge. He is saying something we all know, that one of the key functions of law in any well-ordered and fair society is to enable people to obtain redress, reliably, against wrongdoers. But the most famous consequence of his view that the virtues have a major non-rational component is his idea that we also acquire them by a non-rational process. He thinks that you become a good person by habituation, which is to say, by training your emotions, your likes and dislikes, without knowing too much about why you're acting that way. He thinks virtues of character come to all of us naturally, to some degree, see 2.1 and 6.13, and are then triggered, and developed, by the right kind of upbringing. That is, by good habits. Neither element involves very much thinking. This idea has aged well, and seems very nicely in line with what we think we know about human evolution and human nature. It was ahead of its time. It seems a better idea, to me, than supposing, as Plato did, that you can only become a truly good person by seeking out, or being exposed to, the best philosophical ideas, or even, as he sometimes seems to claim, that true goodness demands very complex, difficult, and rare insights into the nature of the universe. Aristotle thinks that becoming a good person is far simpler than that, but also much harder. To become brave, for example, you don't need to do any philosophy. You don't need to gaze upon the form of the good. Nor do you need the right theology. But you do need to put yourself in danger. Over and over again. You need to get out there and do the things brave people do. So, in that different sense, it's much harder than talking to Socrates, or having the right view of the cosmos. He is not saying that being a good person doesn't have a cognitive component at all. It seems likely that his critics accused him of implying something of that sort. Point 15 To be a fully and properly good person, he says, you'll certainly also need wisdom, 6.12, 13, x.8, which includes consciously held and articulate moral beliefs, and common sense, and an overview of life's goals, and the ability to reason well about how to achieve those goals and balance them against one another in the best possible way. But his view still reverses the core Socratic and Platonic idea that some form of wisdom, or knowledge, or higher philosophy, will make us good people by providing us with special and powerful reasons for being one kind of person rather than another. First, let's attain knowledge, says Socrates, of what bravery is, say, or what generosity is, and of exactly why it's a good thing to be brave, or generous, or righteous, and then surely that kind of knowledge will make us act the right way without fail. And conversely, without that knowledge, won't we just flounder around aimlessly? No, says Aristotle. You'll never find that kind of foundational moral knowledge. If you aren't already a generous person, no mere argument, no philosophical discovery of whatever kind, will crowbar you into becoming one. We have to reverse that approach. First, make yourself a generous person. How? Do lots of generous things. But why am I doing them? Don't ask that. Just do them. Then, once you now are a generous person, by long habit, once it's part of your character, well, you'll easily see why we should be generous. You probably won't even think to ask. The key point is that wisdom, and knowledge, and argument, and precepts and principles, whatever else they do, cannot create character. Reading the Sermon on the Mount or Buddhist sutras won't make you a better person, any more than reading a biography of Muhammad Ali will make you a champion boxer. Your wisdom, says Aristotle, can't even exist before basic goodness of character, see 6.12:13. Rather, the motivational muscle memory we call good character must develop first, long before we are any good at reasoning about anything at all, and then it will feed into and inform and provide the crucial starting points for our wisdom, as well as being guided, moderated, and tweaked by it. Good character must develop blind, and only then open its eyes. Humanism, right and wrong without God. Aristotle also calls his subject human philosophy. That is because he thinks that all the questions he is discussing here, questions of right and wrong, good and bad, are tied specifically to the human condition and to human nature, and hence are a purely human concern. That is to say, he wants us to do ethics without God. More generally, he believes that facts about right and wrong do not depend on facts about the nature of the whole cosmos. I shall call this his humanism. That term means rather different things in different contexts and historical periods, and it especially tends to mean something different for people who feel they are against it. Here, I use it only to refer to this very basic idea that morality does not depend on God, or on our beliefs about God, or the gods. 16 I suspect that our term ultimately derives from Aristotle himself and from Aristotelian idiom, all the ways we exercise moral goodness are human, he says. Right and wrong is a human thing. It's human questions we're investigating here, see 1178-9, 1137-30, 1155b9. But it doesn't matter whether I am right about that. Let's consider 3 or 4 different ways in which these ideas show themselves through the treatise. For one thing, Aristotle never discusses the virtue of piety. For most Greeks this must have seemed a strange omission. Piety was regarded as a central and important virtue. Plato discusses it several times 17 and tells us in the Laws, I assume he is also reporting a standard view, that piety is an absolutely crucial motivator of morality. By piety he means having the right views about the gods, namely that they exist and take a keen interest in human action and expect us to do what is right. Traditional Greek piety means believing both that the gods are foundational to right and wrong, and that they will make sure, somehow, that good people always prosper. But Aristotle does not believe that the gods are foundational to right and wrong or that they take any interest in human actions. Strictly, he is a deist. He does not think that God has any needs, emotions, or desires at all. So he also does not think that having the correct views about the gods, or God, or the wider universe, can make us better people. Hence he cannot accept that piety is a moral virtue. And his way of dealing with this potentially awkward fact is ingenious. He just never mentions it at all. In these lectures, we enter a world which is otherwise thoroughly Greek, but where the virtue of piety seems never to have existed, and all the terms associated with it and so closely intertwined with morality in other Greek texts have mysteriously vanished. This is all the more striking when you consider the virtues, or other qualities, he does discuss. According to this treatise, having a sense of humor, being appropriately lavish in your spending, being honest about your accomplishments and talking in a deep voice are all more important than being religious. At least they get a mention. Most Greeks would have found this deeply weird. Point 18. Actually, there is one place where Aristotle invokes piety. He says, at 1096-16, that it is a matter of piety, his religious duty, to disagree with Plato about the form of the good. I assume that this is a joke. That famous part of the Republic, the parable of the cave, makes the claim that we need to study the whole cosmos and grasp its principles, see that it is beautifully governed, organized at the highest level according to what is good, and then use that sublime knowledge in our ethics and our politics. Point 19. This looks like a philosophically sophisticated version, a brilliant reimagining, of traditional Greek piety. Facts about the governance of the universe, Plato is saying, must still serve as the foundation of human right and wrong. And Aristotle says that his only duty of piety is to reject Plato's view. There is another partial exception. Aristotle does talk about piety, in a sense, in Book 6. But he does so cautiously and indirectly. What he says is that we have to separate wisdom, i.e. phronesis, which includes our ideas about right and wrong, from Sophia. But what does that mean? What is Sophia? As it turns out, Aristotle uses that term to refer to the highest branches of philosophy and science, our knowledge of the constituents of the cosmos, and the best things in the universe, and things that are the most divine in their nature. Point 20. And that, by very clear implication, includes our knowledge of the nature of God. So when the subtexts are properly brought out, we see that Aristotle is arguing directly for his humanistic idea itself. He is arguing that we have to separate theology from our ideas about right and wrong. Sophia is what you eventually obtain when you do lots of philosophia. It is what Plato's philosopher kings are supposed to obtain by their years of punishingly complex higher studies. Aristotle himself sees metaphysics and theology as an important science, related to cosmology, astronomy, physics, and biology. All of those, if successful, will count as forms of Sophia. And his point is that however wonderful and uplifting that kind of knowledge is, it will not make us any wiser, it will not make us morally better people, or help us make better laws. Because it isn't about us. People with that kind of knowledge, he says, know things that are extraordinary and amazing and difficult and marvelous, but useless, because they aren't investigating what's good for human beings. Point 21. Aristotle thinks it is not the job of science to provide us with our moral wisdom. That view is widely held today. But he also thinks, on what seem quite reasonable grounds, that theology is a science. So, just like the other hard sciences, it can't tell us anything about right and wrong. Human wisdom, and correct theories and beliefs about God, in his view, have non-overlapping magisteria. Asterisk. These expressions of his humanism are quite discreet. Readers sometimes barely notice them. It seems clear that Aristotle doesn't wish to be too blatant, or to offend sensibilities, in his rejection of both traditional and newer Platonic ideas about piety. But there is at least one part of the treatise, a very important section of Book X, where he speaks more openly on this issue. For most of the treatise Aristotle has argued, or assumed, that we human beings flourish, mostly, by exercising our moral virtues. But in X.7, 8 he offers what seems like a different view. He now says, unexpectedly 22, that the very best activity available to us is one of exercising our higher intellect on purely scientific and philosophical objects. More precisely, he argues that the best thing you can do in life is contemplate the most sublime, eternal truths. In the course of making this case, he carefully compares a life of exercising your virtues with a life of contemplating the cosmos. Scholars have spilt a lot of ink arguing over whether we can comfortably reconcile the Book I account of human flourishing with these rather different claims in Book X. I have my own views on the problem, some of which I offer in the relevant notes. But let's set that controversy to the side. It's something else Aristotle claims in the Book X passage, just in the course of the argument, that is more relevant to the aspect of the ethics that we're discussing here. As part of his case for the wonderfulness of contemplation, he says that contemplative activity is superior to moral activity because contemplation is divine, whereas all the ways we exercise our moral virtues are human. That's to say, our moral virtues are specifically uniquely human, they have no connection with God. He makes humanism itself serve as one premise of the argument for the value of contemplating the universe. As far as I can tell, Greeks had vanishingly little interest in whether it's better to be a contemplator or a statesman. The question only ever seems to have troubled philosophers themselves, as if from a nagging suspicion that their choice of career had been a huge mistake. But lots of people at the time cared very deeply about the sub-question that gets slipped without fanfare into this part of the discussion, whether the gods share and applaud our virtues and take an interest in human affairs. And Aristotle's argument, which casually separates God from human virtues and human conduct, is one of the starkest, boldest rejections of traditional piety that comes down to us from ancient times. 23. We take it for granted that the gods are especially blessed, they're an ideal of flourishing. But what kinds of actions are we supposed to attribute to them? Can they do things that are fair and honest? Or isn't there something absurd in imagining the gods trading, returning money that's been lent to them, all that kind of thing? Can we assign them brave actions? Shall we have the gods standing up to frightening situations and facing down danger because it's the honorable thing to do? Or generous actions? Who are they going to be giving stuff to? And it's absurd to think of them using cash or anything like that. And how could they do things that are moderate? It's a pretty paltry sort of praise, to say that the gods don't have any sordid cravings. In fact, if we go through them all like that, it seems quite clear that all things related to actions are trivial to the gods, and beneath them. 1178b8, 18. Most Greeks would have found this argument scandalous. Consider the claim that the gods could have no need for fairness. Why not? Why couldn't the gods be fair, not in their treatment of each other, obviously, but in their treatment of humanity? For example, why couldn't their fairness show itself in the fact that they reward the good and punish the wicked? It seems a little disingenuous of Aristotle to ignore that possibility. As if it had never even occurred to him. Or consider his rhetorical question, who are they going to be giving stuff to? Us. Replies just about every Greek who ever lived. But Aristotle does have his deeper reasons for these views. Let's take just one example. Fairness, in his view, is something especially tailored to our distinctive human problems. We human beings must struggle for food, shelter, health, money, and power, and all the rest, because we are mortal, short-lived, fragile beings, living down here on the earth. We are a social animal, and there is by no means a limitless supply of those goods. They are contested. So we have to share them, and divide them, and apportion them, and earn them, and pay for them. And that is why we need our instinctive love of fairness. It's obviously a tool provided by our nature, nurtured and captured and expressed by our laws and institutions and traditions, for our particular form of life. The gods do not live anything like our life. They are not mortal or fragile. They do not struggle for food or shelter or safety. They do not need to share or apportion anything whatsoever. So why would they ever have developed the virtue of fairness, or any interest in it, or the ability to treat us, or anyone else, fairly? Why would they know the first thing about it? You might as well expect human beings, just because they're so smart, to have acquired and honed the hunting techniques of a giant squid, or a koala's knack for knowing which eucalyptus leaves are wholesome. God cannot have our wisdom, or make our laws, because he does not live our life. He does not feel the emotions or cares or strivings that, as Aristotle says, provide our human form of wisdom with all its starting points. So for Aristotle our moral virtues are ours. We human beings must develop them, understand them, and exercise them as well as we possibly can, for ourselves and on our own, without any help or backing from God, even if studying the nature of God, and of this awe-inspiring cosmos, is also one of the best things that we can do if we are lucky enough to get a moment's respite from our mundane struggles. Aristotle's humanism also shows itself in his far greater acceptance of ordinary human interests, desires, sorrows and loves, his respect and affection for his fellow human beings, whose opinions and feelings, at least when they all point in the same direction, he is happy to trust. Every animal homes in on its own good. What seems to be the case to everyone, we assume is the case. 24. His defense of common human fears and anger and physical pleasures, and his deep interest in friendship and love and family attachments can all be seen in that light. There is a connection between this acceptance of common human attitudes and the respect for the role of the emotions that we discussed earlier. If you think, as Plato does, that most people are wrong most of the time about what really matters in life, you are bound to be suspicious of the emotions and feelings that so obviously push people in those silly directions. Conversely, if you think that human emotions are functional, normal, and a key part of human goodness, as Aristotle does, then you are much more likely to value the things that they so vividly attach us to. This is why Aristotle is the only Greek philosopher, at least, that we know of, 25 who makes any defense of the material, external or worldly goods that the rest of Greek philosophy seems to run so scared of: money, health, power, beauty, respect, reputation, children, physical pleasures, luck, and so on. Ordinary people can't be completely wrong about those things, says Aristotle. We might often overvalue them, but there is a wisdom, of a sort, to the common view. They have their place in a flourishing life too. Human flourishing does seem to require external goods as well. Because it's impossible, or certainly pretty hard, to do honorable things if you don't have any resources. There are lots of things that we do by using friends and family or wealth or political power as tools, so to speak. And there are other things you need in the sense that missing out on them mars your blessedness, like, say, noble birth, having fine children, being physically attractive. You're a long way from the typical idea of blessed if you're hideously ugly, or lowborn, or solitary and childless, and perhaps even further from it if you have really awful children or friends, or if they were good, but they've died. So as we said, a flourishing life does also seem to depend on certain things like that falling in your favor. 1099 a 31 1099 b7. These reasonable claims appalled other philosophers. Aristotle was violently attacked for them, for his unacceptable embrace of the worldly. Here, for example, is an angry denunciation by Atticus, a 2nd-century Platonist. The same attack was enthusiastically retweeted by the Christian philosopher Eusebius, which is why it survives. Aristotle's treatments on these questions, the Eudemian and Nicomachean ethics, offer us thoughts on human goodness that are piffling, degraded, and vulgar, the sort of thing any layman or uneducated fool or teenager or woman might think up. He has the temerity to rob moral goodness of its crown and kingly scepter, inalienably bestowed upon it by Zeus. He denies that being a good man, on its own, is enough to make you blessed. He sets goodness on an equal footing with mere wealth, reputation, noble birth, health, and beauty, and all the other things that might just as easily be possessed by evil men. According to Aristotle, while none of those things on its own will make you flourish if you aren't also a good man, by the same token, merely being a good man apparently isn't enough either, if you don't have those worldly goods. On such a view, is not the value, the dignity, of virtue cast down and destroyed. 26. This is one of the more revealing ancient discussions of Aristotle's ethics. It's a little overwrought, but it is also at least partly correct, and an unintended, powerful compliment to Aristotle. Aristotle thinks that what mostly makes your life go well is being a good person, exercising your moral virtues as fully as you can. And he has the optimistic view that the quality of your life is therefore very substantially in your own hands. But he concedes that other, purely external goods have their role to play too. Why does Atticus find that thought so horrifying? To answer this, you need to see that a commitment to a certain kind of piety is deeply woven into this reaction. The flowery reference to Zeus is a pretty good clue. 27 It is Aristotle's humanism, his impiety, Atticus would call it, that he is sniffing out, like some Platonic Grand Inquisitor, and denouncing as heretical. Consider beauty, money, power, health, and children, the things Aristotle sweeps over in the passage we just read. We can all agree that those things are not distributed very fairly, in the bigger picture. Evil people can easily have more power and money than good people. In fact, it's a common view that evil people usually have more power and money than good people. 28 Anyone, whether good or evil, can be beautiful. Anyone can be struck down by illness in their prime, however kind and decent, while some blowhard dictator enjoys 90 infuriating years of perfect health. Anyone's child can be taken from them by tragedy. Innocent people die, or suffer horribly, every day. Most of us are lucky enough to be born with body and mind well set for the activities of life, others with cruel obstacles set in their way from the start. So if we concede that all those kinds of things have real importance, we must conclude that life is not very fair. Now, Aristotle says here that these kinds of things, by coming or going, by being given to us or taken away, can make a serious difference to our lives. He accepts that life is at least somewhat exposed to tragedy, in the sense that really extreme misfortunes, in any sane view, mar and blight a human life. But that view is impious, says Atticus. It is blatant impiety to assert that life, and the cosmos, and its ruler, distribute important goods unfairly, that it could be so callous and indifferent to what we deserve. Conversely, if you firmly believe that life is fair, that the world is perfectly governed by higher powers, then you really have no option other than to conclude that those material, worldly goods cannot have nearly as much value as most people think they do. And that is exactly the view that most Greek philosophers settled on. Not Aristotle. Impiety of that sort doesn't trouble him. He does not think the gods share any of our concerns or any interest in fairness, or that they watch over us or provide any guarantee that good people will prosper. On the Aristotelian view, if we want a fair world we'll have to roll up our sleeves and make it ourselves. If we want good people to prosper we'll have to find ways, by the laws and institutions and societies that we create, to thwart our worst impulses and unleash our own better angels. 29. He does, as it happens, think that life is very much better for good people than for bad people. But only as a general rule. He remains free to accept that terrible things sometimes happen even to very good people. So he is also free, philosophically, to retain a more normal, more humane, more sympathetic attitude to the external goods that are vulnerable to fortune. And that's just what he does. This makes him a bit of an outlier. Within wider Greek philosophy, Aristotle's positive view of worldly goods gained hardly any more traction than Aristarchus' heliocentric theory among Greek astronomers. And yet it is one of the greatest strengths of his ethical system. For Aristotle, the importance of those external goods can play a major role in our moral virtues as well, as it should. Or rather, as it does. The view that he is rebelling against goes something like this. We do wrong because of our desires, and because of all our worldly attachments. That's why we'll be righteous if and only if our reason fully takes charge of those desires. For example, people commit adultery because of sexual desire, so if they could purify themselves of that kind of desire, they wouldn't ever do that kind of wrong. They steal because of their greed, their grubby love of material gain, so if they could rid themselves of their love of money, they won't steal. They do cowardly things in battle because of their ignorant attachment to staying physically alive, so if they could just see that death is not such a bad thing, they would be perfectly brave. But none of this makes sense. If you want to understand why stealing is wrong, you need a healthy sense of the value of $1. Otherwise you won't understand why other people's money has value to them. If you thought that the cash in your friend's wallet was literally worthless, you'd be more likely to take it, not less, for example, to blow your nose on it, or make an origami pelican. And to know why you shouldn't interfere in other people's sexual relationships, you have to understand why those relationships have the importance they do to those people, and if you have no sexual desire and no interest in sex yourself, that importance will be opaque to you. That's why 8-year-olds don't know why adultery is wrong. Or how can you possibly understand why it is wrong to injure someone if you don't set any value on the body? How would you grasp how shockingly cruel it is for a young person to be deliberately disfigured if you don't know the value of beauty and its role in young people's lives? How could you be a good father, or mother, if you don't see your children's death as a life-changing disaster? And if you're going to fight for your friends on the battlefield, obviously you want them to remain physically alive, and with a passion. And you'll be a hopeless political leader if you think your fellow citizens only need moral virtues. They don't. They also need food and safety, money, health, and families. And fun, from time to time. And power, especially the power to remove you from office for having such a crummy grasp of their needs. I find this point nicely made, in defense of Aristotle's view of external goods, by one of the Greek commentators. He teases it out more explicitly than Aristotle ever does himself. Stoics and Platonists like to say that only our virtues, like the virtue of being a fair person, have intrinsic value. But fairness is a virtue we use for sharing things out. And not just anything. It's for sharing out external goods, like money, health, survival, respect, and so on. Obviously we don't use fairness for sharing out virtues. But if those external goods themselves have no intrinsic value, what does it matter whether we distribute them fairly or unfairly? What difference does it make? So, on their view, being a fair person is pointless. Virtue doesn't have any value either. Point 30. Exactly. Think of our character virtues as the plants growing in a farmer's field. One famous view is that all the cares of the world are like weeds. They swamp and smother the crop and prevent it bearing fruit. Aristotle would say that's very confused. Our attachments to the good things of this life, and to this wonderful world, are not the weeds in that image at all, they're the soil. Our virtues are deeply rooted in all our other values and inseparable from them. Earthly cares and struggles nurture and inform every single exercise of our goodness. They're the only setting in which our virtues could have any point to them, the only matrix in which they could possibly have formed. In his view, the key to moral virtues is not, as Plato argued in the Phaedo, ever greater detachment from bodily and worldly desires. The defining feature of our virtues is that they direct our gaze and energies towards the interests of others, and typically, and most often, to their bodily and worldly needs. And to understand and serve those needs, we most certainly need to share in them and sympathize with them. Most obviously of all, if life itself, another of those external goods, is not something to be treasured, then why is it wrong to take other people's lives? If death is not a bad thing, why is it wrong to bring it upon someone else? Aristotle is the only Greek philosopher who doesn't need to answer that profoundly silly question, because he is the only one to hold on to the common sense view that death is a very bad thing indeed. He dismisses, without argument, Socrates' famous claim, enthusiastically taken up by Platonists, Stoics, Epicureans, and Christians alike, that we should not fear it. He has the opposite view, and the most frightening thing of all: death. Because death is the end, and surely once we're dead that's it, there's nothing more for us, good or bad. A refreshingly humane attitude, but a rebellious one for any Greek philosopher, and especially Plato's star student. And yet it does have its antecedent somewhere in Greek thought. There is a familiar, deeply wise voice behind it. But not a philosopher's. We need to search more widely to see who has shaped Aristotle's thinking here. When Odysseus journeys to the underworld to consult Tiresias, he runs into Achilles, and rather tactlessly suggests that he must be having a wonderful time. Achilles, no man was ever more blessed than you, or ever will be again. When you were alive, we Greeks revered you like a god, and now that you're here, you're the ruler of the dead. So, you shouldn't be too upset about your death. Achilles sets him straight. Just don't, Odysseus. Don't try to console me about death. I'd rather be a field hand, toiling for some lowly man with a few measly acres to his name, up above the ground, than be lord of all the dead whose lives are spent. 31. Consciously or unconsciously, Aristotle closely echoes the Homeric attitude in his claim that death is the most terrible thing of all, because it ends everything for us. He expresses the same Homeric view, in distinctly Homeric language, in his discussion of the afterlife, the main point of which is to dismiss it entirely from the discussion of human flourishing and human goals. If anything from later events gets through to the dead, good or bad, it must be faint and slight. And again in his discussion of bravery, dying will be all the more distressing for a good man, because a man like that has so much to live for, and he'll be conscious of the fact that he's being robbed of the greatest blessings. For that matter, several of the more unorthodox moral virtues that Aristotle discusses, including some never so much as mentioned by other philosophers, the importance of lavish spending, for example, the value of standing tall and knowing your worth, of having healthy ambitions and a desire for esteem, of getting angry at people when they deserve it, quite clearly have a very Homeric flavor to them too, once you see it. This is a useful way of thinking about Aristotle, I think. By his embrace of human character as he finds it, and of the whole great, messy variety of human cares and pleasures and pains, by his evident love of life here on the surface of the earth, and not least by his Eleatic view that the gods do not protect or reward good people or help us solve any of our problems, in all those things, he is the most Homeric of the Greek philosophers. Asterisk. Aristotle's humanism also gives rise to some interesting puzzles and problems, and, of course, some modern readers, like Atticus before them, will see this aspect of his thought as very unattractive in itself. For one thing, he has to stay clear of areas of morality that are too deeply mixed up with piety and traditional Greek ideas about the gods. That's why he gives no explicit account of the practice of making and keeping promises and vows. For Greeks, promises were intimately bound up with oaths. And oaths were always sworn by the gods, as, indeed, they still are. 32 But presumably Aristotle does not think it is good theology to invoke the power and wrath of Zeus, or any god, to make sure that the parties to a contract keep their word. But instead of giving some alternative, humanistic account of why we should keep our promises, he just gives no account at all. He barely mentions them. By extension, he offers no account of the related virtue of honesty. That seems a very serious omission for any moral philosopher, especially for one whose stated aim is to list and discuss all our most important virtues. Other areas of morality that Greeks would normally beef up with notions of sanctity and sacredness likewise have to be revised, passed over with careful evasions, or significantly toned down. Aristotle agrees that it is more terrible to strike your own father than anyone else, and that there are some things, he means things like matricide, or mistreating the body of a loved one, that nothing could ever force you to do. 33 For most Greeks that kind of language is tame. Orestes and Oedipus weren't hounded by the Furies because what they did was terrible, they were guilty of monstrous sins, vile pollutions, loathsome to all the gods. And while most Greeks would readily agree with Aristotle that nothing could force them to kill their parents, almost all of them would also say that there is a further obvious reason for that, the fact that it is an act of unspeakable impiety. Aristotle never mentions incest in the Ethics. At least, not directly. He perhaps touches on it rather vaguely in his discussion of moderation, for example, at 1118b25, where he says there are certain despicable pleasures that nobody should ever enjoy. In which case, by his account of that virtue and its corresponding vice, he is saying that incest results from an excess of physical desire. So he places it on a moral par with drinking too much wine. That seems inadequate, and it is surely not what he actually believes. 34 Incest arouses a very distinctive moral sentiment, disgust. It activates that particular taste receptor in the human moral palate, one that shows up in many areas of human conduct and many of our moral judgments. Feelings of moral disgust are subject to a strikingly large amount of cultural malleability. But the examples we've just noted, incest, violence to one's parents and the mistreatment of the dead, evoke that same response in almost all of us, along with sexual abuse of children, cannibalism, murder, treason, and acts of monstrous cruelty. Disgust often lies behind our strongest, most absolute moral commitments, I'd rather die than do that, and is closely related to notions of moral purity and integrity. It surely doesn't depend on any particular metaphysical view. It is a human universal. But Aristotle does not discuss it, and I suspect he feels he cannot discuss it, because in Greek culture it is too tightly bound up with notions of sanctity, and those traditional ideas about the gods that he rejects. My guess is that he cannot see a way to tease apart the moral sentiment from the troublesome metaphysics. He's grappling with an interesting problem, and one we still face. 35 He does say, a few times, that a good upbringing, among other things, trains you to hate the things you ought to hate. See, example 1172-23, 1179b-25. Perhaps he thinks that just about covers it. But it simply doesn't. He fails to give an account of the relevant virtue here. And the relevant virtue, at least for most Greeks, is piety. There is also a problem of inconsistency. Aristotle does not embrace the whole range of human values after all. He leaves one out. He has no room for Antigone. Arguably, that actually undermines his humanism. When it comes to piety, he assumes that most people's instincts and emotions have deluded them. Isn't that a Platonic move? Or, at the very least, he refuses to tell us what he thinks. He shies away from the topic. There are only the briefest hints, in these lectures, of his attitude to traditional religious beliefs and practices. That runs against his Homeric policy of celebrating and analyzing the whole of human life. The paradox here is that even if we grant that right and wrong belongs to the human domain, it seems very plausible that piety is a human thing too. It should be part of the conversation. Asterisk. These seem like rather minor problems. Let's confront the deeper worries that many readers may have about the whole humanistic project. If right and wrong has no connection with God, or with the kind of higher truths that Plato thought were so important to human values, what does Aristotle think is their real foundation? Does he have a satisfactory replacement? Or any? I suggest that one useful way to approach the treatise is to see that he is thinking about and addressing this question all the time. In Book 2 he proposes that our moral virtues have a grounding in our biology. We are primed by our nature to develop a rich set of character virtues that serve as the basis of our moral intuitions. That is also why he often calls human beings a social animal, a moral animal. Then, in Book V, he claims, like other Greek humanists before and after him, that right and wrong depend on laws and social norms. He implies that right and wrong formally comes into being only once a community of equals articulates and codifies a set of common rules. Morality exists between fellow citizens. Laws, he adds, are supposed to create and sustain human flourishing. So that offers a third foundation for morality, of a sort. Laws and moral norms can be considered sound, and wise, if and only if they promote general human flourishing, which itself, he implies, can be given a reasonably clear outline in the shared and objective demands of human life. So the removal of God does not make Aristotle a subjectivist or a relativist. Rather, his ethics is anthropocentric. Facts that are relative to the needs and interests of human beings, and human communities, are its new foundation. Later, in Book 8, he offers what looks like another, slightly different answer to the same question. He suggests that our relationships with the people we care about, all our friendships and family ties and various wider partnerships, generate and are sustained by corresponding obligations, corresponding facts about right and wrong, i.e. right and wrong ways of treating those people. And he catalogues a very wide array of such relationships that between them cover just about every form of right and wrong that most of us could think of. When people are friends, that's all the righteousness they need, 11:55-26. By that Aristotle means, I assume, that if people are friends, that fact alone, with no outside force, no higher authority, will make them see and do what's right by another. Friendship serves as the alternative, entirely human origin of our strongest obligations. And by extension, right and wrong apply more widely if and when we succeed in expanding our attachments and partnerships more widely. For Aristotle that means, as we just noted, to the all-embracing partnership of fellow citizens, where right and wrong find their broadest and most characteristic domain, but also, it seems, their usual outer limit. And if we want to extend morality wider than that, we have to ground it in the sorts of partnerships that cross borders, or the natural fellowship of all human beings, an idea that Aristotle touches on but never discusses in much depth. Of course, for many readers this simply won't do. It's a respectable and perfectly intelligible view that right and wrong demand, or inevitably imply, a higher and non-human authority. Some people say, in our age of rising secularism, that if right and wrong have the strong hold over you that they do for most people, then whatever you say about your beliefs, you are acting as if there is a righteous God. You are treating others as if there are moral facts with the sort of absoluteness only God could sustain. And it is only because of the many centuries during which people did believe that morality came from God that it retains the same hold over you now. So it is a little ungrateful of you to disparage those beliefs while benefiting so much from their cultural legacy. How might Aristotle respond to this line of argument? Well, for one thing, he doesn't think there is a God who shares our moral interests or could possibly play that role. So, in his view, this allegedly crucial belief in a righteous God would be a false belief, or at best a very implausible one. And it seems highly unsatisfactory for morality to be grounded in an illusion, or a hunch. He might at least have half agreed about the role of religion. He believes, as we saw, that well-crafted cultural practices must instill good habits and, from those, the right ethical principles. And he is aware that religious traditions and narratives are the most common way that Greeks present those principles to one another and build those habits. He shows no interest in altering that fact. On the contrary, he is a great lover of Greek literature and mythology. He knows the tales of gods and heroes are full of wisdom. But stories are not scientific theories. Nor are they history. And on the Aristotelian view, it's ultimately the habit itself that matters, not the story it comes with, and certainly not the detailed metaphysics. Train your children to be fair, kind, and brave in any manner you like. Tell them, almost, any tales you like. Just get them to do it. Wax on, wax off. The idea that their virtues need very precise beliefs about the cosmos to be their foundation rests, in his view, on confusion about that process. What does such a foundation look like? I should respect my parents because that is one of God's commandments. I should treat people fairly because that is what was revealed to the prophet. I should care about others because I have discovered that the self is an illusion. Aristotle thinks there shouldn't be a because here at all. We don't explain the obvious on the basis of the very unobvious. This is just another application of the larger idea we already discussed above, that ethical starting points come from human character, not from reason. We don't need theological beliefs or cosmic insights to explain why we should treat people fairly, or respect our parents, because we don't need any prior beliefs, or any prior argument, to explain why we should do those things, or to explain anything else so ethically basic. Is this a strange view? On the contrary, I think we all accept it quite happily when it's applied to other characteristically human cares and passions. People who don't believe in Aphrodite will fall in love just the same. And when they do, nobody thinks that their actions show they really believe in Aphrodite after all. Bad leaders and angry young men don't need to worship Ares or Mars to be eager to blight the world with violent conflicts. We blunder on regardless, with or without any help from the gods of war. And if you've ever admired a painting, or a beautifully made film, nobody insists that you're piggybacking on centuries of faith in Athena, goddess of the arts. Why should our moral interests be the exception? Why do only they need metaphysical support, instead of arising unstoppably from human character like the rest? This Aristotelian view is optimistic and philanthropic. Perhaps a little naive. It offers grounds for faith in your fellow human beings, across theological and ideological divides. It proposes, a deeply civilized idea, that each of us should instead be measured only by the content of our character. And it's good news, if true, that we don't need theology and metaphysics to sustain morality. It means we can expect decency to be relatively common, a normal human thing, instead of being parceled out to a few enlightened sections of humanity. It means we can stop hating and killing our fellow human beings for being raised under a different set of stories. We can stop worrying that the wrong metaphysical views will corrupt us, or depress us, or sink us into nihilism. 36 On Aristotle's view, we might just as well worry that the wrong beliefs about the laws of gravity will cause those laws to lose their hold on us and send us floating into space. Relax. Our virtues are made of sterner stuff. They aren't going to melt away like snowflakes in the face of a few heated arguments about the nature of the cosmos. I think we all harbor a natural sympathy for this view of things. Here's a way of testing your intuitions, if you aren't sure. When you travel to some new country, knowing nothing whatsoever about its theology, or lack of it, do you expect people to exhibit the central human virtues? Do you expect to be treated fairly? To encounter friendship, generosity, humor, and kindness? To see parents looking after their children? You probably do. Aristotle invites us to reverse the claim I cited above. You may say that you're convinced that morality depends on having the right beliefs about the right kind of God. But every day you will act as if it doesn't. In the way you treat others and in what you demand of them, you will often act as if you know that we are a moral animal, and that right and wrong is a human thing. Asterisk. These ideas, and the rest that are covered by this extraordinarily rich and varied set of discussions, enjoyed rather limited success in Aristotle's day. For 2 or 3 centuries hardly anyone seems to have noticed the Nicomachean ethics at all, possibly because it barely circulated outside of the Lyceum, or possibly because, according to one ancient report, the surviving records of Aristotle's lectures spent 200 years hidden in a dank and moldy basement. 37 By late antiquity a few adherents of Aristotle and other specialist philosophers were studying it closely. Some, as we saw, were angrily denouncing it. Christians, at least in antiquity, firmly decided that Aristotle was on the wrong team. It bided its time, hiding out in the nooks and crannies of Constantinople and a few Greek monasteries for another 7 centuries or so, while not many people were reading much philosophy at all. Byzantine scholars occasionally worked on it. Wider interest in Aristotle, mostly his logic and metaphysics, eventually resurged, first in the great centers of Arab learning, and from there, starting around the 12th century, in Arab and Christian Spain and the rest of Western Europe. But the ethics itself still kept a very low profile. Finally, in the Renaissance, amidst a hunger for ancient wisdom and a growing fashion for humanism in particular, and in a much emptier field, now that so many once dominant works of ancient ethics had vanished, it found its moment. It emerged, an authoritative work and a philosophical must-read for the first time, a mere 1,700 years after Aristotle gave his last talk. Book I. 1094a Every art and technical skill, every systematic method associated with those, and in the same way every action and choice seems to aim at something good. That's why they were right to propose that good is what all things strive for. 1. But it seems there are 2 different kinds of goal. Some of our goals are activities, and some are various products 5 beyond them. And where there are goals beyond our actions, in those cases the products are by nature greater goods than the activities, too. But there are lots of things we do, lots of different skills and forms of knowledge, so that makes for lots of different goals. The goal of medicine, for example, is health. The goal of shipbuilding, a ship. The goal of generalship, victory. The goal of running a household, wealth. 10. And whenever those kinds of skills fall under some single ability, like, say, the way bridle making and other skills for making cavalry equipment fall under horsemanship, and then horsemanship, and every other war-related action, falls under generalship, and others fall under this or that other one in the same sort of way, so my point is, in all those cases, the goals of all the higher, master skills are more valuable than the sub-goals. 15. Because they're the reason for pursuing those in the first place. And that's true whether it's our activities themselves that are the goals of our actions, or some other thing beyond them, as with the forms of knowledge just listed. 2. So if there's a goal of all the things we do, something that we want for its own sake, something that's our reason for wanting everything else, assuming we aren't always choosing everything just to get some other thing, because then it would go on forever, and our strivings would be empty and pointless, then obviously that must be the key good in life, the highest good. So in that case, won't knowing about it also have a major bearing on our lives? Like archers, if we have a target to aim at, won't we be more likely to hit upon what we've got to do? 25. And if that's so, then we'd better try to get at least a rough idea of what it is, and what branch of knowledge, or what ability, it falls under. Surely the most authoritative, the most all-encompassing. And clearly that's statesmanship. After all, that's the one that determines which forms of knowledge should even exist in City 1090 Forbes states, and which ones each set of people should learn, and up to what point. And we can see that even the most high-status abilities, being a general, a head of family, an orator, are subordinated to it. It employs all other branches of knowledge and, of course, it makes the laws, tells us what we have to do and what we may not do, so its goal must encompass the goals of the others. Its goal must be the key good for human beings. Because even if that's the same thing for an individual as for a city, it certainly seems a greater thing, more perfect, to attain it and preserve it for a whole city-state. True, we should be pleased 10 enough to bring it about even for just one person. But a finer thing, more divine, would be to achieve it for a nation, or a state. So those are the aims of our inquiry. So this is statesmanship, of a sort. Point 3. 3. Now, we'll only need our claims to be as explicit and detailed as the underlying material allows. We mustn't demand precision in the same way in all areas of discourse, just as we don't expect it in things made by craftsmen. Point 4. There's a lot of variation and fluidity in what's honorable and what's 15 right, the sort of thing that statesmanship is concerned with. So much so that some people think they only exist by social convention, not by nature. And what's good for people shows that kind of fluidity, too, in a sense, because people quite often find themselves being harmed by good things. There are cases of people being destroyed by wealth, for example, or by their bravery. 5. So the best we can hope for, in making claims about things of this sort, 20. And on the basis of facts of this sort, is to indicate the truth in thick strokes, rough outline. We're making claims about things that hold for the most part, and on the basis of for the most part facts, so we'll have to be content with conclusions of the same sort. And that means you'll need that same approach in taking on the various claims we'll be making. An educated person only demands precision 25 in each field to the degree that the nature of the thing permits. Asking for scientific proofs from a political orator surely makes about as much sense as accepting a mathematical proof because it sounds pretty plausible. 1095a Each of us is good at judging the things we know. That's what you're a good judge of. So that might be some particular thing, if you're educated in that field, and things in general, if you've had an all-round education. That's why lectures on moral and political questions aren't suitable for the young. Young people have no experience of the actions of life. And that's what the arguments will be based on. That's what they'll be about. Plus, young people tend to act purely on their emotions. 5. So for them, taking the course will be a waste of time. They won't get anything out of it. Because our goal here isn't just about knowing. It's about doing. And it makes no difference whether you're actually young in age, or just immature in character. What's lacking isn't just a matter of time. It's about whether you live your life, and pursue the things you pursue, by your emotions. For people like that, knowing doesn't help, just as it doesn't help people with no self-control. 10. But if you can form your desires, and act, according to reason, then knowing about these things might well do you a lot of good. Alright, so that's all we need to say, by way of introduction, about who should be at these lectures, the right way to be receptive to the material and what we're aiming to do here. 4. Now let's pick it up from where we were. Given that every kind of knowledge, and every choice 15 we make, strives for some kind of good, what is this thing that we're saying statesmanship aims to achieve? What is this highest of all goods achievable by action? So, pretty much everyone at least agrees on what it's called. Eudaimonia, flourishing, prospering, being blessed, that's what everyone calls it, across all social classes. And we all take having a good life or doing well to be the same thing 20 as flourishing. But as for what flourishing or being blessed actually is, people disagree about that, and most people don't offer the same view of it as philosophers. Most people say it should be some plain, obvious thing like a life of pleasure, or wealth, or prestige. Different people have different ideas about it. Or often even the same person. When you were sick, it was healthy people who were blessed, now that you're poor, it's the rich. 25 Others, aware that they lack ideas of their own, are dazzled by other people's grand and pretentious 6 theories about it. And some of you used to think there was something extra, beyond all the particular good things that we're familiar with, something good in itself, the cause of all those things being good as well. 7. Alright, so, let's not examine every single view that's out there. That would surely be a bit of a waste of time. Let's just 30 look at the most prevalent, or the ones that seem the most plausible. And let's not forget that there's a difference between arguments that work from our first principles 8 and arguments that get us to first principles. Plato was quite right to puzzle over that, and try to figure out whether we move from first principles 1095 bore towards them, from the judges to the far end of the stadium, so to speak, or back towards them. Well, clearly we have to start from knowables. But that means two different things. Knowables are either the things we easily know, i.e. familiar, particular facts, or knowables in the absolute sense, i.e. universal scientific truths. So surely we have to start from the things we easily know. That's why you already have to have been pointed in the right direction by good habits, if you hope to get very much 5 out of a course of lectures on what's honorable and right, or any other moral or political question. Because our starting point is the fact that X, and if X seems pretty obvious, that's all we need. We won't need to talk about why X is the case. 9. People like that with the right upbringing either already have, or can easily grasp, the right principles. If neither of those applies to you, well, Hesiod says it best. 10 Best of them all is a man who relies on his own understanding. Next best, someone who knows how to take good advice when he hears it. So, if you're clueless yourself, and unwilling to listen to others, taking to heart what they say, then, sorry, you're pretty much hopeless. 10. 5. We went off on a bit of a tangent there. Let's start from where we were. 11. When it comes to the key good, 15, and what it is to flourish, people seem to base their ideas, understandably enough, on their own lives. So ordinary people, the most vulgar and uncouth, think the key good is pleasure. That's why they're satisfied with a life of indulging themselves. You see, there are 3 forms of life, or 3 that stand out. That one, and the life of a statesman, and third, the contemplative life. So ordinary people 20 seem utterly slavish, opting for a life of well-fed cows. 12 But their view gets some plausibility from the fact that powerful rulers so often behave just like King Chardonnable. 13. The higher classes, at least those who choose an active life, assume that the key good is respect. Respect, roughly speaking, is the goal of the life of statesmanship. Point 14. But it seems a bit too superficial to be what we're looking for here. It seems to 25 depend on the people who respect you, rather than on you, the person being respected, and we have the strong intuition that the key good in life should be something that's your own, and hard to prize away from you. Also, people seem to pursue respect to reassure themselves that they're good men. At any rate, they seek to be respected by people who are wise, and well informed about them, and to be respected for being good men. So it seems clear that, 30 on their view, being a good man itself matters more than being respected, and maybe it makes more sense to regard that as the goal of a life of statesmanship. But then even that, goodness, seems somehow incomplete. After all, it seems perfectly possible to have it and be in a coma, or do nothing at all, for your entire life. What's more, a good man can still experience the worst kinds of suffering and really awful misfortunes, and nobody, unless stubbornly 1096 at offending some crazy theory 15, would say that someone living a life like that was flourishing or blessed. And that's all we'll say about that. I've already talked about it enough in my public writings. The third form of life is the contemplative life, which we'll be taking a close look at later on. And a life of earning money? That's one of drudgery, pretty much. Point 16. And wealth clearly can't be the key good that we're looking for. Because it's just something we use. It's just for getting something else with. That's why the key good is more likely to be one of the other goals we just talked about. At least they're valued for their own sake. And yet it doesn't seem to be any of those either, in spite of the many arguments already expended on them. 10. So, let's drop these questions for now. 6. I suppose we'd better investigate the universal good, see if we can figure out what on earth that's supposed to be about, though it's a question I'm a little uncomfortable with, seeing as the people who introduced the forms were like family to me. But I think it would probably be better to dispense with personal ties. I think we really have to when the 15 truth is at stake, especially as we're philosophers. We love them both, our mentors, and the truth, but it would be a sin 17 not to respect the truth more. Alright, so the people who brought in this view didn't propose forms for sets of things where some things in the set were, in their terms, prior to others, and some secondary. That's why they didn't even try to construct a common form for the set of all numbers, 18, but we use the term good of, 1, existing 20 things, and 2, qualities of things, and 3, relations between things. And something that exists on its own, an entity, is naturally prior to a relation. A relation is surely a sort of offshoot of, a feature of, an existing thing. So there can't be a common form for all those. Also, we use the term good in as many senses as we use the word is. We use it, for example, of good things, e.g. God, and 25 mind, but also of good qualities, virtues, 19, and quantities, the right amount, and relations. This is useful for that, we apply it to time, the right moment, and place, habitable, 20, and so on and so forth. So it's obvious that there can't be some single universal good common to all. If there were, we wouldn't use the term good in all the different predicating categories. Just in one of them. Point 21. Also, for sets of things that come under some single form 30, there's also a single branch of knowledge. So on this theory there also ought to be a single science of all good things. But there isn't. In fact, there are multiple sciences even for things that are just in one category of good. Take knowing the right moment. In war that's a matter of generalship, but in treating an illness it's medical knowledge. Or the right amount, of what? Food. That's medical knowledge. Of exercise. That's physical training. And you might well wonder 35 what on earth they even mean by an X in itself? I mean, whether it's this human being in 1096 itself or just a human being, the account of what it is, a human being, is one and the same. There'll be no difference in what makes them human. And if that's right, then the same goes for the good in itself versus particular good things. There'd be no difference in what makes them good. Point 22. And no, being everlasting does not make it somehow more of a good thing. If A is white for a really long time, and B just for one day, does that make A whiter than B? 5. The Pythagoreans surely have a more plausible claim here, when they place unity in their column of good things. Point 23. And in fact even Speusippus 24 seems to have adopted their view. But we should talk about these things another time. Back to what I just argued, I can just, faintly, see an objection you might raise, on these grounds. These claims weren't supposed to apply to every kind 10 of good. Things we pursue and value for their own sake, those are called good according to a single form, and then there are things that bring those about or preserve them or prevent their opposites. The second kind are good derivatively, because of the first kind, it's a different sense of the term. So clearly things can be good in two different senses, some good in themselves, the rest good because of the first kind. So 15. Let's call the second sort instrumental, and let's set instrumental goods to one side, and single out things that are good in themselves, and consider whether those are good according to a single form. But what kinds of things are you supposed to classify as good in themselves? All the things we pursue even taken on their own? Like, say, being wise, being able to see, certain kinds of pleasure, certain forms of respect? You'd classify all of those as good in themselves, even if we also pursue them for the sake of something else. Or is the idea that nothing else, at all, is good in itself? Just 20. The form. If so, the form turns out to be pointless. Point 25. And if those other things are good in themselves, then the account of what makes them good ought to be, conspicuously, the same across all the different cases, like the way an account of whiteness is the same for snow as for face paint. But actually there are distinct and different accounts of what it is that makes respect, status, wisdom, and pleasure good. 25 things. So what's good isn't a universal, determined by a single form. So why exactly do we call all those things good? I mean, they're surely not just random homonyms. Point 26. Is it that they all derive from some single thing? Or contribute to some single goal? Or, more plausible, maybe, is it a matter of analogy? What sight is in the body, intellect is in the soul, and likewise A is in B, and C is in D, and so on. 30. We should probably just drop this question for now. Working it all out in detail really belongs to a different area of philosophy. Point 27. And let's not talk about the form of the good anymore either. Because even if there is some single, universally predicated good, or something separable, existing alone and by itself, it obviously couldn't be a good that any human being can do, or possess. But that's the kind of good we're looking for here. 35. Here one of you might have the idea. 28. That it's better to know about the form with a view to the 1097 a good things that we can do, or possess. Maybe if we have it as a kind of paradigm, we'll be more likely to know what things are good for us as well. And if we know that, then we'll be able to attain them. All right, sure, that argument has a certain plausibility to it. But it seems to be at odds with actual forms of knowledge and expertise. 5. I mean, all of those are aiming at some kind of good, and all of them are on the lookout for ways to improve themselves, but none of them show any interest in knowing about the form of the good. So here's this huge resource, and yet craftsmen are all unaware of it, and never even think to look into it. Doesn't sound very plausible. And I can't for the life of me see how a tailor or carpenter is going to get any help exercising his craft if he does know about this good in itself. 10. Or how anyone is going to be a better doctor. 29. Or general because they've beheld the form itself. I mean, doctors don't even seem to investigate health that way. Point 30. They investigate human health, or really just the health of this person in front of me. Right? Because you practice medicine on particular people. All right. That's as far as we need to go with that. 7. 15. Let us go back again to the kind of good we were looking for, the key good in life. What could it be? Because there's evidently a different good for each sphere of action and each skill, one for medical skill, one for generalship, and so on for the rest. So for each of those, what do we mean by the good of it? Surely it's the thing that is your reason for doing all the other things you're doing in that sphere. In medicine, that would be health. 20. In generalship, victory. In building, a house. It's one thing here, another thing there, but every action and every choice has its goal, and it's for the sake of that goal that we're doing all the other things we're doing. So if there's a goal of all the things that we ever do in life, then that would be the key good achievable by action. Or if there's more than one, those, 31. We're making great progress. We're right back where we started, 32. 25. But we have to try to explain this even more clearly this time. So, we're faced with this variety of goals. But some of those goals, we said, are things we only want to have as a means to something else, wealth, bridles, any sort of tool. 33. So they obviously aren't all ultimate goals. But the highest good seems like something ultimate. So, if there's one, single, ultimate goal in life, then that would be what we're trying to find here. 30. And if more than one, then it would be whichever of them is the most ultimate. 34. Something we pursue for its own sake is a more ultimate goal than one we pursue only as a means to something else, and if there's something, X, that we never value as a means to something else, then that's a more ultimate goal than the things we value both for what they are themselves and as a means to X. So, an absolutely ultimate goal is one we always value just for itself, and never as a means to anything else. And that applies, exactly, to flourishing. 1097b. That is something we always value for itself, and never as a means to something else, whereas respect, pleasure, intellect and every kind of virtue, we value those, yes, partly for their own sake, even if nothing else came out of them, we'd still choose to have them, but we also value them for what they contribute to a flourishing life, that is, 5. With the idea that through those things we will be flourishing. But it doesn't work the other way. Nobody wants to flourish so as to have those things, or as a means to anything else at all. We seem to get the same result from the idea of it meeting all your needs. Because the ultimate good, surely, ought to be something that meets all your needs. And when I say your needs, I don't mean just yours, the way someone living the life of a hermit can meet his own needs. I mean it to include your 10 parents and your wife and children and all your family and friends, and your fellow citizens. 35 too, because people are by nature social beings. Of course, we have to set some kind of limit to it. I mean, if you stretch it out to include your ancestors, your grandchildren, your friends' friends and so on, it'll go on forever. But we can address that question later. We're saying here that the highest good meets all your 15 needs if, on its own, it makes your life not just a desirable one, but a life from which nothing is missing. And that's exactly what we think flourishing implies. More than that, we think of flourishing as the most desirable good there can be, but not one that you count alongside other good things. 36. If you counted it with the others, then obviously it would become more desirable if you added even the smallest good thing to it. The addition means you have a larger total of goods than before, and a larger set of good things is always more desirable. 37. 20. So, to flourish and prosper is our ultimate goal. It means living a life that meets all our needs. It's the goal of everything we do. But to say the highest good is to flourish isn't exactly groundbreaking. What we're missing here is a detailed account of what flourishing actually is. We might well be able to give that account if we first get an idea of the task or function of a human being. 25. For a flute player or a sculptor or any artist or craftsman or anyone that has some sort of task, something that they're supposed to do, the key good for them, and they're doing well, lies in that task, surely. So that's probably how it is for human beings too, assuming that there's such a thing as the human task. So isn't there? Could it be that a carpenter and a shoemaker each has his task, his thing that he's supposed to do, but 30 not a human being as such? Is a human being born into the world jobless and idle? Or if our eyes and hands and feet and all our other parts so clearly have their tasks, their functions, surely we can safely assume that, in the same way, the whole human being has some sort of task, beyond all of those. So what on earth could that be? Well, there's just being alive. But that's clearly something we have in common even with plants, and we're trying to find the task that's specifically ours. 1098 So we should rule out a life of just feeding, reproducing, growing. Next might be some kind of life based on our capacity to perceive and feel. But that form of living, too, is clearly one we have in common even with horses and cows and any other animal. So that leaves a life of doing 38 based on the rational part of us. And that means the part that's responsive to reason 39 as well as the part that possesses reason, i.e. actually thinks. 5 And life is ambiguous here too, so we'd better specify that we mean the exercising of that part of us, as opposed to just having it. Because that's surely the more natural sense of living. 40. So, given that 1. Our task as human beings is the exercising of the soul's rational and partly rational elements 41 and 2. We say that the task of any X is the same in general as the task of a good X. 42 The task of a guitar player, for example, is the same in general as the task of a good guitar 10 player, and that holds as a rule across all cases. That superiority, implied in its being a good X, just gets added to the description of the task. As in, the task of a guitar player is to play the guitar, and the task of a good guitar player to play the guitar well. And if that's so, and 3, we're saying that the task of a human being is a certain form of living, namely, a life of exercising the soul and of rational agency, and 4, the task of a good man is to exercise those capacities well, in every sense. 43 and 15. 5. Performing anything well means performing it with the appropriate goodness, or the appropriate virtues. 44. If all that's the case, then the key good for human beings turns out to be activity of the soul that expresses our goodness or our virtues. And if there is more than one sort of goodness. 45. Or if we have different virtues, then such as expresses the best, and the most complete. Also, over a complete life. Because one swallow doesn't make a summer. 46. Nor does just one day, and in the same way, one day, or a small amount of time, isn't enough to make someone flourish or qualify as blessed. 20. So that will do as an outline of the key good. We should probably just do a rough sketch first, then fill in the picture later. And as long as things are sound in outline, surely anyone can take them forward and work out the details. Time is good at discovering those kinds of things too, or at least good at helping. 25. That's also how there's been progress in the arts and technology. It's easy to add something, improve what's already there. Anyone can do that. 47. We also have to remember what we said earlier, and not require the same degree of precision all the time. Let's just be as precise as the underlying material allows, and to a degree that makes sense for our particular inquiry. Look at the way a carpenter and a mathematician have different ways of thinking 30 about a right angle. One only needs to think about it to the extent that it's useful to his task, the other investigates exactly what it is, and its mathematical properties. He's studying truth. So that's exactly the approach you need in other areas as well. Never let the side issues become more important than the main tasks. 1098b We also shouldn't demand explanations in the same way in all areas. In some it's enough just for the facts to have been stated clearly and correctly. That's how it is with starting points, for example. And facts come first. There are starting points. Some of our starting points are discerned by induction, some by perception, some by a sort of habituation. 48 Different ways for different kinds. 5 And we have to try to investigate each sort only in the way that fits with their nature. And take great care to set them out correctly. because they have a big impact on what follows. As they say, the start is more than half 49 the job, that's to say, a lot of the things you're trying to figure out immediately become clear once you have the right starting point. 8. We need to think about this, flourishing, not just on the basis of our conclusion, and the premises we use to get to it, but also by looking at what people tend to say about it. After all, if something's true, all the available evidence harmonizes with it. But if it's false, it quickly clashes with the truth. So, first of all, good things are divided up three ways: there are external goods, goods of the soul and goods of the body. And we say that goods of the soul are goods in the strictest and 15 fullest sense. And actions, and exercisings of the soul count as goods of the soul. So our definition is looking pretty good, at least according to that long-standing view, widely agreed on by philosophers. Can you repeat that, please? Sure. Something we've got right. 50 is our claim that certain actions and exercisings are the goal of life, because that puts 20 it among goods of the soul, not external goods. Also, the common idea that flourishing means living well and doing well chimes nicely with our view, because that's pretty much exactly how we've defined it, as a sort of well-living and well-doing. And the way we've defined it, it seems to have all the expected features that people associate with flourishing. Some people think you're flourishing just by being a good person. Some think, by being wise. Some think, by attaining some sort of higher philosophical knowledge. 51. 25. Some think it's those things, or one them, plus pleasure, or at least not without pleasure. Some think you also need an abundance of external goods. Some of these are popular and traditional views, some are held by just a few highly regarded thinkers. And neither of those sources is likely to be completely wrong. They probably got at least something right. Or even most of it. 30. So, first, my definition agrees with people who identify it either with being a good person or with having some particular virtue. Because exercising your goodness is dependent on being a good person. Mind you, I'd say it makes a pretty big difference, whether we take the highest good to lie in just possessing virtues, or using them, a mere disposition, or its exercise. After all, a disposition can be there without 1099a producing any good effect, e.g. if you're asleep, or otherwise totally inactive. But when you're exercising your virtues, that's not possible, because you'll inevitably be doing things, and doing them well, and hence, doing well. It's not the strongest athletes on the practice ground who win the Olympic crowns. 52. It's the ones 5 who take part in the contests. You have to be in the contest to win. And it's the same in life, you have to actually do things, and do them right, to win life's greatest blessings. And life for such people is also pleasurable in itself. Feeling pleasure is not an external thing, it's in the soul. And everyone gets their pleasure from whatever they're really devoted to. If you're a devoted horse lover, say, you get pleasure from riding horses. If you love sightseeing, you get pleasure from seeing the sights. And in the same way, if you love doing what's right, then doing what's right is something you take pleasure in, and every other aspect of being a good person gives you pleasure, if you love being a good person. Now, most people, it's true, find themselves fighting 53 the things they take pleasure in. That's because those things aren't naturally pleasurable. But people who love what's honorable take pleasure in things that are naturally pleasurable. All the actions that go with being a good person are like that. So that means they're pleasurable for those people, but also in themselves. 54. 15. So life for those people doesn't need any extra pleasure, tied onto it like some sort of magic trinket. It already has its pleasure in itself. Besides, here's another thing, a person who doesn't enjoy acting honorably isn't even a good person in the first place. You wouldn't call someone fair and honest, for example, if they didn't enjoy treating people fairly and honestly, or generous. 20 if they didn't enjoy acting generously, and the same for the rest. But in that case, it follows that the actions that go with being a good person are intrinsically enjoyable. And of course, they're also good for you, and they're also honorable. In fact, they're every one of those things more than anything else in life, at least if good people are correct in their judgment about them. That's certainly what good people judge them to be. So it turns out that flourishing is the best thing there is, and the most honorable, and the most enjoyable, and those 3 things are not incompatible, as the famous inscription on the temple at Delos 55 implies they are. The most honorable thing? To be righteous as can be. But the best thing in life? To be healthy and hale. But the sweetest thing is to get your heart's desire. Because you get all 3 of those features in the best activities, the best ways of exercising your soul. And it's those 30 activities, or one of them, the best one, that we're saying constitute a flourishing life. But even so, it does seem to require external goods as well, as we said. Because it's impossible, or certainly pretty hard, to do honorable things if you don't have any resources. There are lots of things that we do by using friends and family or 1099 wealth or political power as tools, so to speak. And there are other things you need in the sense that missing out on them mars your blessedness, like, say, noble birth, having fine children, being physically attractive. You're a long way from the typical idea of blessed if you're hideously ugly, or lowborn, or solitary and childless, 5, and perhaps even further from it if you have really awful children or friends, or if they were good, but they've died. 56. So as we said, a flourishing life does also seem to depend on certain things like that falling in your favor. That's why some people think 57 that flourishing or being blessed is basically the same as being fortunate, rather different from the view 58 that it's a matter of being a good person. 9. And that gives rise to another puzzle. Is it something you can learn? Or do you achieve it by forming good habits, 10, or by some other kind of training? Or does it come to us by some sort of divine dispensation? Or just by luck? So if anything else is a gift of the gods to humankind, it would make sense for a flourishing life to be something God-given, more than all other human things, seeing as it's the greatest human good. This is surely a question that more naturally belongs in a different investigation. 59. But even if it's not 15 bestowed upon us by the gods, even if you attain it through being a good person, and through some kind of learning or training as we've claimed, it still feels 60 like the most divine of things. Because the prize for goodness, the thing you're aiming for in being a good person, feels like not just the best thing there is, but also something divine and blessed. It also turns out to be widely available. Anyone can achieve it, unless congenitally incapable of being a good person. 61 Through some form of learning and by their own efforts. 20 And if it's better that we flourish that way, rather than just by mere luck, it also makes sense for it to be that way. After all, it's nature, not chance, that structures things in the finest and most beautiful ways, as well as human design and every cause of that sort, especially the very best one. 62 So to entrust the most important and finest thing in human life to luck, something seems very wrong with that. 25 We can also see the answer to our question right in the definition. We defined flourishing as a certain kind of activity of the soul, expressing our virtues. As for the rest of life's good things, they're either just the background conditions for that, or they're of a nature to contribute to it or be useful for it, they're just tools. And that also seems to fit well with what we claimed at the start. We said there, remember, that the highest good was also 30 the goal of statesmanship. And statesmanship concerns itself, above all, with turning citizens into certain kinds of people, namely good people, who consistently behave honorably. 63. So it makes sense that we don't call a cow or a horse or any other animals blessed. 64 It's because none of them is able to 1100 a share in that kind of activity. For the same reason a child can't fully flourish either, because a child is too young to be able to do those kinds of things. If we do call children blessed, it's because we think they have a bright future. Because, as we said, you need to exercise complete goodness, over a complete life. 5. And that's not so easy. Life is full of sudden reversals and strokes of fortune of every kind, and someone can be thriving to the full but then suffer terrible disasters in old age, like King Priam in the tales of the Trojan War. And when someone experiences that level of misfortune and meets a miserable end, nobody calls them blessed. 10. So does that mean that we should never call anyone blessed, anyone human, while they're still alive? Do we have to agree with Solon 65 and wait and see how it ends? But then, supposing that's right, does that mean, what? You flourish once you're dead? Or is that totally absurd? Especially for us, since we're saying that you flourish by activity of some sort. And suppose we're not 15 saying the dead are flourishing, suppose that's not what Solon means either, suppose he just means that it's only then that you can safely declare a human being blessed, because now they're beyond the reach of further evils and misfortunes. Well, even that's somewhat debatable. Because we do tend to think that bad things and good things, of a sort, can happen to you after you're dead, just as they can 20 happen to someone who's alive but unaware of them, like, for example, you're being revered or reviled by later generations, or the successes and failures of your children and your descendants in general. 66. But that raises another puzzle. Suppose you've lived a wonderful, blessed life right to old age, and then you've passed away in a manner in keeping with such a life. Your descendants might experience multiple changes of fortune, and some 25 of them might be good people who achieve the life they deserve, others the opposite. And of course, how distantly related they are, too, makes for all sorts of different degrees of relevance to you. So it would be pretty strange if, though dead, you were to share in all those changes too, if you became blessed one day and went back to being a miserable wretch the next. 67. But then it's also strange to think that the lives of our 30 descendants have no impact on us at all, not even for just a little while. We should go back to our last question. That one might well help us discern the answer to the one we're asking now. So, suppose we do have to wait and see how it ends, and it's only then that we should call a man blessed, and we don't mean he is now blessed, we mean he was, before he died. So how is it not absurd that when he actually is living that blessed 35 life it's not true to say that he is, 68 to state that fact about him? And all because 1100 we refuse to declare any living person blessed because fortunes can change, that's to say, because a flourishing life is supposed to be something stable and not at all easy to alter, and fortunes have a way of turning full circle on people, again and again. Clearly, if we were basing it on a person's fortunes, we'd have 5 to say that the same person is flourishing one day, then pitiful again the next, over and over again. Our man who flourishes, on that view, turns out to be a sort of chameleon, or set on very shaky foundations. Maybe focusing on people's fortunes is fundamentally a mistake. Because those don't determine whether your life goes well or badly. Yes, a human life needs those things as an extra as we said, but what really determine whether we flourish are the ways we exercise our goodness. And the opposite sort of activities give us the opposite kind of life. Even the question we just worked through supports our claim. A flourishing life, we just noted, is supposed to be stable, and no task in human life involves as much stability as the various ways we exercise our goodness. Our virtues are more durable even than bits of knowledge. 69 And the most precious 15 of them are also the most durable of all, because people spend the largest portion of their lives exercising them, and the most uninterruptedly, at least, if they're blessed. That's likely to be the reason we don't forget them. So it follows that anyone who's flourishing will have the characteristic we're looking for here, they'll be that way their whole life. Because they'll always, or more than any other thing, be doing and contemplating in others 71 things that express 20 goodness. As for fortunes good or bad, they'll handle those in the best and most honorable way, and fittingly in absolutely every respect, at least, if they are truly good, straight as a die, without a single flaw. 72. Lots of things in life happen to us by luck. And they vary in scale. Some are important, some trivial. Of those, the minor bits of good luck, or minor bits of bad luck, clearly don't have 25 much of an impact on your life. But if you experience major strokes of fortune, and a lot of them, well, if those go in your favor they'll make your life more blessed. For one thing they're a natural embellishment of life, considered in themselves, and for another you can take advantage of them in honorable, morally good ways, but if they go the other way they weigh down on, and damage, your blessedness. Because they cause you pain and suffering, and also hinder lots of your activities. 30 Then again, even in those situations honorable behavior can shine through, when, say, you handle a series of terrible disasters with poise, not because you're insensitive to the pain, but because of your nobility and your sense of pride. And if exercising our virtues is what really matters in life, as we said, then nobody who's blessed can ever become a miserable wretch. Because they're never going to do things that are 1101 amorally despicable or vile. If someone's truly good, and sane, we fully expect them to handle every misfortune with grace and dignity, and always conduct themselves as well and as honorably as circumstances allow, just as we expect a good general to make the best possible military use of whatever troops are to hand, and a good shoemaker to make the finest possible shoes with 5 whatever hides he's supplied with, and the same goes for all other experts. And if that's the case, then a man who flourishes can at least never become wretched, not that he'll be blessed, either, if he suffers misfortunes on the scale of King Priam's. So he's not checkered and changeable, either. He won't easily be prized from his state of flourishing, and not by just your run-of-the-mill misfortunes. It will have to be a long series of major calamities. And conversely, after misfortunes of that kind, he isn't going to be able to go back to flourishing in any short amount of time. If he manages it at all, it will take a long time, a whole lifetime in which he'll have to accomplish great and glorious things. So why shouldn't we say that someone is flourishing or is blessed? 15 If they've been exercising complete goodness, and they're adequately supplied with external goods, and they've been that way not just for some trivial amount of time but for their entire life. Or do we have to add that they're going to carry on living that way, and then also die in a manner in keeping with that life? After all, the future is invisible to us, and we assume that a flourishing, blessed life is not just our goal, but also something perfect and complete in every possible way. In that case, fine, yes, we will call people blessed, even 20 while they're still alive, if they have all the characteristics I've just listed, and look set to keep them into the future, but we'll say as blessed as is humanly possible. All right, I think we've sorted out those questions. Let's move on. 11. The idea that the fortunes of our descendants, and of our friends and loved ones in general, have no effect on us whatsoever 73 is surely far too unloving. And it goes against common sense. But lots of different things happen to them, of every conceivable 25 category and kind, some of them touching our lives more, some less, and to sort through all of them, case by case, seems a long, in fact, endless, task. Let's just say something general, and in broad outline. That'll probably be enough for our purposes. So, think about the misfortunes you experience yourself. Some have a heaviness to them and an impact on your life, 30 others seem more bearable. The same is true of misfortunes suffered by all our family and friends. They vary greatly in how much they affect us. And it makes a big difference, for each such thing suffered by them, whether it happens while we're alive or after we're dead, far more difference than whether the grisly crimes in a tragedy have already taken place off stage or are being acted out before our eyes. 74 So we have to factor in that difference. More to the point, let's not forget that we 35 have major doubts as to whether the deceased can experience any kind of good thing at all, or anything of the opposite kind. 1101b Because it seems likely that if anything from later events gets through to the dead, good or bad, it must be faint and slight, either absolutely, or at least for them 75, or at any rate not important enough, and not the sort of thing to make people blessed if 5 they re not already blessed, or rob them of their blessedness 76 if they are. So while it seems that, yes, there may be some effect on the departed when the people they love do well in life, and some effect when those people do poorly, the nature and scale of those effects surely isn't such as to make the blessed unblessed, or do anything else like that. 12. So 10. Now that we've sorted that out, let's consider the question of whether flourishing in life is something we praise in other people, or rather something that's precious. Because obviously it shouldn't be classed as a mere capacity. So it seems clear that with anything we praise it because it has a certain quality, or stands in a certain relation to something. We praise someone who's fair, for example, or brave, and in 15 general a good person, both for having that quality, for being a good person, and also because of their actions 77 and what they accomplish, and we praise someone who's strong, or a fast runner, and so on, both for having a certain physical quality, and also for standing in a certain relation to some kind of good, 78 something we value. We can also see this clearly when people praise the gods. It makes the gods look ridiculous 79 to think of them as bearing 20 any relation to us and our needs. And that's just what happens when we praise them, because praise always involves some such relation, in the sense we just explained. So, if those are the kinds of things we praise, it seems clear that things that are the best of all aren't praised. They get something greater, something better, than praise. And that's just how it seems to work. Take the gods. We don't praise them, we declare them blessed, we aspire to the wonderful life they have, and likewise the men who are the most godlike among us. 25. And the same is true of the greatest of all good things. No one praises people for flourishing or being blessed, the way we praise people for doing what's right. Instead we feel it's something more divine, something above mere praise, we aspire to it. Eudoxus used the same point to make what I thought was a pretty good case for the primacy of pleasure. The fact that it's a good thing, but one that we don't praise, he thought, was a clear indication that it's superior to things we praise. That's thoroughly true of God, he thought, and it's also true of the key good in life. We don't praise those things because they're the things we judge everything else in relation to. Think about it like this, too. You're praised for being a good person. Because goodness makes you reliably do honorable things. And eulogies celebrate accomplishments, of any sort at all, of body, mind or character. 80. We don't need to go 35 into all the details. This isn't my advanced class on eulogy writing. But even from what we've said, it's clear enough 1102 that flourishing should be classed apart, as something precious, perfect, complete. It also seems to have that status by virtue of being a principle, in the sense that it's the reason all of us do all the other things we do. And something that's the principle, the source of all good things, the thing that makes them good, we treat that as something precious and divine. 13. 5. Since flourishing is a kind of activity of soul, expressing complete goodness, next we'd better investigate goodness. Because that way we'll surely gain more of an insight into the nature of human flourishing as well. But surely a statesman, at least, a statesman in the true sense of the word, is also someone who, above all, makes a close study of human goodness. Because the aim of a statesman is to make his citizens good people, law-abiding people. As our 10 model for that we have the lawmakers of Crete and Sparta, and various others that were like them. If our current question does fall under the scope of statesmanship, that just shows that our investigation is proceeding nicely in line with our original purpose. And in saying that we need to investigate goodness, obviously we mean human goodness and human virtues. After all, 15 it's the key good for human beings that we've been investigating, human flourishing. Also, human goodness doesn't mean good qualities of the body, we mean goodness of the soul, virtues of the soul. Remember, we define flourishing as activity of the soul. And if all of that's the case, then obviously a statesman or anyone studying moral and political questions as we are has to have some degree of knowledge about the soul, like the way a doctor, if he's going to treat someone's eyes, has to know 20-something about the whole body, and all the more so, to the extent that moral and political wisdom is better than medical knowledge and more valuable. Certainly, the better class of doctors put a lot of effort into knowing about the body. In the same way, a statesman needs to study the soul. But we also only have to study it for our particular reasons, i.e. only to the extent that's enough for the questions we're asking. 25 To go into it in more detail is probably too time-consuming for our purposes. I've made claims about it in my public writing, too. They're not too bad. Some of them. We can use those claims here. For example, I've said that there's an irrational part of the soul and a rational part. Whether those are separate in the way parts of the body are separate, or anything made up of actual bits, 30, or only distinct in the way we describe them, but physically inseparable, like the concave and the convex side of the circumference of a circle, that doesn't make any difference for now. One aspect of that irrational part seems common to all living things. Even plants. I mean the part responsible for nourishment and growth. That sort of capacity in the soul is something that you can see exists in all things that feed and 1102 grow. Even in embryos. And we should assume it's the very same capacity in the fully grown. That makes more sense than thinking that it's a different one. Now, that part of the soul can be good at what it does. But that's clearly something all living things are good at. That's obviously not human goodness. Point 81 In fact, that part of the soul, that capacity, seems to operate most of all when we're asleep, whereas 5 good and evil people are pretty much indistinguishable when they're asleep. That's why they say that for half their lives there's no difference at all between the wretched and the blessed. It makes sense that it works that way. Sleep is the inactivity of precisely those aspects of the soul by which it's termed a good or bad soul. Unless, to some small extent, certain mental processes get through to us while we're asleep, so that the dreams of decent people are better 82 than the average person's. But enough about that. Let's just forget about the nutritive part of the soul, since it has no natural connection with human goodness. The soul seems to have another part that's irrational in its basic nature, but has some degree of or a sort of overlap with reason. Consider that in someone who's exercising self-control, or experiencing a failure of self-control, we praise one part of them, namely 15 their reasoning, and the rational part of their soul. Because that bit is doing its job right and urging them to do what's best. But it seems there's another element in them, besides reason, that's fighting with reason. Straining against it? It's like when parts of the body are paralyzed, and people 20 mean to move them to the right but they pull the opposite way, to the left. That's how it can be with the soul. When people lack self-control, their impulses pull them in opposite directions. It's just that, with the body, we can actually see the part pulling the wrong way. With the soul it's invisible. But all the same, surely even in the case of the soul we have to assume that there's something else there, something other than reason, opposing itself to reason and working against it. Exactly how 25 it's a separate thing doesn't matter here. And this other bit of us seems to have some overlap with reason too, as we said. At any rate, it obeys reason's command in someone who has self-control. And surely it's even more responsive and obedient in someone who's moderate or brave. Because there it's in total harmony with reason all the time. So it seems that the irrational bit of the soul itself has two parts. There's the plant-like bit, which doesn't share in reason 30 at all. And then there's the part that feels physical desires, and desires in general, which is partly rational, in the sense that it can listen to reason and obey reason's command. So it has reason in Greek, has logos in the sense in which we speak of someone paying attention to their father or their friends. Greek for pay attention to is have logos of, i.e. take account of. But not in the sense that you have a logos, a reasoned proof of a mathematical proposition. And a further indication that this irrational part can be persuaded by reason, in some sense, is the fact that we chastise one another, and every time we ever criticize or encourage anyone. 11:03 And if we must say that that bit of us actually is rational, then fine, the rational bit of us will turn out to have two parts. There'll be the bit that's properly speaking rational, in itself. And there'll be the bit that's rational in the sense of listening to reason, like the way you listen to your father. Goodness and virtues can be divided according to the same distinction. That's to say, we speak of virtues of thought and 5 intellect, and also virtues of character. Philosophical knowledge, insight, and wisdom, those are virtues of the intellect. Being generous or moderate, those are virtues of character. If we're saying something about someone's character, we don't say he's a great philosopher or he's insightful, we say he's a good-natured person, or he's a moderate man. But we do praise the philosopher, too, for that state of his intellect. And all praiseworthy states, whether of character or 10 intellect, are virtues. 83. Book 2. So, there are two kinds of virtues, intellectual virtues, and virtues 15 of character. Intellectual virtues, for the most part, are created and are developed through teaching. 1 But character virtues too come about through habit, and hence need time and experience. That's why our word for character, ethos, is only a slight variation on the word for habit, ethos. From that, we can also be sure that none of our moral virtues develops in us just naturally. Because nothing that's naturally what it is can be habituated or trained into being otherwise. A stone, for example, which by its nature moves downwards, can't be trained to fall upwards, even if you trained it by hurling it up in the air 10,000 times, and you can't train fire to move downwards, or anything else that's by its nature one way to be some other way. So the role of habituation shows that our virtues don't arise either purely by our nature, or against our nature. Rather, 25 our nature primes us to receive them, and then we're perfected by our habits. Also, with things that do just develop in us naturally, we always acquire the capacities first and then manifest the exercising of those capacities. That's obvious in the case of the senses. It wasn't by seeing, over and over again, or hearing, over and over again, that we first got those senses. It's the other 30 way round. We already had our sight and our hearing before we used them. We didn't get them by using them. But with virtues, we exercise them first, and that's how we acquire them, just like the way it is with technical skills. 3 In general, when we have to learn how to do something, that's how we learn it, by doing it. People become builders by building things, for example, and they become guitar players by playing the guitar. So it's the same with virtues. We become 1103 fair and honest for people by doing things that are fair and honest, moderate people by doing things that are moderate, and brave people by doing brave things. Another piece of evidence for this is what goes on in cities at the political level. Lawmakers try to make citizens good people by habituating them with laws. That's the intention, at least, 5 of every lawmaker. When they don't do it well, it's only because they get something wrong in their laws. That's the difference between a good system of government 5 and a bad one. Also, with every virtue, the things that give rise to it and develop it are the same things that can mess it up. The same thing applies to technical skills. It's by playing the guitar, for example, that people become good guitar players or bad guitar players. 10 The same goes for builders, and the rest people will become good builders by building things well, or bad ones by building things badly. If that weren't the case, then why would they even need anyone to teach them? They'd all just be born already good or bad at it. 6. So that's how it is with our virtues too. By the way we act in 15 our dealings with other people, some of us become fair and honest, some of us unfair and dishonest, and by the things we do in frightening situations, habituating ourselves to be afraid or unafraid, some of us become brave men, some of us cowards. Likewise for situations that involve physical desires or that make us angry, some become moderate and good-natured people, others lecherous and gluttonous, 20 and bad-tempered, depending on whether they behave one way or the other in those situations. So our overall claim, our dispositions, our character traits 7 are created by the activities that correspond to them. That's why we've got to manifest activities, behaviors of the right sort, because differences in those will lead to different character traits. So it's no small matter, whether we get into these habits or those habits right from childhood. It makes a very, very big 25 difference. Really, all the difference. 2. Now, this investigation isn't just theoretical, like other areas of philosophy. We're not just asking these questions so that we'll know what being a good person is or what virtues are. We want to actually become good people. Otherwise, what would be the point of it? So that means we have to carefully think about the nature of 30 actions. How, exactly, should we do the things we do? Because it's our actions that will determine what our dispositions end up being like, as we've just said. Alright, so first we have to act according to correct reason. Point 8 that applies across the board 9, and we can just take it as given for now. We'll be talking about it later, and we'll say what correct reason means and how it relates to the other virtues. 1104a Let us also agree from the start that any claim about what people should and shouldn't do ought to be stated in rough outline only, not precisely, as we said back at the start. Remember, we said that we should expect our claims to suit their subject matter. Point 10 Nothing connected with human action is hard and fast, and there's nothing fixed about what's in people's interests, any more than what makes us healthy. And if 5 that's how it is even for universal claims, it'll be all the more true of claims about particular situations that they can't be precise. Point 11 These things don't fall under any technical expertise or set of rules. Point 12 It's the people actually doing things, in each case, who have to think for themselves about what that situation calls for, like a doctor treating a patient or a helmsman steering a ship. 10 Still, even though that's the kind of subject 13 we're dealing with, we've got to do the best we can with it. So the first thing for us to observe is that it's in the nature of these kinds of things to be messed up if we fall short, or go too far. We can see that in the case of strength and health, and we should use the obvious cases as evidence for the ones that aren't so clear. 15 Doing too much exercise, or not enough, messes up your strength, and likewise having too much food and drink, or too little, messes up your health, but just the right amount creates and increases it, and preserves it. So, it's just the same with moderation and bravery and our other virtues. 20 Someone who runs away from everything is afraid of everything, never stands and faces anything, becomes a coward. Someone who isn't afraid of anything at all and saunters into anything becomes a reckless person. And likewise, someone who indulges in every kind of pleasure and never refrains from any sort of pleasure becomes a lecherous, gluttonous man, while someone who avoids every pleasure, like doer yokels 14 becomes some kind of feel-nothing person. Point 15. 25 So, moderation and bravery are messed up by our going too far, or by our falling short, and are preserved by the middle state. And virtues aren't just created and developed and also sometimes messed up as a result of, and by way of, the very same sorts of behaviors. Point 16 Will then exercise them in those same areas, too. 30 That's also how it is with the other very obvious cases, like strength. People become strong by consuming lots of food and enduring lots of hard toil, and it's a strong person who can then do those things more than anyone. And it's the same with our virtues. We become moderate people by refraining from pleasures, and once we've become moderate 35 people we're then more able to do that than anyone else. Same 1104 with bravery, by habituating ourselves to be untroubled by frightening things and face them we become brave people, and once we've become brave, we'll be better than anyone else at facing frightening situations. 3. We should take as evidence for someone's dispositions, their character traits, the pleasure or pain that arises 5 with their actions. For example, if you hold back from physical pleasures, and enjoy doing exactly that, you're moderate. If it pains you to have to do so, you're a lecherous man or a glutton. If you face frightening things and enjoy it, or at least aren't distressed by it, you're brave. If it distresses you, you're a coward. The fact is, being a morally good person is all about pleasures and pains. 10. After all, we do bad things because they give us pleasure, and typically fail to do honorable things because they're painful. That's why it's important for us to have been brought up a certain way right from childhood, as Plato says. 17, so that we enjoy the things we should and feel pain at the things we should. That's what a good upbringing is. Also, if virtues are all about our actions and our emotions, and if every emotion and every action has a feeling of pleasure 15 or pain that goes with it, that's another reason for thinking that being a good person is all about pleasures and pains. It's also indicated in the fact that punishments work through pleasures and pains. That's because punishments are remedies, and remedies naturally work through opposites. 18. Also, as we said earlier, for every disposition of your soul, 20 the kinds of things that make it better or worse are also the things that determine what it naturally relates to, its scope. And it's through pleasures and pains that people become bad, i.e. by pursuing and avoiding them, or at any rate the wrong ones, or at the wrong time, or in the wrong way, or all the other ways of getting it wrong that reason may determine. 19. That's why some people even define the virtues as tranquility states 20 or states of inner calm or whatever, i.e. as the 25 absence of feelings of pleasure and pain. But that's not right, just to say we shouldn't feel them at all, rather than saying how we should feel them, or how we shouldn't, or when, and all the other extra qualifications. So here's our basic claim: being a good person 21 is a matter of feeling pleasures and pains in such a way that you do what's best, and being a bad person, the opposite. And here's another way for us to see that it's all about pleasures and pains. 30. There are three classes of things: things that are honorable, things that are in our interest, things that are pleasurable, that are the targets of our choices, and three opposites of those: things that are shameful, things that are harmful, things that are painful, that we try to avoid. And it's in all three areas, of course, that a good person regularly gets it right while a bad person regularly makes mistakes, but it's mostly with respect to pleasure. Because pleasure, something we share with all animals, 35 accompanies all possible objects of choice. Because even 1105 a what's honorable, and what's in our interest, presents itself as pleasurable. Also, it's been nurtured into all of us right from infancy. That's why it's hard to scrub these feelings out of us, when our whole life is deep dyed with them. We also regulate our actions, some of us more than others, using the pleasure and pain they produce as our standard. 22.5 So that means our whole task 23 here is bound to be all about pleasure and pain, because it's going to make a really big difference to our actions, whether we feel pleasure and pain at the right things or the wrong things. Also, it's a harder thing to fight pleasure than anger, as Heraclitus says, and the harder tasks are the ones that call for technical skills, and virtues 10 the tougher the job, the greater the good in doing it well. So that's another reason why the whole business of being good people, and the whole business of statesmanship, 24 is to do with pleasures and pains. Depending on whether you feel them the right way or the wrong way, you'll be a good person or a bad one. 25. So here's what we've claimed so far: that virtues are all to do with pleasures and pains, that the activities that produce 15 them can either augment them or diminish them, depending on whether they're done one way or the other, and that they're exercised in the very same activities that produce them. Let's move on. 4. You might well wonder how we can claim that to become a fair person you've got to do things that are fair, and to become a moderate person you've got to do things that are moderate. After all, if you're doing things that are fair and moderate, 20 doesn't that mean you already are a fair and moderate person? Just like, if you're doing things that are literate or musical, then you must already be literate or already a musician. Or is that not right, even with technical skills? Because it's perfectly possible to produce a bit of writing just by luck, or by following someone's guidelines. So you're only really literate not just when you do some writing, but also when you do it the 25 way someone who can write does it, and that means by way of your own knowledge of how to write. Also, it's not the same for virtues as it is for skills. With the products of technical skills, yes, how good or bad they are is in the things themselves. So it's enough for those to turn out a certain way. But with things we do by way of our virtues, it doesn't follow just from those being a certain way, themselves, 30 that we're doing them, say, fairly, or moderately. You, the person doing them, also have to be a certain way when you do them. First, you've got to know what you're doing. 26 Second, you've got to be choosing to do those things, and be choosing them for what they are. Third, you've got to be acting from a constant and unvarying state of character. 1105b Those things aren't factored in when it comes to having technical skills, just the knowing. But when it comes to having virtues, knowledge doesn't really matter much at all. Or maybe just a little. But the other two certainly don't matter just a little. They make all the difference. And they're the ones that can only be brought about by your doing fair and moderate things over and over again. 5 So we call things fair and moderate when they're the kinds of things a fair or moderate person would do. But a fair or moderate person isn't just anyone who does those things, it's someone who also does them exactly the way that fair and moderate people do them. So there's no problem with our claim that you become a fair 10 person by doing things that are fair, and a moderate person by doing things that are moderate. You certainly have no hope whatsoever of becoming a good person by not doing any of those things. But the fact is, most young men like you 27 don't do them, they shelter themselves in mere theory, fancy themselves philosophers and think that's going to turn them into good men. That's like patients 15 who listen carefully to their doctors, but don't actually do anything the doctors tell them to do. Patients aren't going to make their bodies well by that kind of treatment, and those people aren't going to improve their souls by that sort of pure philosophizing, either. 5. Next we should consider exactly what a virtue is. Here are 3 kinds of things that can be present in your soul: emotions, capacities, dispositions. A virtue has to be one of those. By emotions, or feelings, I mean things like desire, anger, fear, boldness, envy, joy. 28 Love, hate, longing, jealousy, pity, in general, things that are accompanied by pleasure or pain. By capacities I mean the things that make us capable of those feelings, capable 25 of feeling angry, capable of feeling annoyed, capable of feeling sorry for someone. By dispositions, or states, I mean the things that set us in a good or bad way as regards our emotions, e.g. with respect to feeling angry, we're set in a bad way if our feelings of anger are either typically intense or typically feeble, and in a good way if they're somewhere in the middle, and similarly for our other emotions. So, first, virtues, and vices, aren't just emotions. We aren't called 30 good or bad people just on the basis of our emotions, but we are called good or bad on the basis of our virtues and vices. Also, we aren't praised or blamed just for having emotions. You don't praise someone for being afraid or for being angry, you don't criticize someone simply for being angry either. It 1106 depends on the way they get angry. But we are praised and blamed for our virtues and vices. Also, when we get angry or feel afraid, it's not a matter of choosing to feel that way, but virtues are choices, of a sort, or at any rate they involve making choices. 29. As well as that, 5 we say that our emotions move us. But we don't say our virtues and vices move us. We say they set us into a certain condition. For the same reasons, virtues aren't capacities either. We aren't called good or bad people, we aren't praised or blamed, just for being capable of feeling certain emotions. Also, it's our nature that gives us capacities, but we don't become good or 10 bad people just by our nature, we talked about that earlier. So if virtues aren't emotions or capacities, then they must be dispositions, states of character. That's what's left. So that tells us, in general 30 what a virtue is. 6. But we can't leave it at that, it's a disposition. We also have to say what sort of disposition. 15. So here we need to explain that virtues 31, whatever they're the virtues of, always put the thing itself into a good state, and also make it good at performing its task. E.g., the physical virtues of an eye make the eye a good eye, and make it perform its task well, which is to say, the eye's virtues make us see well. Likewise, a horse's virtues make it a good horse, and specifically 20 good at running, carrying its rider, facing the enemy. So, if that's how it is for all cases, then human virtues, similarly, are presumably dispositions that make someone a good human being, a good person, and good at performing the task of a human being. 32. As for how they do that, we've said something about it already. 33:25. But another way for us to get a clear idea of what I mean is by examining the exact nature of a virtue. 34. So whenever something comes in different amounts, on a sliding scale, you can have a more than X amount of it, a less than X amount of it, or an equal to X amount of it, and those can be set either objectively, by the thing itself, or relative to us. 35. The equal to X amount is then a sort of midpoint between overshooting X and falling short of it. Now, by an objective midpoint I mean the amount that's 30 equidistant from each of the two extremes. That doesn't vary. It's the same for everyone. But the midpoint relative to us is an amount that isn't too much and isn't too little. And that can vary. It isn't the same for everyone. Example, suppose 10 of something is a lot, and 2 is a little, then 6 is the midpoint, if we take it objectively, going by the thing itself. Because it's for more than 2 and also for less 35 than 10. That's the mathematical midpoint. But that's not the way to take the middle relative to us. Suppose 10/1106 pounds of food is a lot, 36 for someone to eat, and 2 is a little. It doesn't follow that the trainer's always going to tell someone to eat 6 pounds of food. Because even 6 pounds might be a lot for the person who's going to consume it, or it might be a little. It might be a small amount for a Milo 37 for example, but a lot for someone who's just starting out on their training. And the same goes for running, or wrestling. 5. So in the same way, every expert avoids going too far and avoids falling short, and tries to figure out the midpoint and chooses that, not the objective midpoint, the midpoint relative to us. So that's how every sort of knowledge and technical skill does its task well and perfects its product, with its eye on the midpoint, and by drawing its works towards that midpoint. That's why people typically say of well-formed works of art that you couldn't possibly add or take away a single thing, implying that going beyond that sweet spot, or falling short of it, would mess it up, while the middle state preserves it. And good artists and craftsmen do their work with their eye on that midpoint, as I said. But of course virtues are more precise than any art or technical skill, 15 and better, as nature is. 38. So virtues must aim at a midpoint too. Do you mean both kinds of virtues? Even intellectual virtues? I'm only talking about character virtues. Those are to do with actions and feelings, and it's in those that you can have too much, too little, and a midpoint. You can be afraid, for example, or feel bold, or feel physical 20 desire, or get angry, or feel sorry for someone, and in general feel any pleasure or pain, more or less, too much or too little. And to have those feelings when you should, and at the things you should, and towards the right people, and for the right reason and in the right way, that's the midpoint, and optimal, and to be optimal is characteristic 39 of good people. Likewise with actions, you can do something too much or too little or a middle amount. 25 virtues apply to feelings or actions where going too far, or falling short, means getting something wrong, while the midpoint means getting it right and is something people praise, both of which, getting things right, being praised, are characteristic of good people. 40. So a virtue is a middle state, at least in the sense that it aims at the midpoint. Also, there are lots of ways of getting it wrong, but only one way of getting it right. That's what the Pythagoreans had a 30 vague sense of when they classified bad as infinite and good as finite. That's also why one is so easy and the other so hard. It's easy to miss your target, hard to hit the bullseye. So for that reason too, going too far or falling short is characteristic of bad people, and the middle state characteristic of good people. 35 There's only one way for the good to be good. But so many ways to be bad. So a virtue is a disposition to choose certain things, it lies in a 1107 a middle state, middle relative to us, as determined by reason, or as a wise person would define it. It's a middle state both because it's between two ways of being bad, two vices, one caused by going too far and one caused by falling short, and also in the other sense that vices either make us fall short of or go beyond what's required in our feelings and our actions. 5 While the relevant virtue finds and chooses the midpoint. That means that we can think of virtues in two different ways, in essence, and by the definition stating what it fundamentally is, a virtue is a middle state. But in terms of being optimal, and as well set as it can be, it's also a high point. Does everything have a middle state? Is there, say, even a right amount of being unfair, or a right amount of being a coward? Not every kind of action or emotion allows a middle state. In some cases you just name the thing and you've automatically 10 implied its badness, things like gloating, 41 shamelessness, envy, or in the case of actions, adultery, stealing, murder. With all of those, and other things like that, it's implicit in the mere mention of them that they're bad per se. Never mind too much or too little of them. So there's never any way of getting it 15 right where they're concerned. You're always getting it wrong. With things like that there's no good or bad way of doing it, like, say, depending on whether you commit adultery with the right woman, or at just the right moment, or in just the right way. To do any of those things at all is to do the wrong thing. So it's the same with being unfair, being dishonest, being a coward, being lecherous. You shouldn't expect there to be a middle state, or ways of going too far, and falling short with those. 20 If there were, we'd end up having a middle amount of going too far and a middle amount of falling short, and you'd be able to go too far in going too far, and fall short of falling short. Just as there's no such thing as too much or too little of being moderate or being brave, because the midpoint is also, in a sense, the high point, there's also no middle state, no going too far, and no falling short with any of those. No matter how you do them, you're getting something wrong. 25 The general rule, there's no middle point of going too far or middle point of falling short, and there's no such thing as too much, or too little, of being in the middle. 7. We can't just make this very broad kind of claim. We also have to make it fit particular cases. When we're making 30 claims about actions, general claims may have a wider scope, but particular claims are more dependable. Actions are all about the particular situations, and that's where our theory has to ring true. So let's take these examples from our chart 42. Falls short. In the middle. Goes too far. Coward. Brave. Reckless. Feel nothing. Moderate. Lecherous, gluttonous. Ungenerous. Generous. Extravagant. Cheapskate. Lavish. Tacky, vulgar. Lacks pride. Has a sense of pride. Full of himself. Unambitious. Ambitious in a good way. Too ambitious. Angerless. Good-natured. Bad-tempered. Self-deprecating. Truthful about yourself. Phony, charlatan. Humorless yokel. Witty, funny. Crass, buffoonish. Cantankerous, grumpy. Like a friend. People pleaser, flunky. Shameless. Has a sense of modesty. Extremely shy. With feelings of fear and boldness, the middle state is being 1107. Be brave. If you go too far in feeling no fear, there's no name for what you are, there's often no name for these things, but someone who goes too far in feeling bold is reckless. Someone who feels too much fear or not enough boldness is a coward. In the sphere of pleasures and pains, the middle state is being moderate. 5, but not with all kinds of pleasure, and this has less to do with pains than pleasures. Someone who goes too far, i.e. indulges too much in physical pleasures, is lecherous and gluttonous. As for people who enjoy physical pleasures too little, there pretty much aren't any people like that, so there's no word for those kinds of people either. But let's call them feel-nothings. Point 43. In the sphere of giving and making money, the middle state is being generous and gentlemanly. If you do too much or too little, you're either extravagant or ungenerous. Ungenerous and extravagant people do too much and too little in opposite ways. An extravagant person goes too far in giving stuff away, and not far enough in making money, while an ungenerous or ungentlemanly person goes too far in the ways they make money. 44, and not far enough in giving. For now this is just a 15 rough outline, which is all we need. We'll give a more detailed description of them later on. There's also another set of dispositions to do with money, a middle state we call being lavish. Being lavish isn't just the same as being generous. A lavish spender spends on a grand scale, generosity applies to small-scale spending. Going too far, in this case, is being tacky or vulgar, while spending too little is being a cheapskate. Those are different from the vices that are the opposites of being generous. We'll explain later exactly how they're different. When it comes to how you feel about being respected or disrespected, the middle state is having a sense of pride. Going too far is what we call being full of yourself, and falling short is having no pride. And then there's another disposition, related to having a sense of pride in the same way that we said being generous. 25 relates to being lavish, namely, by being on a smaller scale. It applies to the more minor forms of respect and prestige, while a sense of pride applies to the major ones. Because you can desire respect and prestige to the right degree, or more than you should, or less than you should. And someone who goes too far in those strivings is ambitious, while someone who falls short is unambitious. But there's no word for the 30 person in the middle, and there are no words for the dispositions either, except for the ambitious persons, i.e. ambition. That's why the people at the two extremes both lay claim to the middle spot, and we go along with that, in that we sometimes call the person in the middle ambitious and then other times not ambitious in a good sense, i.e. sometimes we praise people for being ambitious, and sometimes 1108 praise them for not being ambitious. We'll explain why we do that in a later lecture. But for now let's say something about the rest of the list, following the method we've sketched out. You can also go too far, or fall short, or be in the middle with feelings of anger. 5 and there are pretty much no names for those dispositions, but since we call the person in the middle good-natured or gentle, let's call the middle state being good-natured. As for the extremes, a person who gets too angry is bad-tempered, so the vice is having a bad temper, while someone who falls short is a never-gets-angry sort of a person, and so the fall-short state is, let's say, anger deficiency. Then there are 3 other middle states, somewhat similar to one another but distinct. All 3 are about how we are in the company of others, either in conversation or doing things together. They differ in that one is to do with telling the truth in those contexts, while the other 2 are about being pleasant, in one case, pleasant in the context of jokes and amusement, in the other case, pleasant in all areas of life. So we should say 15 something about those as well, to help us to see 45 more clearly that the middle state is, in all contexts, something we praise, while the extremes are always things that aren't praised and aren't correct, people are criticized for them. Alright, so, here again, there aren't any words for most of these things, and we'll have to try to come up with names for them as we did in the other cases, for clarity and to make everything a bit easier to follow. So, as regards telling the truth about yourself, the person 20 in the middle is just truthful, let's say, and we can call the middle state being truthful. Giving a false impression of yourself, if you talk yourself up, is phoniness, and someone who has that disposition is a phony or a charlatan, and if you're always talking yourself down, that's self-deprecation, and someone with that disposition is self-deprecating. As for being pleasant, in the context of playing around, and telling jokes, the person in the middle state is witty, and the disposition a good sense of humor. Going too far is buffoonery, 25, and the person with that disposition is a buffoon, and someone who falls short is a sort of humorless yokel. 46, and the disposition, being humorless. As for being pleasant in other areas of life, the person who's pleasant in just the right way is like a friend or friendly, and the middle state is friendliness. Someone who goes too far, with no ulterior motive, is a people pleaser, or, if it's to further their own interests, a flunky or hanger-on, and someone who falls short, i.e. is unpleasant in all situations, is 30, a grumpy and cantankerous sort of person. There are also middle states for certain emotional responses and feelings. Shame, for example, although it isn't a virtue, is still something we praise, as is someone who has a sense of shame, a sense of modesty. Because even here we say that someone can be in the middle, or go too far, someone extremely shy, say, who feels embarrassed at everything, and someone who falls 35 short, or feels no shame at all, is shameless, and someone with a sense of modesty is in the middle. Then there's the feeling of indignation. It's the middle state. 1108, between being envious and gloating over other people's misfortunes. All of them have to do with the pleasure and pain we feel at things that happen to the people around us. An indignant sort of person is someone who gets upset when people enjoy successes that they don't deserve, whereas an envious person goes too far, beyond indignation, to the point of being annoyed at everyone's successes, and while an indignant person feels upset when people experience suffering that they don't deserve, 5, a gloater falls so far short of being upset by it, he actually delights in it. 47. But we'll have a chance to talk about these things elsewhere. 48, and after that, we'll distinguish the two different senses of being dikaios, being righteous and being fair, and talk about each of those, and say in what sense they're middle states. 49. 10, we'll also talk about the virtues of thought and reason. 8. So when you have three possible dispositions, two of them vices, one caused by going too far, one caused by falling short, and one of them a virtue, the one in the middle, all of them are opposites of all the others in some way or other. The two extremes are the opposite of the middle, and also of each other, and the middle is the opposite of the extremes. Because 15, just as an x amount is bigger compared to less than x, but smaller compared to more than x, likewise, in feelings and actions, the middle states seem to overshoot if you compare them to the ones that fall short, but seem to fall short if you compare them to the ones that overshoot. A brave man, for example, seems reckless compared to a coward, but looks like a 20 coward compared to someone reckless. And in the same way, a moderate person seems lecherous compared to a feel-nothing but looks like a feel-nothing compared to someone lecherous. A generous person seems extravagant compared to someone ungenerous, but ungenerous next to someone extravagant. That's also why the two people at the extremes both try to push the person in the middle towards the other end, that is, a coward 25 calls a brave man reckless, and a reckless man calls the brave man a coward, and the equivalent with the other virtues. 50. So in that sense all these dispositions are opposites of each other. But the strongest contrast is between the two extremes, less so between the extremes and the middle. That's because they're further away from one another than they are from the middle, just as big is further from small and small is further from big 30 than either of them is from medium size. Plus, in some cases one of the extremes is somewhat similar to the middle, e.g. being reckless looks a little bit like being brave, being extravagant looks a little bit like being generous, whereas the two extremes are always totally different from one another. And people define opposites as things that are as far apart from one another as possible, so things that are further apart are the 35 more natural opposites. 51. In some cases it's falling short that seems more like the 1109a opposite of being in the middle, and, in other cases, going too far. The more natural opposite of being brave, for example, isn't being reckless, i.e. going too far, but being a coward, i.e. falling short. And the more natural opposite of being moderate isn't being a feel-nothing, i.e. the short fall, but being lecherous and gluttonous, i.e. going too far. 5. There are two reasons that happens. One is based on the thing itself. Namely, if one of the extremes is closer to and more like the middle than the other, then we're more inclined to treat the other extreme, not that one, as the opposite. Being reckless, for instance, seems more similar to being brave, and closer to it. Being a coward seems less like it, so that's the one we're more inclined to treat as its opposite. The one further from the middle seems the more natural opposite. So that's the first reason, based on the thing itself. The second reason comes from us. If there's one extreme that we're somehow naturally more drawn towards, that one feels more like the opposite of the midpoint. We're naturally more drawn 15 to physical pleasures, for instance, and because of that we're more likely to gravitate towards being lecherous and gluttonous than towards behaving ourselves. So we're more likely to call that the opposite of the middle, the thing we more often give ourselves over to. And that's why being lecherous and gluttonous, in this case, going too far, is the more natural opposite of being moderate. 9. So we've said that 20 a virtue, of character, is a middle state, and we've said how, namely, that it's in the middle between two vices, one caused by going too far and one caused by falling short, and also that it's a middle because it aims for the midpoint in our feelings and actions. That just about covers it. That's also why being a good person is a tough task. It's 25 a task to find the midpoint all the time. It's like finding the midpoint of a circle, not just anyone can do it, it takes knowledge, and in the same way, sure, anyone can just get angry or give money to someone or spend money. That bit's easy. But as for doing it to the right person, and to the right degree, and at the right time, and for the right reason, and in the right way, that's not so easy anymore. Not just anyone can do it. That's why getting it right is rare, and something we praise, and something honorable. 30 So, if you're aiming for the midpoint, first of all you've got to move away from the more natural opposite, just like Calypso advises Odysseus 52. Pilot the ship well clear of the spray and the roar of the whirlpool. Because, of the two extremes, one of them implies getting it wrong more, the other less. So, since it's so hard to hit the midpoint 35 dead on, the next best thing is to take the lesser of two evils, as they say. Point 53 And the best way to do that is the way I'm saying. 1109b We also need to think about what we're individually more inclined towards. After all, we're all naturally drawn towards different things. We can figure it out from our own feelings of pleasure and pain, our individual likes and dislikes, and then 5 The trick is to drag ourselves in the opposite direction. That's to say, by drawing ourselves a long way away from getting it wrong, we'll end up at the midpoint, just like the way they straighten out warped planks of wood by overbending them. And in every situation, above all, we have to keep a close watch on what we find pleasurable. Watch out for Lady Pleasure, 54 Because whenever we're judging her she bribes us. We need to have the same feelings towards pleasure as the Trojan elders had towards Helen, and in every situation make their words our mantra. Point 55 That way we can send her on her way, and we'll be less likely to go astray. So, in short, if we do all that we'll give ourselves the best chance of hitting the midpoint. But no doubt that's a pretty hard thing to do, especially in the particulars. It's not easy, for example, 15 to determine how you should get angry, and who with, and over what kinds of things, and for how long. After all, even as observers we sometimes praise people who fall short and say they're good-natured, and then at other times we praise people who are being too harsh and call them tough and manly. But in any case, we don't criticize someone who's only a little bit off getting it right, whether to one side or the other. 20 They have to be further off. Because that's when we notice. But as for how much someone has to be off, or what point they have to reach, before they should be criticized, there's no easy way to define that by theory alone, just like with everything else that depends on perception. These kinds of things are in the particulars, and judging them depends on perception. So what all of this goes to show is that although the middle state, in all cases, is what people praise. We should sometimes 25 lean towards going too far, and sometimes lean towards falling short, because that'll actually be the easiest way of hitting the midpoint and getting it right. Book 3. 30 Now, since being a good person is all about feelings and actions, and since it's only things we do willingly and willfully that we're praised or blamed for, whereas things we do unwillingly are forgivable, and in some cases even make people feel sorry for us, surely a definition of willing and unwilling actions is crucial for anyone investigating moral goodness, as well as useful for people drafting laws that deal with rewards. 35 and punishments. 1110 ASO we regard as unwilling, a. things we're forced to do, and b. things we do by mistake or unknowingly. A. You're forced to do something when it has an external cause, such that you, the person doing it, or rather, the person it's happening to, don't contribute anything at all, like, say, when you're simply carried somewhere by the wind one at sea, or by people who've captured you. Then there are all those cases where you do something through fear of something even worse, or for some honorable 5 reason. Suppose some tyrant orders you to do something shameful or degrading and he's holding your parents and children hostage, and if you do it they'll live but if you refuse to they'll be killed. In situations like that, are you acting willingly or unwillingly? You could argue it either way. Something similar happens in those cases where people throw their cargo overboard in a storm. Normally, nobody willingly dumps their cargo, but if it's to save their own life and the lives of the rest of the crew, anyone would. They'd be crazy not to. So actions like that are mixed. But they seem a bit more like things we do willingly. After all, they're your best option at the moment when you're doing them, and the goal of your action is set by the particular situation. So willingly and unwillingly have to apply to the moment you're actually doing it. 15 And at that moment 3 you're doing it willingly. After all, in those kinds of actions the source of all your bodily movements is within you, and if an action has its cause within you that means it's up to you to do it or not do it. So it follows that we do those kinds of things willingly. But I suppose broadly speaking for they're done unwillingly, in the sense that nobody would ever choose to do anything like that for its own sake. 20 In some cases people are even praised for what they do in those situations, when they submit to something shaming or degrading or painful for some very important and honorable reason. And they're criticized if it's the other way round. Submitting to extreme humiliation 5 for no honorable reason, or not much of one, seems pretty shabby. In other cases, even if you aren't praised you're at least forgiven, cases where you do the wrong thing under the kinds of 25 pressures that strain human nature to breaking point and that nobody could possibly endure. Then again, there are surely some things that nothing could ever force you to do. I'm not doing that. I'd rather die a horribly painful death. I mean, the things that compelled Alcmaeon to kill his own mother, in the Euripides play, for example, seem pretty ridiculous. 6. And in some of these cases it's very hard to determine 30 whether option A is better than option B, or whether it's worth submitting to X to avoid outcome Y. 7 And even harder to stick to your decision 8 once you've made it. Because in most of these cases, on one side there's the prospect of something painful if you refuse, but on the other you're being pressured into something shameful or humiliating. Hence the praise or blame people receive for giving in, or for not giving in, to the pressure. 1110 BSO When exactly should we say we're forced to do something, then? How about this? You're forced to do it, plain and simple, when the cause is external, so you're doing it, but not contributing to its cause in any way. But as for things we do unwillingly considered in themselves, but which we choose to do at that moment and to avoid X, and where the cause is within the person doing it, why not just say those are done unwillingly? 5 Considered in themselves, but willingly at that moment, and willingly to avoid X. But they're more like things we do willingly. Because all actions take place in particular contexts, and those particular things, in that situation are being done willingly. 9. And as for when your option A is better than your option B, there just aren't any easy answers. The particular situations throw up so many variables. And if someone's tempted to think that we're even forced to do things that are pleasurable or honorable, because those 10 features are external, and they compel us, well, that would mean that we're forced to do every single thing we do. Because those are the 2 reasons anyone does anything. Also, when people are forced to do something, and do it unwillingly, it's painful, but when they do something because it's pleasurable or honorable, they enjoy doing it. And it's ridiculous to blame external causes, rather than yourself, for being so easily hooked by things like that, or to give yourself the credit for doing 15 things that are honorable, but then blame pleasures the moment you do something shameful. So overall it seems you're forced to do X when X has an external cause, to which you, the person forced, contribute nothing at all. B. Something you do by mistake or unknowingly is always non-willful. But it's only unwilling if it upsets you and you're sorry about it. That's to say, if someone does something by 20 mistake but then isn't remotely bothered by what they've done, then, sure, they haven't acted willfully, since they didn't even know they were doing it, but they haven't exactly acted unwillingly either, not if it doesn't upset them. So in cases of doing something by mistake, it seems you did it unwillingly if you're then sorry about it, but if you aren't, since that's different, let's say you did it non-willfully. Since it's a different thing, it's better to give it its own label. 25. There's also a difference between a. doing something by mistake or unknowingly and b. not knowing what you're doing. We wouldn't say that someone who's drunk or angry is doing things unknowingly or by mistake. We'd say they're acting that way because they're in that state. But we do tend to say they don't know what they're doing, they're not aware of their actions. And of course every wicked person is mistaken, that is, about what sorts of things people should and should not do. Being mistaken in that sense is what makes us unethical, 30 makes us evil. We don't call it acting unwillingly when someone just doesn't know what's best. 11 Being mistaken in your basic choices doesn't make your actions unwilling, it makes you a bad person. Neither does ignorance of a general principle. For that kind of ignorance you'll certainly be criticized. It has to be ignorance of the particulars, the context of the action. 11 If they particular things it involved. Whether or not people are going to forgive you or sympathize with your mistake depends on those. Because it's only when you're mistaken about one of those that you're acting unwillingly. So it's probably not such a bad idea if we set them out in full, say what they are and how many there are. So, there's A. who's doing the thing, and B. what they're doing, and C. what it affects, or who they're doing it to, and in some cases, D. what they're doing it with, as in with what tool 5 or implement, and E. the intended result 12, e.g. to save someone's life, and F. how they're doing it, e.g. gently, or violently. Now there's no way, short of being crazy, that you could be mistaken about all of those at once. And obviously you can't be mistaken about who's doing it, either. How could you not realize that you're the one doing it? But you might not realize, B. what you're doing, like when people are talking and say it just slipped out 13 or that they didn't know it was a secret, 10 like with Aeschylus and the Eleusinian Mysteries, or the catapult case, where he just meant to show it to someone and fired it. Or, C. you might mistake your own son for one of the enemy, the way Merope did, 14 or, D. you might think that the spear is ball-tipped when it's actually blade, or that the rock you're throwing is just pumice. Or, E. you might give someone a potion to save their life and kill them with it, or, F. you might mean to just scuff someone, like when you're sparring, and actually punch them. 15 So those are all the details of the action you could be mistaken about. And when you're mistaken about one of those, people feel you've done the thing unwillingly. Especially if it's one of the really important ones. The really important ones are who you're doing it to, and its intended purpose. So you're acting unwillingly when you do things by mistake or unknowingly in that sense, provided that the action also 20 upsets you and you're sorry about it. So, if you're acting unwillingly when you're either A. forced to do something, or b. do it by mistake, then presumably you're acting willingly whenever a. the cause of your action is internal, and b. you're fully aware of all the particulars of what you're doing. It's surely not right to say, as some people do, that fighting spirit, anger 15 and physical desire also cause us to do things unwillingly. 25 First, because that will mean that no animal besides us ever does anything willingly or willfully. Or children. And second, what's the claim here, that we do none of those things willingly? Nothing that we do out of fighting spirit or anger or physical desire. Or is it that we do all the honorable ones willingly, but all the shameful ones unwillingly? Surely that's ridiculous, when it's one and the same thing causing both. 30 But then it's surely also absurd to say we're doing X unwillingly in cases where we should be motivated in that way. 16 There are, after all, things we ought to get angry about, things we should desire. 17 Like health and learning. And surely unwilling actions are painful. But don't we by definition enjoy doing things that fulfill our physical desires? Also, why aren't mistakes caused by poor reasoning 18 just as unwilling as mistakes done in anger? What difference does it make? The fact is we should avoid both kinds of error, and 11 Born non-rational emotions seem just as much a part of human nature, and that means the actions that flow from physical desire and anger and fighting spirit are very much actions of the person. So it's absurd to class them as things we do unwillingly. 2. Now that we've sorted out what it means to do something willingly and willfully or unwillingly, the next thing to do is explain the concept of choice. Making choices is absolutely central to being a good person, and our choices are a more reliable indicator of our character than our actions. Alright, so choosing to do something implies doing it willfully, but not vice versa. Willing and willful is broader. Children and non-human animals can certainly do things willingly and willfully, but they aren't capable of making choices. Also, we regard 10 snap reactions as willful, but we don't say people choose them. Some people say, A. that choice is desire, or B. that it's thumos, an impulse of spirit 19, or C. that choosing is wanting, or D. that a choice is a sort of belief. Here's why none of those ideas seems to be right. A. It can't just be desire. Non-reasoning animals aren't capable of making choices, but they are capable of desire and fighting spirit. Plus, if you lack self-control you do things out of physical desire but without choosing to, and, conversely, in exercising 15 self-control you're choosing to act against your desire. Plus, you can desire the opposite of what you choose, but you can't desire the opposite of what you desire. 20. Plus, desire targets what's pleasurable or painful, but choice doesn't target pain or pleasure. 21. B. As for it being thumos, a spirited impulse, that's even less plausible. Spirited actions seem the very least based on choice. 22. C. But then choosing certainly isn't just wanting, either, although they certainly feel very similar. 20 For one thing, you don't choose things that are impossible. If you claim to be choosing impossible things, people would think you were a halfwit, but you can certainly want things that are impossible. You can want eternal life, for instance. Plus, you can want things that you couldn't possibly bring about through your own actions, e.g. you can want some actor or athlete to win. 23-25 But nobody chooses things like that. You only choose things you think it's in your power to make happen. Plus, we're more likely to want the thing that's our goal, and then choose the things that will get us to our goal. E.g. we want to be healthy, and we choose the things that make us healthy, and we want to flourish and be blessed, and we say we're blessed. 24 But it sounds a bit weird to say I choose to be blessed, because there's a general sense that choice is about 30 things that are in our power. 25. D. It doesn't seem to be just a belief, either. A belief can be about anything at all. We can just as easily have beliefs about eternal, unchanging facts, or things that are impossible, as about things that are up to us. Plus, we classify beliefs as true or false, not good or bad, the more usual way 26 of classifying a choice. No doubt nobody claims that choice is just the same thing as 11-12 a belief in general. But it isn't even the same as a certain sort of belief, namely, as some people say, the belief that X is good. Choosing good or bad things makes us the kind of people we are, 27 merely having beliefs about them doesn't. Plus, we choose to get or to avoid good and bad things, whereas we have beliefs about what they are, who they're good for, or how. 5. Our beliefs certainly aren't to get them or to avoid them. Plus, we normally praise a choice if someone chooses what they should, or for being the right choice, but we praise a belief for being true. Plus, it's very typical to choose things we know are good, but if we believe that X is good, we certainly don't know that X is good. Plus, people who make the best choices don't seem to be the same as the ones who have the best beliefs about what's good and bad. 10. Some people seem to have the better beliefs but then choose the wrong thing, because they're bad people. 28. And even if a belief always precedes any choice, or is implied by it, so what? That's not the claim we're considering here. We're asking if a choice is the same thing as some kind of belief. So what is it then? What does it involve, if it's none of the above? Well, what we choose to do we certainly do willingly. But not all the things we do willingly are things we also choose. 15. So, could it be that it's just the ones we've deliberated over beforehand? Yes, because choosing implies reasoning and thinking. And even the word in Greek seems to hint at deliberation, proharisthai, to choose implies taking A over B. 29. 3. Do people deliberate about everything? Can you deliberate about anything at all, or are there some things where deliberating doesn't apply? And we should probably say that 20 what you can deliberate about doesn't mean whatever some halfwit or madman might deliberate about. Let's say it means something you could sanely deliberate about. So, nobody deliberates over eternal, unchanging facts, like the nature of the cosmos or the fact that the square root of 2 is an irrational number. Or things that are in motion but occur with perfect regularity, by necessity, or maybe by their nature, 25, or for some other reason, like the turning of the seasons or the rising of the stars. Or things that happen unpredictably, like droughts or rainfall. Or things that are just a matter of luck, like finding buried treasure. And we don't deliberate about all human matters either, e.g. no Spartan ever deliberates over what would be the best form of government in Scythia. The 30 point is, none of these can be brought about through our own agency. We deliberate about things that are up to us and that are doable. Those are still left. Because the causes of things are, a. nature, b. necessity, and c. chance, but also, d. mind and every kind of human agency. And each group of human beings deliberates about the things that they can do. With 11-12 precise, self-contained forms of knowledge, like knowing how to write, there's no place for deliberation. We're never in two minds about how to write an A. We only deliberate about things that happen through our agency but that don't always turn out the same way, like things we do in medicine, or business. 5. And piloting a ship, say, involves more deliberating than athletic training does, to the extent that its rules are less precisely honed, and the same applies generally, and skills involve more deliberation than sciences, because with skills we're more likely to be in two minds about what to do. Deliberating takes place with things that usually happen a certain way, but where it's unclear how they'll turn out this time, where there's a bit of indeterminacy. 10. We get other people to help us deliberate, advise us, on big things, because we don't trust ourselves to make the right decision on our own. We don't deliberate about our goals. We only deliberate about the things that will get us to our goals. A doctor doesn't ask, should I cure the patient, or an orator, should I try to persuade my audience, or a statesman, should I bring about law and order. In general, nobody deliberates about their goal. 30-15. No, they take their goal as set, and think about how to bring it about, i.e. by what steps. And if it seems like there are several possible ways of making it happen, the question then becomes which would be the best way, or the easiest. And if their goal, A, can only be achieved through one thing, B, they then consider how to make A happen through B, i.e. what's the C that will make B happen, and so on, until they come to a starting point in the chain of causation, which is the end point in finding the answer. Because when you're 20 deliberating, it's like you're working something out, you're working backwards through a problem, the way I've just described, rather like working back through a proof in geometry. Working something out doesn't always imply deliberating, it doesn't in mathematics, for instance, but deliberating always implies working something out. And the end point in working back through the problem is then the first step in making the thing happen. So if we come up against an impossible first step, we 25 give up on the whole idea. If we need money, say, and there's simply no way of getting any. But if it seems possible, we set about doing it. And by possible here we mean things that can be brought about through us, or through our friends, because that is through us, in a sense, because we initiate our friends' actions. Sometimes we're trying to figure out what tools we need, sometimes, how to use them. Likewise, in general sometimes the 30 question is what X will make this happen, and sometimes it's how do we make X happen, or who's going to do X. So, to recap, A, human beings, we've said, are a cause, they cause their own actions, and, B, we deliberate about the things that we can do, and, C, our actions are always for the sake of some other thing, because it isn't our goal that we deliberate about, just the things that get us to our goals. You don't deliberate about particulars, either, like is this 11:13 a bread, or is it cooked? That's the job of perception. If you deliberate at every level you'll go on forever. You deliberate about, and choose, the very same set of things, except that something you choose has got as far as being decided on. That's to say, what you choose is what you've approved after deliberating over it. 5. There's a point where figuring out how you're going to do something stops, namely when you've traced the initiating of it back to yourself, and in particular to the part of you that's in charge. That's the part that does the choosing. That's illustrated by those older forms of government, the ones that Homer described, where the chieftains would announce their choices to the rank and file. Something 10 we choose is, A, a thing we deliberate about, and, B, a thing we desire to do, and, C, in the class of things that are up to us. So it seems that overall a choice is a deliberation-based desire to X, where X is something that's up to us. As a result of deliberating we've approved X, and now desire to X, in line with our deliberation. So that will do as our outline of what a choice is, and what kinds of things we choose, namely the things that get us to our goals. Let's move on. 4. What we want, as we said, is our goal. 15. But beyond that, some people think that you can only want what's good, others think that you just want whatever seems good to you. Now, if we say that you can only want what's good, the upshot is that if someone picks the wrong thing to want, then, weirdly, the thing they want is unwantable. 31 Because to be wantable it has to be good, and, as it turned out in this case, it was bad. 20 But if we say you just want whatever seems good, the upshot now is that there's no such thing as naturally wantable, wantable is on this view just whatever seems so to each of us. And that's one thing to me and something else to you, and in some cases the very opposite things. So if we're unsatisfied with both those ideas, maybe we should say that wantable in the normal sense, and truly wantable, is what's good, but wantable by you is whatever seems good to you. 25 On that view, a good person can only want what's really wantable. 32 i.e. good, while a bad person can want whatever. That's how it is with our bodies, too. What's healthy for people in good physical condition are things that really are healthy, but when you're sick a different set of things are healthy for you, and the same goes for bitter or sweet or hot or heavy and the rest. A good person, we're saying, judges everything correctly, and 30 in all situations the way things seem to a good person is the way they really are. Each character state brings its own particular view of what's honorable, and pleasurable. And if you're a good person, what makes you special, maybe more than anything else, is the fact that in every situation you see those things as they really are. A good person is the standard, the measure of them, so to speak. 33. Most people get it wrong. It seems they're fooled by pleasure, 11:13, which seems to be a good thing but isn't. So they choose what's pleasurable, as if it were the only good thing, and avoid pain, as if it were the only bad thing. 5. So, if what we want is our goal, whereas what we deliberate about and choose are the things that get us to our goal, it follows that all the actions that get us to our goal are things we do by choice, and therefore willingly. 5. But that's also exactly where we exercise our virtues. So that means that being good people, in general, or bad people is up to us as well. Because if doing something is up to us, so is not doing it, and if not doing it is up to us, so is doing it. 34. So if doing something is up to us and it's the honorable thing to do, then failing to do it 10 will also be up to us, and shameful. Or if not doing something is up to us and that's the honorable thing, then doing it is also up to us, and shameful. And if doing or not doing honorable and shameful things, which is just to say, being good or bad people, is up to us, then it follows that whether we're decent people or scoundrels is up to us. To say that 15 no man is willingly nasty 35 or unwillingly blessed seems partly right, partly wrong. True, nobody's unwillingly blessed. But being a terrible person is certainly willful. Or should we dispute the claims we've just made? Should we claim that people aren't the source of their actions, the parents of their actions, as surely as of their children? No, that seems right. 20 There are no other causes we can trace our actions back to besides the ones inside us. And when things have their causes inside us, those things themselves are up to us, and willful. That's surely the view endorsed by all of us, individually, and by all lawmakers. Lawmakers punish and penalize people who do wicked things, unless they were forced to do them, or did them without realizing and weren't to blame for not realizing. 25 And reward people for behaving honorably, with the idea of encouraging the latter and thwarting the former. But we can't possibly be encouraged to do something that isn't up to us and that we don't do willingly. There's no point being persuaded not to feel hot, say, not to have a headache, not to feel hungry, or anything like that. What difference will it make? We'll just feel it anyway. 30 For that matter, lawmakers even punish people for not realizing what they were doing, if they seem responsible for not realizing. They sometimes set double penalties for people who commit crimes while drunk, for example, since that counts as an internal cause. They had the power not to get drunk, and being drunk was what made them unaware of what they were doing. And they punish people for being ignorant of some detail of the law if it's something that they ought to know. And 11:14 That isn't very hard to know, and likewise in other cases if it seems careless of them not to realize what they were doing, on the assumption that it was up to them to avoid the oversight, because it's in their power to be more careful. But what if he couldn't help being careless? What if he's just that kind of person? Well, but people have only themselves to blame for becoming that kind of person through slack living, and for becoming unfair, dishonest men by cheating people. 36 Or for becoming gluttons by constant boozing and such like. Remember, our activities, in any area, give us dispositions that match them. It's obvious, just look at people who are in training for any kind of competition, or for doing whatever. They train by spending all their time in that activity. So you'd have to be incredibly obtuse not to see that our various activities create our character traits. And it makes no sense to say that someone who keeps treating people unfairly nevertheless doesn't want to be an unfair person, or that a man who keeps behaving lecherously doesn't want to be a lecherous man. If you knowingly do things that are going to make you an unfair person, well, that means you are then willfully an unfair person, mind you, That's not to say that you can stop being an unfair person whenever you like and go back to being someone who's fair. Just like, if you're sick you can't just go back to being healthy again either. 15. And let's suppose you're willfully sick, as the case may well be, because you've been living your life without any self-control and you've never listened to your doctors. In that case, yes, early on you may have had the option of not being sick, but once you let yourself go you lost that option, just like the way, when you throw a stone, once you let go it's impossible to take it back, and yet throwing it was certainly up to you, the cause was internal. Likewise, with someone who's now an unfair person, or someone who's now a lecherous man, 20 they certainly had the option, back at the start, of not becoming those kinds of people. That's why they're willfully what they are. But once they've become those kinds of people they no longer have the option of not being that way. And it isn't just defects of character 37, vices, that are willfully acquired. So are physical defects, in some cases, and we criticize people in those cases. Nobody criticizes people for being born ugly. 38 But we do criticize people who are unattractive because they don't exercise enough or don't take care of themselves. 25 The same goes for being weak or disabled. You certainly wouldn't reproach someone for being blind from birth, or through sickness or injury. You'd surely just feel sorry for them. But you'd certainly reproach a man who was blind as a result of constant boozing, or from some other sort of overindulgence. In other words, we criticize the physical defects that are our responsibility, but not the ones that aren't. And 30 That suggests that in other areas, too, the defects or vices that we criticize are up to us, our own responsibility. But suppose someone said this. 39. All you can do is strive after whatever seems good to you. But you don't have any control over how things seem to you. It's just a matter of the kind of person you are, that determines 11-14 what seems good to you, and what goal you have. Well, first, that means that if we are responsible, in some sense, for being the people we are, then it turns out we are responsible, in some sense, for how things seem to us as well. But if that's not the case, then nobody's ever to blame for the evil things they do. They're just doing those things because they have the wrong goal. They mistakenly think those things will get them what's best in life. But being driven towards our goal isn't something we choose for ourselves. You just have to be born with a sort of vision which will make you judge things well and choose what's actually good. So it's a talent. A talented person is someone nobly natured in that respect. After all, this is the most important and the finest part of you, and 10 If it can't be acquired or learned from anyone, if what it's like is purely a matter of your nature, then to be well-natured, nobly natured, in that respect would be the most perfect and complete natural talent, talent in the truest sense. Well, if all that's true, doesn't that mean that being a good person is every bit as involuntary 40 as being a bad person? Because it's the same for both. A good person and a bad one, on this view, both have this innate, fixed goal 41 that seems good 15 to them, whatever it might be, 42 and then they both do everything else they do, whatever that is, with reference to that goal. So, maybe our goal, whatever it is that seems good to us, is not innate, it's also partly down to us. Or maybe our goal is innate, but because a good person then does everything else willfully, being a good person is still voluntary and willful. Either way, being a bad person turns out to be voluntary and 20 willful as well, because a bad person, in the same way, at least has responsibility for their actions, even if not for their goal. So, if it's the case, as we've claimed, 43 that our ways of being good, our virtues, are voluntary, because we are partly responsible for our character traits, and the kind of goal we set ourselves depends on the kind of people we are, then our ways of being bad, our vices, must be voluntary too. Whatever 25 goes for one goes for the other. Alright, so we've completed our overview of virtues. We've said what kind of thing they are, in outline, dispositions or character states, and specifically middle states. We've said the actions that create them are also the things they make us do, and do for what they are. We've said that they're up to us, and willful. We've said they always operate subject to the orders of correct reasoning. 30. But our character traits aren't willful in quite the same sense as our actions. We're in full charge of our actions from start to finish, and aware of all the details, but with character traits we only have control over starting them off. We don't have a fine 11-15 agrand awareness of them growing, just like with illnesses. But they're still willful overall, because it was up to us at the start to behave that way, or not. So now let's pick it up by discussing each virtue separately. Let's say what they are, what kinds of things they're concerned with, and how. That will also show us, in the process, how many there are. First, bravery. 6. So, we've already explained that being brave is a midpoint connected with feeling afraid and feeling bold. What we're afraid of, obviously, are things that are frightening, and that basically means things that are bad. That's why they define being afraid of X as thinking that X is going to be bad for you. 10. Now, we're afraid of all bad things: disgrace, poverty, sickness, having no friends, dying, but not all of them seem relevant to being brave. For a start, there are some things you ought to be afraid of and that it's honorable to fear, and actually shameful not to fear, like disgrace. To fear disgrace is to be a decent person, with a sense of shame. A man with no fear of disgrace is shameless. He might sometimes be called brave. 15. But that's a kind of metaphor. It's because he resembles a brave man in one respect: they're both fearless in some sense. Poverty, on the other hand, you probably shouldn't be afraid of. Or sickness. Or anything else that doesn't come from being a bad person and that you don't bring upon yourself. But having no fear of those kinds of things doesn't make you brave either. Although, again, you might be called brave by resemblance. 20. After all, some people who are cowards in the heat of battle are also generous, i.e. cool and calm about losing money. You're also not a coward if you're afraid of violence being done to your wife and children. 44. Or if you're afraid that X might make you feel envy, or anything like that. 45. And you're not brave just because you can keep your cool when you're about to get a whipping from your master. 46. Alright, so what kinds of frightening things is a brave man 25 brave about? Presumably the most frightening of all. Because a brave man is by definition the very best at facing the things we dread. And the most frightening thing of all? Death. Because death is the end, and surely once we're dead that's it, there's nothing more for us, good or bad. Yet it seems not even every kind of death gives a brave man scope for being brave. Not death at sea, or from sickness, for example. So death in what circumstances, then? Presumably the most honorable and glorious. 30. And that means death in battle. That's where men die facing the greatest and most glorious peril, as indicated in the way those men are highly esteemed by city-states and by monarchs. So a brave man, in the strict sense, is a man who is fearless in the face of an honorable death, and in the face of all the things that threaten instant death, which means, above all, the dangers of battle. 35. Of course, brave men will also be unafraid in the face of death at 11-15 psi or from sickness, though not in the same way as professional sailors. Brave men resign themselves to the fact that their lives are lost, they're only bothered to be dying in that way. Sailors have the confidence that comes of long experience. Also, men show their bravery in situations where they can go down fighting, or where their death is glorious. 5. Neither of those applies when they perish at sea or from sickness. 7. What's frightening isn't the same thing for everyone. But we do speak of some things as being superhumanly frightening, and those are certainly frightening for anyone, at any rate anyone who isn't crazy. But things that are frightening tend within human limits vary in scale and might be more, or less, frightening. Likewise, things might be more, or less, emboldening. A brave man is unflinching, as far as any mere human being can be. So, yes, he will be afraid of those humanly frightening things too, but to the right degree, the reasonable degree, and he'll face them whenever it's the honorable thing to do. Because that's the goal of being a good man. You can fear these things too much or too little, and you can also be afraid of things that aren't frightening as if they were. 15. There are various ways of getting it wrong. You can be afraid of the wrong thing, or to the wrong degree, or at the wrong time, and so on. Similarly with things that embolden us. So a brave man is someone who fears, or is emboldened by, and faces the right things, for the right reason, to the right degree, at the right time. Because a brave man always both feels and acts as the situation merits, and just as reason says he should. 20. The goal of every activity is set by your character state. And for a brave man that character trait, being brave, is an honorable thing. So its goal must also be honorable. Because every aspect of character is defined as honorable or shameful by reference to its goal. So that means he faces the dangers, and does all the things bravery calls for, because it's the honorable thing to do. There are different ways of going too far. A. Someone might go too far in feeling no fear. There's no 25 name for that. As we said earlier, there's often no name for these things, but you'd have to be a kind of lunatic, or impervious to all pain, if you weren't afraid of anything at all, not even earthquakes or tidal waves, as they say about the Celts. 47. B. Someone who's too bold in frightening situations is reckless. And a reckless man is surely a bit of a phony. 2. Someone 30 who just pretends to be brave. In frightening situations he wants to seem the way the brave man is. So at every opportunity he mimics him. That's why most reckless men are actually cowards under the bravado. They put on a bold show while they can, but once things get frightening they don't stick around. C. Someone who feels too much fear is a coward. He's afraid of the wrong things, and to the wrong degree, and so on. Every 35 way of getting it wrong goes with being a coward. He falls 11/16 short, 2, in boldness, that is. But it's his distress, in which he goes too far, that more often gives him away. So a coward is prone to despair, because he's afraid of absolutely everything. A brave man is the opposite, because boldness implies confidence, optimism. So cowards, the reckless and the brave are all involved with 5 the same things, but relate to them in different ways. 2 of them go too far and fall short, and 1 is set nicely in the middle and gets it right. Plus, reckless men are impetuous, and eager before the danger, but once they're in the thick of it they back off, whereas brave men get fired up in the action but stay calm and steady beforehand. 10. So, to recap, bravery is a middle state concerned with things that frighten or embolden us, in the situations we've specified, and a brave man chooses to do what he does, and face what he faces, because it's the honorable thing, or shameful not to. Committing suicide to escape poverty, or a broken heart, or some kind of pain or distress is not brave. It's more something a coward would do. Running away from your troubles is spineless. 15. You're not facing death because it's honorable to do so, you're just running away from something bad. 8. So that's what true bravery is like. But there are also other things we call bravery, which we can divide into 5 types. A. First, because it's the most similar, there's citizens' bravery, patriot bravery. Fellow citizens face the dangers of battle, as it seems, to avoid the penalties set by their laws and because of the reproaches or the respect they'll receive. That's 20 why you always seem to find the bravest men in city-states where cowards are treated with scorn and brave men highly respected. There are characters who illustrate this sort of bravery in Homer, like when Hector says, "Polydamas shall be first to pile his reproaches upon me." Or Diomedes. 25 But if I run, just imagine what Hector will say to the Trojans. The famous Diomedes, Tydeus' son, I sent him packing. This is the closest to the kind of bravery we described earlier, because it still comes of being a good man, Specifically, it's caused by shame and a desire for respect, hence, for something honorable, and a fear of reproach, i.e. a fear of something shameful. You might also be tempted to put men who are coerced by their commanders in the same category. But theirs is actually a rather lower grade of bravery, considering that they act out of fear rather than shame, and to avoid pain rather than what's shameful. They're coerced by men who hold the power of life and death over them, like when Hector says, "Any man I spy a skulking, far behind the line. 35 You mark my words, he'll soon be meat for dogs." And when generals put men in the front line and then whip them if they fall back, 11/16 they redoing the same, or when they line up their men in front of ditches and such like. Those are all forms of coercion. But a man shouldn't be brave under duress. He should be brave because it's honorable. b. Technical expertise in a given field can also look like bravery, which is what Socrates had in mind when he thought 5 bravery was knowledge. Different sorts of people are brave in that sense in different fields, and in warfare it's the professional soldiers. Because in war, as they say, many a scare is just hot air, and mercenaries have seen it all before, which makes them look brave, because the others don't yet know the ropes. On top of that, their expertise enables them to attack or defend themselves better than anyone else, since they know how to use their weapons and generally possess superior weapons, the best for attack or defense. So they're almost like armed men fighting unarmed opponents, or professional athletes against novices. In those combat sports, too, it isn't the bravest men who are the best fighters, it's the ones who are the strongest 15 and fittest. But they turn into cowards once the danger becomes too much for them to handle, once they find themselves outnumbered, or up against superior equipment. They're the first to run away, while civilian units stand their ground and fight to the death. That's just what happened in the Battle of Hermes Precinct. That's because, for citizens, running away is shameful. 20 So they'd rather die than survive that way. But mercenaries only face the danger in the first place on the assumption that they're the stronger side, so as soon as they realize they're not, they cut and run. They're more afraid of death than of acting shamefully. A brave man isn't like that. See, people also connect fighting spirit with bravery. Men driven by fighting spirit, 25 like the way wounded animals will rush at their attackers, can seem brave, on account of the fact that genuinely brave men are certainly also spirited. It's fighting spirit, above all, that fires us up and propels us into danger, hence those phrases in Homer, "It filled his spirit with strength and it roused his valor and his spirit and he sucked a fierce breath of valor up his nose and his blood boiled." All those stock phrases seem to refer to the arousal, and the impetus, of fighting spirit. So the reason brave men do what they do is that it's honorable. But fighting spirit helps them do it. With animals, it's really just pain that drives them. It's because they've been hit and wounded or they're afraid. Certainly, if the hunt is in a forest or a reed marsh, they stay well away. Then, when they're flushed out, intense pain and fighting spirit 35 can make them rush at the danger without any foresight or any awareness of what's frightening and what isn't. That doesn't make them brave. Otherwise we'll have to say that donkeys are brave when they're hungry. A hungry donkey, after all, will endure 11/17 a beating to keep on eating its hay. Plus, even adulterers, driven by sexual desire, do plenty of daring things. But it does seem that the most natural sort of bravery is the kind caused by fighting spirit, and that once that's combined 5 with conscious choice and a reason for action, the result is full bravery. People feel pain, too, when they're angry, and then pleasure when they take revenge, and men who fight from those motives are certainly belligerent, but not brave. They're not thinking about what's honorable or doing what reason tells them to. They're driven by an emotion. But the state they're in is fairly close to bravery. d. Men who simply feel confident aren't thereby brave, either. 10 They rebold in the face of danger because, let's say, they've won lots of battles in the past against lots of opponents. and they're similar to brave men in so far as both act boldly. But brave men are bold for the reasons we explained, confident men only because they feel unbeatable and think there's no way they can come to any harm. Men who are drunk behave in pretty much the same way. Getting drunk makes you confident, too. 15 But as soon as events prove them wrong, they run away. A brave man is different. He faces things that are, and seem, frightening to any normal human being because it's the honorable thing to do, and shameful not to. That's also why it seems braver of a man to be fearless and to keep his cool in a sudden crisis than one that he anticipated. 20 Because then it's more a matter of character, less of preparation. When you can plan ahead, what you choose to do may be a result of calculation and reason. But a spur-of-the-moment choice has to be based on character. Men also seem brave when they're just unaware of the danger. They're in more or less the same state as men who feel confident, but worse, to the extent that they have no sense of self-worth, whereas confident men do. That's why confident men stand their ground at least for a while, but men who are 25 simply under some misapprehension run away the moment that they realize, or so much as suspect, that things are not as they thought. That's what happened to the Argives when they attacked the Spartans thinking they were just Sicilians. 48. Alright, so we've said what brave men are like, and we've described the various kinds of men who merely seem brave. 9. So bravery, we're saying, applies to things that frighten us and embolden us. 30 But not to both equally. It's really more about the things that frighten us. A brave man is someone who keeps his cool in frightening situations, and is the way a man should be in the face of things that frighten us, more than things that embolden us. So that means it's for facing and enduring painful things that people are called brave, as we've explained. Because fear is a form of pain. That's why being brave is painful and stressful, and that's why men are praised for it, and rightly so. 35 It's harder to endure things that are painful than to abstain from pleasures. Having said that, 11-17 It seems plausible that at least the goal of bravery is actually something pleasurable, but that it gets overshadowed by all the things around it. Something like that happens in combat sports. Boxers, for example, certainly have a goal that's pleasurable, the thing they're doing it all for. The prize. The glory. But being punched hurts, assuming they're made of flesh and blood. It's painful. So is all the training. And because there's a lot of that stuff, and the point of it all is such a small, distant thing, overall it doesn't seem to involve any pleasure. So if that's how it is with bravery as well, then certainly dying, or being wounded, will be painful for a brave man and he won't want them to happen, but he'll endure them because it's the honorable thing to do, or shameful not to. In fact, if he's a good man in every way, so, he's flourishing, dying will be all the more distressing for him, because a man like that has so much to live for, and he'll be conscious of the fact that he's being robbed of the greatest blessings, and that's painful. But it won't make him any less brave, and perhaps he's actually more brave. 49 For choosing an honorable death in battle over living out such a life. 15 So it's not true 50 of all the virtues that exercising them is enjoyable, being brave is painful except in so far as it attains its goal. And perhaps it isn't men of that sort who make the best soldiers. It may very well be men who are less brave but have nothing else to lose. Men like that are happy to run risks, and 20 they trade their lives away cheaply. Alright, that's all we need to say about bravery. From what we've said it should be easy enough to get at least a broad sense of what it is. 10. After bravery we should talk about moderation. Because those seem to be the two virtues connected with the non-rational parts of the soul. 25 So, we said earlier that being moderate is a middle state with regard to pleasures. It's less connected with pains, and not in the same way, we said. And having unruly appetites. 51 That is, being lecherous and gluttonous clearly applies in the same contexts. So now let's set out exactly what kinds of pleasures they're concerned with. So first we need to distinguish mental and physical pleasures. Consider people who crave respect, or have a passion for learning. In both cases 30 they derive enjoyment from the thing they feel that way about. But it isn't a physical experience, it's really their mind that's affected. Being moderate, or lecherous, and gluttonous, doesn't apply to those kinds of pleasures, or to any other pleasures that aren't physical. People who love telling tales, gossiping, 35 spending the whole day talking about any old thing, they're garrulous, not gluttonous. And we'd never 11-18 say that people who get very upset about losing money or family are being gluttons for those things either. So being moderate seems to be about physical pleasures. But not even all of those. When people enjoy the objects of vision, for instance, colors, shapes, pictures, we don't speak of them being 5 moderate or gluttonous. And yet arguably you can enjoy even those things to the right degree, or go too far, or fall short. Similarly with pleasures connected with hearing. If you're excessively fond of songs or plays, nobody calls you a glutton, or moderate, if you enjoy them the right amount. You can't be moderate or gluttonous or lecherous through smell, either, except by 10 association. If you love the smell of apples 52 roses, or incense, for example, nobody's going to call you gluttonous or lecherous. But they might if you love the smell of a woman's perfume, or a curry. That's because lecherous and gluttonous men typically enjoy those smells since they remind them of the objects of their cravings. And notice that the rest 15 of us like the smell of food as well, when we're hungry, 53. Other animals get no pleasure through those 3 senses either, except by association. Dogs, for example, don't enjoy the smell of rabbits. They just enjoy devouring them. But the smell alerts them to the presence of the rabbit. A lion doesn't enjoy 20 the sound of a cow mooing. It just enjoys eating the cow. But the mooing makes it aware there's a cow nearby, and for that reason it appears to enjoy the sound. Similarly, a lion doesn't enjoy seeing a deer or a wild goat, it's just happy that it's going to get a meal. The kinds of pleasures involved in being moderate, or gluttonous, and lecherous, are the ones that we share with the other 25 animals, which is why we think of people like that as being like slaves or beasts. And that means the pleasures of touch 54 and taste. And even then they seem to make very little use of taste, or none. Taste is for discriminating between flavors, the sort of thing we do when we're checking the quality of a wine or seasoning a curry, say, and they don't really enjoy that kind of thing, 30 at least not if they're true gluttons. They just enjoy the consuming, which is an entirely tactile 55 experience, whether it's in drinking, eating or sexual activity, so-called. That's why that famous foodie 56 wished his throat could be longer than a crane's, because it was the contact with the food that he took pleasure in. 11-18 BSO being lecherous and gluttonous depends on the most universal of the 5 senses, touch. And it seems quite right to regard it as especially reprehensible, seeing as it comes from our animal nature, not our human nature. That means that to enjoy those kinds of things, and to value them above all else, is to live like a mere beast. It goes without saying that the gentlemanly forms of tactile 5 pleasure, like the pleasures of a massage or a hot bath at the gymnasium, are a different matter. It isn't the pleasure of contact with any part of your body that marks you out as a lecherous man, just certain parts. 11. Of the various kinds of physical desire, some are common to everyone, some are individual and acquired. Desire for food, for example, is natural. 10. Everyone desires nourishment, liquid or solid, or both, when their body needs it, and every young man in his prime desires to bed someone 57 as Homer puts it. But not everyone desires this or that kind of food, or this or that kind of the other, and we don't all have the same desires. That makes it seem a purely individual thing. 58 But actually it's still at least partly natural. Different sorts of people get pleasure from predictably different things, and there are some things that give everyone a more than average 15 amount of pleasure. So, in the case of our natural desires, not many people go wrong, and when they do it's always in one direction, too much. Eating or drinking beyond the point of being full means overshooting the naturally appropriate quantity. Because natural desire, here, is all about refilling, satisfying a need. That's why you call a man like that a greedy guts. He's always filling 20 up his gut beyond what it needs. Only the very worst kind of riffraff are like that. But when it comes to our more individual tastes for pleasure, plenty of people go wrong, and in lots of different ways. We say of people in Greek that they're philosomethings, ex addicts 59 when they enjoy things that you shouldn't enjoy, or more than most of us do, or in the wrong way. And in all respects lecherous and gluttonous men go too far. 25 They enjoy some things, vile, disgusting things, that nobody should ever enjoy. And with any of the kinds of pleasures you should enjoy, they enjoy them more than you should, or more than most people do. So, going too far with respect to physical pleasures means being lecherous and gluttonous. And it's blameworthy. That's clear. What about pains? Well, you aren't considered a moderate man for enduring them, as in the case of bravery, or gluttonous 30 and lecherous for not enduring them. Rather, you're gluttonous and lecherous if you feel more pain than you should at not getting physical pleasures, such that the pain is actually caused by the pleasure, and a moderate man if you don't feel pain at the absence of pleasure or when you abstain from it. 1119 So a gluttonous, lecherous man desires all physically pleasurable things, or the most pleasurable, and is constantly driven by his cravings to choose those things over anything else. That's why he feels pain when he doesn't get them, and pain in craving them. His desire itself causes him pain. And that seems pretty silly, to be in pain on account of pleasure. 5 As for people who fall short with respect to pleasures, i.e. who enjoy them less than one should, there aren't any such people. That kind of lack of feeling simply isn't human. All other animals, after all, show preferences for certain foods. There are things that they enjoy eating and things they don't. If there's anyone for whom nothing is pleasurable, for whom nothing feels any different from anything else, well, they're a long way from human. 10 There's no special word for a person like that because they basically don't exist. A moderate man, on the other hand, is set nicely in the middle with respect to pleasures. He doesn't take any pleasure in the things that gluttonous, lecherous men enjoy the most. If anything, he finds them distasteful, or in general anything you shouldn't enjoy. And he doesn't ever feel intense pleasure at any of those kinds of things. He also doesn't feel pain at the absence of pleasures or crave them, or he desires them within measure and never more than 1/15 should or at the wrong time or the wrong anything else. All the pleasures that keep you healthy or in good shape he'll desire within measure, and in the way that you should, and other pleasures too as long as they don't undermine his health or his fitness and as long as they don't go against what's honorable and aren't beyond his means. That would be to place more value on those kinds of pleasures than they're worth. A moderate man wouldn't do that. He always goes by what's reasonable. 12. Being gluttonous and lecherous seems a more willful character trait than being a coward. It's caused by pleasure, something we choose, whereas cowardice is caused by pain, something we try to avoid. Plus, pain disrupts and damages the nature of whatever's experiencing it, but pleasure doesn't do anything like that. So that makes it more willful, and 25 therefore more reprehensible. And after all, it's easy to get yourself into good habits with respect to pleasures. Life offers plenty of instances of that kind of pleasure and there's no danger involved in training yourself. The opposite is true of situations that are frightening. And it seems that being a coward, the character state, and the particular actions of a coward aren't willful to the same degree. The disposition itself may well be painless, but the particular situations drive a man out of his mind with pain and stress 30 to the point where he throws down his arms and does those other disgraceful things. That's why it can seem that he's forced to act that way. But for a lecherous, gluttonous man it's the reverse. His particular actions are willful, after all, he's motivated by his own cravings, but his general disposition less so. Nobody yearns to be a lecherous man. We use the same term 60 akolastos for naughty little children as well, 11-19, because that's a somewhat similar thing. It doesn't matter for our purposes which sense of the term derived from which, although it's pretty clear that the later, adult sense lecherous, gluttonous derives from the one applied earlier in life, unruly, undisciplined. And the transfer of the term seems appropriate. Because anything that craves shameful things and has a great potential for growth needs to be disciplined. 5. And that exactly describes both physical desire and children. Children live by their cravings, and their desire for pleasure is especially pronounced. So unless a thing like that becomes obedient and falls under the appropriate controlling force, it will get more and more out of hand, because desire for pleasure in a thing without any sense is insatiable and can be triggered by anything. Also, the exercising of desire will cause its kindred desires to grow, and 10. When a man's desires are large and powerful, they can knock out his deliberation. So a man should have only a few moderate physical desires, and they mustn't go against reason in any way, which is just what it is for something to be obedient and disciplined, and, just as a little boy has to live by the instructions of his minder, desire has to follow reason. That's why we often say 15 that in a moderate man desire has to be in harmony with reason. His desire and reason both aim at what's honorable, and a moderate man desires what he should, the way he should, when he should, just as reason also instructs him to do. Alright, so that's all we need to say about being moderate. Book 4. Next, let's say something about being generous and gentlemanly. So, it seems it's the middle state relevant to money. When a man is praised for being generous, it's not in warfare 1 or in situations where he's praised for being moderate, and it's not about the judgments he passes. 25. It's about the way he gives money to others and makes money, but more about giving. By money too here I'll mean everything that has a measurable cash value. Then there's being extravagant and being ungenerous and ungentlemanly, the ways of going too far, or falling short, when it comes to money. Of those, ungenerous or ungentlemanly always applies to 30 people who care too much about money. The other, acidos, we sometimes apply to a blend of different things. We use it of people who have no self-control and spend a lot of money on debauchery. That's why those people seem especially awful, because they have more than one vice at once. So that's not the proper way to use the term. Acidos extravagant should mean someone with just one bad thing about them, that they waste their resources. 11-20. An extravagant person, as the word acidos implies, is self-destructive for, and wasting your resources seems like self-destruction because they're your means of staying alive. So that's the sense of acidos that we're assuming here, extravagant. There are things that we use. And you can use them well or badly. Wealth is one of those. It's useful. 5. And the man who makes the best use of any given thing is the one with the virtue relevant to that thing. So the person who makes the best use of money is the one with the virtue relevant to money. And that's someone generous and gentlemanly. Using your money means spending and giving. Making money, and keeping it, that's more possession than use. That's why 10. Being generous and gentlemanly is more about giving to the right people, and less about making money. 5. From the right sources and not making it from the wrong sources. After all, being a good person is more about benefiting others than being benefited. It's more about doing honorable things than merely not doing shameful things, and it's easy to see that by giving you're benefiting others and doing something honorable, whereas in making money you're being benefited and, at best, 15. Avoiding shameful behavior. Also, we thank someone for giving. We don't thank someone just for not making money. 6. And we're more likely to praise someone for giving. Also, not taking or making money is easier than giving. People are less inclined to freely give away what's theirs than merely not take what belongs to others. Also, it's people who give that we call generous. When people are praised for not making money in indecent ways, they aren't typically praised for generosity or for being gentlemanly. 20. They are just as likely to be praised for their moral standards. And we aren't praised at all for the ways we do make money. Also, of all the different types of good man, Generous men are arguably the ones we like the most. Because they help us. And they do that by giving. Actions that express any moral virtue are honorable. We do them because it's the honorable thing to do. So a generous man will give because it's the honorable thing to do, and 25 in the right way, that is, to the right people, the right amounts, at the right time, and all the other things that go with correct giving. And he'll do so gladly, or at least it won't be painful. Remember, whatever expresses a moral virtue gives us pleasure, or is painless, certainly not actually painful. If someone gives to the wrong people, or not because it's the honorable thing to do but for some other reason, he won't count as generous. That's something else. It also doesn't count if giving is painful. That shows he'd rather keep his money than do something honorable, which means he's not a generous man. Also, he won't make money from the wrong sources. Making money that way doesn't fit with being someone who doesn't really care about money. He also won't be one to beg and scrounge. Someone who likes to help out others doesn't feel comfortable receiving help. But he will make money from the right sources. For example, 1120 BBY raising it from his own property, not because that's an honorable thing to do in itself, but as a necessity, so that he has money to give. And he certainly won't neglect his own wealth. Of course not. He wants to support people with it. He also won't give indiscriminately, to ensure he has enough to give to the right people, on the right occasions, and where it's the honorable thing to do. Also, 5. A defining feature of being generous is outdoing others in your giving, so that you leave too little for yourself. Not being all that bothered about their own interests, that's typical of generous people. And part of what's implied by being generous is giving relative to your means. A generous action doesn't depend on the amount given. It depends on the disposition of the giver, a disposition that gives relative to means. So there's no reason why you can't be more generous even in giving a smaller amount, if you're giving from smaller resources. People who've inherited their wealth, rather than acquiring it for themselves, are typically more generous and gentlemanly. That's because they've had no experience of poverty, and because people are always fonder of their own creations, just think of parents, and poets. Also, it's hard for 15 a generous man to be rich, because he's not interested in making or keeping hold of money, but is inclined to freely give it away. And he doesn't value it for itself, only so he can give to others. That's why people complain about lady luck, the most deserving people are the least likely to be rich. But it makes sense that things turn out that way. You can't expect to have money if you make no effort to get it, like with anything else in life. 20. But that's not to say that a generous man will give to the wrong people, or at the wrong time, or the wrong anything else. That wouldn't even count as a properly generous action anymore, and if he spent money on the wrong things he wouldn't have it to spend on the right things. Because, as we said, a generous man spends in proportion to his means and on the right things. Someone who spends beyond his means is extravagant. 25. That's why we tend not to call tyrants extravagant. They have such a vast amount of wealth that it seems hard for them to give, or spend, beyond it. So, being generous and gentlemanly is a middle state that covers both giving and making money. A generous man will give, and spend, on the right things, and in the right amounts, whether it's on large things or small, and will enjoy doing so. He'll also make money from the right sources, and in the right amounts. The virtue here is a middle state that covers both, so a generous man, a gentleman, will do both in the right way. Decent giving goes with decent ways of making money too, and is inconsistent with making it other than decently. So the matching forms of each are found together in the same person, while those that don't match aren't. Clearly. 1121. If a generous man finds himself spending beyond what he should, and beyond what's acceptable, he'll be displeased, but not especially annoyed, and in the right way. A key part of being a good person is being pleased and displeased by the right things in the right way. Also, a gentlemanly, generous man is very easygoing. 7. In financial dealings. 5. He can be given an unfair deal, because he doesn't really care about the money. In fact, he's more likely to be annoyed to find he didn't spend what he was supposed to than to get upset about having spent money he didn't have to. He's kind of an anti-Simonides. 8. An extravagant man, here too, gets it all wrong. He isn't pleased when he should be and doesn't get upset when he should be. That will get clearer as we go on. 10. So we've already said that, a. being extravagant and, b. being ungenerous and ungentlemanly are the ways of going too far and falling short here, and that they have two domains, giving and making money. We're treating spending as a category of giving. Of those, being extravagant means, 1. going too far in giving and in not making money, and, 2. falling short in making money. Conversely, being ungenerous and ungentlemanly means 15. 1. falling short in giving, and, 2. going too far. 9. In the ways you make money, albeit on a small scale. Now, it's rare for both aspects of extravagance to be combined in one person. It's not easy for someone to give to everyone while also not making any money 10 from anywhere. When people do that, their resources quickly run out, if they're private citizens, that is, and only private citizens are ever seen as extravagant. And anyway, someone like that seems a far better sort of person than an ungentlemanly and ungenerous man. 20. He is easily cured, when he grows up a bit or runs out of money. And then he's well placed to arrive at the middle spot. After all, he's already got the main characteristics of someone generous and gentlemanly. He gives, and avoids making money. It's just that he doesn't do either in the right way. He doesn't do them well. So if he could just fix that, either by better habits or some other way, he'd be a generous man. He'll now give to the right people 25 and only avoid making money from the wrong sources. That's why we don't see someone like that as being such a bad character. Going too far in giving to others and in not making money doesn't make you a low or nasty person, just rather foolish. And that type of extravagant man seems far better than an ungenerous one, for the reasons given, and also because he helps a lot of people, whereas an ungenerous man is no help to anyone. Not even himself. 30. But most extravagant men, as we said 11, also make money from the wrong sources, which makes them ungentlemanly. 12. They become money grubbers because their desire to spend meets an inability to do so with ease, because they so quickly run through their resources. So they're forced to turn to new sources of income. 11:21b. Then add in the fact that since they don't care about what's honorable, they make their money unscrupulously and from any source. All they desire is to give. As for how they do it, or where the money comes from, they really couldn't care less. That's why when they give it's not even generous or gentlemanly. Because it's not honorable, and they don't give for the 5 right reasons, or in the right way. 13. Sometimes they make men rich who ought to be poor. And while they never seem to give anything to decent folk, they give huge amounts to their flunkies and hangers-on and people who provide them with some other amusement. That's why most of them are also into debauchery. They throw money around, squandering it on their wild living. They live their life with no thought for what's honorable, 10, and so gravitate towards physical pleasures instead. So an extravagant young man, with no one to tutor him, transitions into that kind of life. But with the right kind of care and attention he can arrive at the middle, where a man ought to be. Being ungenerous, by contrast, is incurable. Old age, for example, and any sort of disability seem to make people ungenerous. We're also naturally more prone to it than we are to being 15 extravagant. When it comes to money, most people are more inclined to greed than to giving. Also, it has a broad range and is multifaceted. That is, there seem to be lots of different ways of being ungenerous and ungentlemanly. That's because it has two domains, a. falling short in giving, and b. going too far in the way you make money, but not all cases involve the complete pair. They can 20 come separately, with some people only going too far in making money, others only falling short in giving. Take the people we label as misers, Penny pinchers, stingy, all of those people fall short in giving, but they don't covet what isn't theirs and have no special interest in making or taking money. Some of them are like that because of a kind of decency, their anxiety about being put into shameful situations. It seems 25 that's why some people hoard their money, or so they say, so that they won't be forced into doing anything shameful or degrading. And that includes cumin splitters 14 and all those kinds of people, so named because of the extremes they go to so as to not give anything away. Then there are others who keep their hands off other people's goods through fear of having to reciprocate. They worry that if you take from others, 30 it's hard to stop them taking from you. So they're content to not give or take. Then there are the people who go too far in the way they make money. They make a living from any source, whatever they can get, like people who do ungentlemanly kinds of work, pimps and so on, and loan sharks, charging high interest on small loans. 1122a All of those make money from the wrong sources, and in the wrong amounts. And what they're seen as having in common is that they degrade themselves for their gains. They tolerate infamy for profits. And small profits, too. Because when people make large amounts of money from the wrong sources, or take what they shouldn't on a large scale, like tyrants who sack entire cities and loot religious sanctuaries, we don't call them ungentlemanly. We're more likely to call them evil, heinous, criminals. But gamblers, petty thieves, muggers 15, they're ungentlemanly. They degrade themselves for gain. Both types, thieves and gamblers, are in their line of work, and tolerate their ill repute, for profit. 10 The former take enormous risks for their loot, the latter profit from their own friends, the very people they should be giving money to. But both types are willing to profit from the wrong sources, and degrade themselves in doing so. So all those ways of making money are ungentlemanly. So it makes sense that we treat being ungenerous and ungentlemanly as the standard opposite of being generous. For one thing, it's a greater evil than being extravagant, and 15 for another, people are more inclined to go wrong in that direction than by being extravagant in the way that we described earlier. Alright, that's about all we need to say about being generous and gentlemanly, and the several vices that are its opposites. 2. Here we can segue nicely into an account of being lavish. Because that's another virtue that seems connected with money. 20 But it doesn't apply to all money-related actions, the way being generous does. Only to spending. And in that area it outdoes generosity in scale. Greek for lavish is megalopreps, and as the word itself implies, it means spending on a grand scale megalo- in a way that's fitting 16 prep-. On a grand scale is relative. Commissioning a trireme, for example, won't involve the same expenditure as leading a religious 25 embassy. So what's fitting is also relative, to the spender, the thing he's spending the money on, and the context. Someone who spends as required on something small or middling isn't being lavish. As in, many a time I gave food to a drifter. 17 You're only lavish when you spend fittingly on a grand scale. In other words, being lavish always implies being generous, but you can be generous without thereby being lavish. 30 Falling short, in this particular case, is being a cheapskate. Going too far means being tacky and tasteless and things like that. And that doesn't mean spending too much money on the right things. It means spending too much on the wrong things, and in the wrong style, garishly. We'll say something about that later. A lavish spender is like a connoisseur. 35 He is good at discerning what's fitting and spending large amounts in a classy way. 1122 Bas We said earlier, a given character state can be defined by the ways you exercise it and by the things that it applies to. So a lavish man's spending will be on a grand scale, and fitting. And his works and projects will also be lavish. That way his expenditure can be on a grand scale and appropriate to the project. So that means he needs a project worthy of his grand 5 spending, and conversely he has to spend on a scale worthy of the project, or even overdo it a bit. And he'll be motivated to spend in these ways because it's an honorable thing to do. That's common to all the virtues. And he'll do so gladly. And he'll spend freely. Only cheapskates count pennies. He's more likely to be thinking, how can I make this as beautiful as possible, as fitting as possible, not what's it going to cost, or what's the cheapest way to do it. 10. So a lavish man is necessarily generous. A generous man, after all, is also someone who'll spend what he should, and spend in the right way. But it's the grandeur of that spending that marks someone as lavish. The same things, without grandeur, just fall under generosity. Even if he spends an equal amount, he'll create something more lavish. Because the qualities 18 we look for in a mere possession 15 aren't the same as the ones we look for in a public work. With possessions, the most valuable is just the most costly, gold, for example. But with a public work, what we value most is the grand, the beautiful, the kind of thing that is a wonder to behold. And it's the lavishness that supplies wonder. Lavishness is the special quality we look for in a public work on a grand scale. It characterizes what we call prestige spending, like spending 20 on the gods, votive monuments, statues, temple building, sacrifices and so on, anything connected with religion, plus the ways ambitious men like to spend on the public, like when they choose to produce a stylish play, say, or commission a trireme, or lay on a banquet for the whole city. And in all these things, as we said, we match the spending to the man doing it. Who is this person? What resources is he 25 using? What's his background? Because it has to be worthy of those factors, too. That is, it has to be suitable not just to the work, but also to the man. That's why someone poor can't be lavish. A poor man doesn't have the resources or background from which to spend large amounts in a fitting way. If he tries, he makes a fool of himself by spending above his station, and more than someone like that ought to. And exercising any virtue requires doing everything correctly. 30. It suits people who already have this kind of thing in their background 19. Either personally or through their ancestors or family connections, that is, it suits people of noble birth, people of distinction and so on. Because people like that are grand and important. So that's the paradigm case of a lavish man, and lavishness is mostly a feature of those forms of public spending, as we've said. 35. Because those are the grandest and most prestigious. As for private spending, it makes sense to spend lavishly on 1123a once in a lifetime events like a wedding, or whatever else is in that category, or on something the whole city is enthused 20 about, or at least the important people, or on hosting and sending off foreign guests, and on gifts and counter-gifts. A lavish man doesn't typically spend on himself. He likes to spend on the public, and his gifts tend to be rather like public offerings and monuments. A lavish man also furnishes and decorates his house in a manner appropriate to his wealth. Because that's another form of beautification. Also, he prefers to spend money on works that are long-lasting. Those are the most beautiful. And in all these various things he does what's fitting. The 10 same things aren't suitable for the gods as for human beings, for instance, and what suits a temple may not suit a tomb. Also, everything he spends money on is at least grand for the kind of thing it is. So while the most lavish thing he can possibly do will be some grand version of something grand scale, lavish in a given context might just be a grand example of one of those, whatever it might be. There's a difference between the grand scale of the work itself and grandeur in the expenditure. A very beautiful ball or oil flask can be a grand and lavish birthday 15 present for a child, though its cost is small and modest. 21. So being lavish means always making a lavish version, something of near unsurpassable quality, of whatever it is you're making, but also in a style proportionate to the expense. Alright, so that's what we mean by someone lavish. Now, someone who goes too far here is tacky. He goes too far by spending beyond what he should, as we said. That's to say, he spends large amounts even on what ought to be minor expenses, with a garishness that's in bad taste. Like when someone provides a dinner for his dining club friends on the scale of a wedding banquet, or produces a chorus for a comedy and they come on stage dressed in purple, like in Megara.22. And he'll do all these kinds of things not because it's the 25 honorable thing to do but to show off his wealth, and because he sees it as a way to impress people. Also, when he should spend a lot he spends a little, but when he only needs to spend a little he spends a lot. A cheapskate is someone who'll fall short in his spending on all these things. Even after spending a huge amount on something, he'll spoil the beauty of it over some trifling sum. Whatever it is he's paying for, he drags his feet, thinks about how to spend 30 as little as possible, complains even about that, and always thinks that what he's producing is grander than it needs to be. Now, these dispositions are obviously bad qualities. But they don't bring a man into too much ill repute because they don't harm other people, and they're not especially disgraceful. 3. A sense of pride. 23, as the Greek word itself implies, 35 involves great things. But in what sense exactly? Let's get an idea of that first. And it doesn't make any difference whether 1123 we investigate the disposition or a person who has it. So someone with a sense of pride sees himself as worthy of great things, and is. Because if he were wrong to see himself that way he'd just be a twit, and no exemplar of a virtue can be foolish or silly. So that's a man with a sense of pride. Note the wording. It's 5, not someone of little worth who sees himself as being of little worth. 24 Someone like that is sensible. 25 but doesn't qualify as having a sense of pride. Size matters here. You need great worth for a sense of pride, just as you need physical size to be attractive. Short men can be dapper and well proportioned, but not attractive. A man who sees himself as worthy of great things, and isn't, is full of himself and vain. But not everyone who overestimates himself at all is thereby full of himself. Someone who underestimates himself has no pride, whether his actual worth is great or middling, or he may even be a man of small worth who rates himself even lower. Probably of those it applies best to someone of great worth who underestimates himself. Because just think what someone like that would do if his actual worth were any less. So a man with a sense of pride, in terms of his worth, is at the top, but in terms of attitude he's right in the middle. His 15 self-estimation is just right, whereas the others go too far or fall short. So if he feels worthy of great things, and is, and especially the greatest, then perhaps this virtue concerns one particular thing most of all. And worth here means in terms of external goods. We're talking about people deserving, or not deserving, external goods. And we can assume that the greatest of those is the one that we award even to the gods, the thing that important people strive for most of all, the prize for the most glorious 20 exploits. And that exactly describes respect. Respect is the greatest of all external goods. 26. So a man with a sense of pride is someone with the right attitude to respect and disrespect, in all forms. In fact, even without argument it seems pretty clear that men with a sense of pride are all about respect. Respect is what they think they deserve, more than any other thing, and they do. Someone who lacks pride falls short, both by underestimating 25 himself and by having less self-worth than someone with a sense of pride. Someone who's full of himself and vain goes too far, in that he overestimates himself. But that's not to say he has more self-worth than someone with a sense of pride. Someone with a sense of pride, if he's worthy of the greatest things, has to be an exceptionally good man. The better the man, as a rule, the more he deserves, and it's the very best people who deserve the greatest things. So to truly have a sense of pride you have to be a good man. 30 You might say that a sense of pride adds a kind of greatness or grandeur to every virtue. It would be completely out of character for a man with a sense of pride to run pell-mell from battle, or to cheat somebody. What reason would he have for doing shameful things like that? This is a man for whom nothing is all that important. 27 Think it through case by case. 28 And the very idea of someone having a sense of pride without being a good man seems utterly absurd. Also, he wouldn't deserve respect if he were a bad person. 35 That's what respect is, the prize for being a good man. We award it to good men. 1124 So a sense of pride seems like a kind of embellishment of the virtues. It amplifies them. And it can't exist without them. That's why it's difficult to genuinely have a sense of pride. Because it is not possible without being a fully decent man. So, as I said, a man with a sense of pride is defined, mainly, 5 by his attitude to respect and disrespect. When he's offered great respect, and by good people, he'll be somewhat happy about it. He'll feel he's getting his due, or less than his due, because no amount of respect can really match up to his total goodness. Mind you, he'll take it, since they don't have anything greater to offer him. 10 But as for respect he gets from mediocre people, and for trivial things, well, he'll just completely ignore it. That stuff's beneath him. And likewise any disrespect he receives. Because it won't be justified. So someone with a sense of pride, we've said, mostly has a certain attitude to respect. But he'll also have a cool, reserved attitude to wealth, power, and every success or setback. 29 In life, 15 However things turn out. He's not one to be either overjoyed when things go well or especially upset when things go badly. The thing is, he doesn't even feel that way about respect. It's not like it's hugely important to him. And power and wealth are only desirable in the first place on account of respect. At least, for the people who have them, the point is to be respected for them. 30 So when even respect is a minor thing to someone, so is the other stuff. 20 That's why a sense of pride makes people come across as haughty. It's also a common view that the advantages of fortune contribute to a sense of pride. People of noble birth, for instance, are seen as worthy of respect, as well as wealthy or powerful men. That's because they have a kind of superiority, and superiority in any kind of good always wins you more respect. Hence those kinds of things enhance a man's sense of pride. Because those things are respected, at least, by some people. 25 Strictly, only a good man truly deserves to be respected. But if someone has both, e.g. he's a good man and wealthy, he's seen as even more deserving of respect. What if people have those advantages without being good men? In that case they're wrong to see themselves as having any great merit, and it's incorrect to speak of them as having a sense of pride. That cannot be so if they aren't completely good people. But those advantages, too, rather like a sense of pride, can 30 make people haughty and scornful. If you aren't a good man it's hard to handle the advantages of fortune gracefully. So some men just don't know how to handle them, and because they 1124 think they're above everyone else they end up being snobs and looking down on others even though their own achievements are distinctly mediocre. They play the role of a man with a sense of pride, even though they're not like him, and they do that the only way they can. So even though they don't do any of the things that go with being good men because that's beyond them, they still 5 look down on everyone. Because a man with a sense of pride looks down on people too, but he's right to do so, his opinions are correct. Most people do it for no good reason at all. 31. He doesn't often take risks, and doesn't seek out danger. 32 Because there aren't many things he sets that high a price on. But he'll face great dangers if need be, and when he does he's willing to give up his life. For him, not every form of life is worth living. 33. He likes to do good for others, but he's embarrassed to receive help himself. 10 That's because helping implies a superior position, being helped implies an inferior one. And he likes to return a favor by one-upping it. That way the first person will be in his debt by the difference, and will be the one who's been benefited overall. Also, he remembers the good he's done for others but not the help he's received. That's because a man who has been helped has a lower status than the man who helped him, and he wants to be top dog. He also likes hearing about the one, but not 15 the other. That's why Thetis doesn't tell Zeus about the ways she'd helped him in the past, neither did the Spartans before the Athenian assembly, they just talked about the help they'd received from Athens. Also typical of a man with a sense of pride is not needing anybody, or hardly anybody, while being eager to be of assistance to others. Also, it's only in the company of important people, or the wealthy or powerful, that he stands tall. In more modest company he tones it down. 20 That's because being superior, in the first case, is difficult and impressive, but in the second case easy. A bit of swagger in the presence of the rich and powerful has a certain nobility to it, but among humbler folk it's rather boorish. Like a strongman beating up weaklings. And he won't enter into the high prestige spheres of life, or at least not the ones where other people are at the top. He doesn't like work. 34 And he always takes his time, except 25 where there's great respect and glory to be won or a great exploit to perform. He doesn't do much, but the things he does are big and memorable. He invariably lets people know who his enemies are and who his friends are. Hiding it would imply he was scared, and he cares more about being truthful than about what people think of him, so he speaks, and acts, openly. He says whatever he wants, because he basically doesn't give a damn what people will think. 30 And tells it like it is, unless he's understating himself, which he will in the company of ordinary people. He's incapable of living his life deferring to someone else. 1125a, apart from family. Because that's the life of a slave. That's why flunkies are all from the lowest classes, and only meek-spirited men are other men's flunkies. He's not easily impressed. Because nothing's a big deal to him. He doesn't hold grudges. It doesn't suit a sense of pride to dwell on the past, especially not on the harms he's been done. He's more likely to see past that stuff. 5 He doesn't talk about people. He won't say anything about himself, or anyone else. Because he's not interested in being praised, or in stirring up criticism of others. And he's not one to praise other people either. Hence he also doesn't speak ill of others, not even his enemies, unless stirred by some outrageous wrong. When it comes to necessities, the little things, he's the last person to start whining or begging, because to behave in that 10 way would suggest someone who actually cared about that stuff. Also, he prefers to own things that are beautiful and profitless, rather than productive and useful. That's more in keeping with a man who has all he needs. We expect a man with a sense of pride to be slow in his movements. To have a deep voice. Steady speech. A man who's 15 not really bothered about all that much isn't going to be in a hurry. And if nothing's a big deal, why be stressed? A high-pitched voice, and haste, go with those things. All right, so that's a man with a sense of pride. Someone who falls short here has no pride. And someone who goes too far is full of himself and vain. Now, here too, we don't see these people as morally bad. They don't do any harm. But we do think there's something not quite right about them. A person who lacks pride is someone who does deserve good 20 things but denies himself what he deserves. So he gives the impression of having some kind of defect, from the fact that he doesn't see himself as deserving those things. It's as if he doesn't know himself. If he did, he'd strive for the things he deserved. They're good, after all. Having said that, people like that certainly don't come across as silly. More like, hesitant. Then again, I think having that kind of opinion of yourself does actually make you a worse person. People will always 25 aspire to what they think they're worthy of. So they hold back from doing honorable things, and from honorable ways of life, if they don't feel worthy of them. People also hold back from external goods in much the same way. When people are full of themselves, they certainly do come across as silly, as well as not knowing themselves, and glaringly so. They try their hand at high prestige areas of life when they aren't worthy, and then they get found out. 30 And they embellish themselves, by their dress, their demeanor, and so on. And they want everyone to see just how fortunate, how wealthy, how powerful, they are and talk about it, as if they'll be respected for those things. 35. Having no pride is the natural opposite of having a sense of pride, rather than being full of yourself. Because we're more inclined to it, and it's worse. So, a sense of pride concerns respect on the grand scale, 35 we said. 4. 1125b But there seems to be another, nameless virtue here connected with respect. We talked about this right back at the start 36, which you might say relates to having a sense of pride in something like the way that being generous relates to being lavish. Because both are outside the grand scale. It's in 5 medium size and small scale matters that they set us in the right state. And just as there's a middle state when it comes to giving and making money, and a way of going too far, and a way of falling short, likewise when it comes to desire for ordinary levels of respect there's such a thing as desiring it more than you should, and less than you should, and for the right things, and in the right way. Consider, we criticize someone for being philotimos, status-loving, ambitious, meaning that they strive for respect or status more than a person should, and for the wrong things 10 we also criticize someone for being unambitious if they aren't interested in winning respect, even for honorable achievements. Conversely, there are times when we praise an ambitious man, meaning he's energetic, forceful, eager to do honorable things. But we also praise someone for not being ambitious, meaning he's reserved, sensible. We said all this back at the start. Clearly, he's someone who loves X can have various implications, 15 and we don't always use philotimos, ambitious to pick out the same thing. As a compliment, it means you want respect more than most people do. As a criticism, it means you want it more than anyone should. Since there's no word here for the middle state, in its absence it's as if the two extremes are both laying claim to it. But in anything, where there's a way of going too far and a way of falling short, there's got to be an in-between. And people do desire respect both more than they should and less 20 than they should. So you can also desire it just the right amount. At any rate, there's a character trait here that we praise, a middle state to do with respect. We just don't have a word for it. Compared to ambition in the bad sense, it seems a bit like lack of ambition, and compared to lack of ambition in the bad sense, it seems a bit like ambition, and compared to both, it can sort of seem like both. That seems to happen with all the other virtues too. And in this case it's the people at the extremes who seem to be 25 opposites, because we don't have a word for the person in the middle. 5. Being good-natured or gentle is a middle state to do with feelings of anger. Actually there's no name for the middle here, and pretty much no names for the extremes, either, but we use good-natured or gentle for the middle, even though it leans a bit towards the shortfall 37, that there's also no word for. What about going too far? We might call it something like being anger-prone 30 because the emotion here is anger, though any number of different things might be causing it. So if someone gets angry at the right things, and at the right people, and as angry as they should, and when they should, and for as long as they should, we praise them. So I suppose that's a good-natured person, since being good-natured is something we praise. Being good-natured means keeping your cool, not being carried away 35 by emotion. It means only getting as angry as reason tells you to, at the things it tells you to, for as long as it tells you to. 1126a And maybe a good-natured person errs on the side of not getting angry enough. Because they don't like having to retaliate. They're more inclined to be forgiving. As for falling short, which is, I don't know, being angerless, or whatever we want to call it, that's something we criticize. People who don't get angry at the things they should 5 get angry at come across as saps, or if they don't get angry in the right way, or at the right time, or at the right people. It's as if they're not sentient, as if they don't feel the pain. And if you don't get angry, people assume you won't stick up for yourself. And to let yourself be abused and insulted, or to allow your family to be insulted, seems pathetic and servile. As for going too far, that can happen in all respects. You can get angry at the wrong people and over the wrong things, and 10 you can get more angry than you should, or too quickly, or stay angry for too long. That's not to say all of those occur in the same person. That wouldn't be possible. Any defect as well as being harmful to others is also self-destroying, and if it's total it becomes unsustainable. So bad-tempered people get angry quickly, and at the wrong people, and over the wrong things, and more than they should. But they're quick to 15 stop being angry. That's the best thing about them. And that happens because they don't hold their anger in. They retaliate, which means they express how they feel by their fiery reaction. And then their anger eases off. And touchy 38 people take that fieriness to an extreme, they lose their temper at anything, over anything, at the slightest touch. Hence the name. Then there are bitter people who refuse to reconcile and 20 stay angry for a long time. They bottle up their rage. But you get relief by letting it out, and paying people back. Retaliating puts a stop to your anger because it produces a pleasure that replaces the pain. And when that doesn't happen, people are weighed down. And since they don't express their feelings, nobody even tries to talk them round. Time passes, and that makes their anger 25 fester away inside them. People like that cause huge problems for themselves and the people nearest to them. Then there are harsh people. By harsh we mean people who react harshly to the wrong things, and more harshly than they should, and for longer than they should, and refuse to reconcile without payback or punishment. We're more likely to see going too far, getting too angry, as the natural opposite of being good-natured. Because it's more 30 common. It's more human to retaliate. Also, harsh people are harder to live with. And the general point I made before is very clear in what we're talking about here too. It isn't easy to determine exactly how angry you should get, or who you should be angry with, and over what kinds of things, and for how long, and up to what point someone is getting it right or 35 getting it wrong. If someone only goes a little bit off target, in either direction, we don't blame them. In fact, 11:26 sometimes we even praise people who fall short, call them good-natured. And sometimes we praise people when they're being harsh, we call them tough and say they know how to lead. 39. So exactly how far someone has to be off target, and in what way, before it's right to criticize them, it's not easy to lay that out in a general theory. Because when it comes to particulars, judgment also depends on perception. But at least this 5 is clear, that the middle state here is praiseworthy, the one that makes us reliably get angry at the right people, and over the right things, and as angry as we should, and so on and so forth, and that when people go too far, or fall short, they deserve to be criticized, a little when they're slightly off, more when they're further off, severely when they're way off. 10. So it's clear that we've got to get hold of that middle state. All right. That's all we need to say about the character states relating to anger. 6. In social interactions, and in spending time with others and sharing in conversation or action, some of us are people pleasers. People pleasers applaud everything in order to please people. They never say no to anything. They think they should never offend the people they're interacting with. Others are the exact opposite. 15. They say no to everything and couldn't care less about offending people. We call them grumpy and cantankerous. So we criticize those dispositions. That's pretty clear. And the character trait in between them is obviously something we praise, the one that will make you accept the things you should, and in the way you should, and likewise object to the right things, in the right way. But there's no special name for that. 20. It most closely resembles being a friend. That's to say, someone who's in the middle state here is just the same as what we mean by a morally decent friend, except that a friend has the extra element of affection. This differs from being a friend by the fact that it involves no emotion, no affection for the people you're interacting with. You respond to everything in just the right way, not because you love or are friends with the person or are their enemy, but just because that's 25 the way you are. You'll do the same whether you know them or not, whether they're close to you or mere acquaintances, except of course that you'll also do whatever suits each case. It's not appropriate to be as concerned about strangers as family and friends, or to hurt their feelings in the same ways either. So that's the general description: you interact with others in just the right way. Specifically, you'll always think about what's honorable and what's in their best interests, and on that basis aim not to offend, or to humor people. This seems all about feelings of pleasure and pain that arise in social interactions. It's all about making people feel good, or hurting their feelings. And whenever it's not honorable, or it's harmful, to humor someone, you'll voice your objections. You'll prefer to hurt their feelings. And if doing X is going to bring them disgrace, let's say really major disgrace, or harm, and 35 confronting them about it will only hurt them a little, then you won't tolerate it. You'll object. But how you treat people will also vary depending on whether they're important or ordinary people, 1127 affamous, or more obscure, and so on with all the other ways we categorize people. You'll give everyone their due. You'll prefer, ideally, to be pleasant and to avoid offending anyone, but you'll be guided by the consequences if those carry more weight. That's to say, you'll go with what's honorable 5 and in people's best interests. You'll also cause them a little hurt now, if it helps them to greater pleasure in the future. So that describes the person in the middle. And there's no word for someone like that. As for humoring people 40, well, if someone is just aiming to be pleasant, with no ulterior motive, that's a people pleaser. But if they're doing it for the benefits they get out of it, for money, or the things that money buys, that's someone's flunky or hanger-on. 10 and someone who objects to everything, as I said, is grumpy and cantankerous. In this case, the extremes appear to be opposites of one another because there is no name for the middle. 7. Applying to more or less the same domain is the character trait that's in between being a charlatan or phony and being self-deprecating. Again, there's no word for this quality. It's not such a bad idea, by the way, to address even these 15 kinds of qualities. Point 41. For one thing, we'll get a better knowledge of human character in general if we go through it all in detail, and we can also be more confident that virtues are middle states if a full survey shows that that's how it works for everything. 42. So in the context of spending time with others, we've just talked about people interacting in ways that please or offend. Next let's talk about the ways people can be truthful and untruthful. 20. In what they say, or what they do, or the way they present themselves. So a charlatan is someone who pretends to have impressive abilities or qualities that they don't really have, or exaggerates the ones they do have. Someone self-deprecating is the opposite. They deny outright or downplay their attributes. And the person in the middle, a kind of straight talker 43, likes to be truthful, in the way they live and in what they say, admitting 25 what's the case about themselves without either exaggerating or downplaying it. You can do each of those things either with or without an ulterior motive. And what someone is really like is reflected in what they say and do and in the way they live when they aren't acting with any ulterior motive. In itself, telling lies is bad and blameworthy, telling the truth is honorable and praiseworthy. 30. And in line with that, we praise a truthful person, the one in the middle here, and we criticize untruthful people, both kinds, but more so the charlatan. So let's talk about the one then the other. First, someone truthful. And we're not talking about someone who tells the truth in their contracts, promises, agreements, or all those cases of truth-telling that have a direct bearing on wrongdoing, or doing what's morally right. Point 44, that would 1127 come under a different virtue. No. We're talking about someone who, even if nothing like that is at stake, is truthful anyway, in what they say and in the way they live, because that's just the sort of person they are by disposition. But arguably, being like that is morally significant. Because if you like telling the truth even when nothing major is at stake, 5 you'll be all the more likely to be truthful when it is. Because now you'll be avoiding falsehood as something shameful, and you were already avoiding it just for its own sake. A commendable 45 way to be. But maybe a truthful person leans a little towards understatement, rather than telling just the truth about themselves. That comes across as more gracious, on account of overstatements being kind of annoying. 46. Someone who exaggerates their abilities with no ulterior motive at all certainly still seems like a bad person. Why else would they enjoy telling lies? But comes across as silly more than nasty. If they do have an ulterior motive, well, if it's for reputation or respect, they're not really all that blameworthy, at least, not by the standards of charlatans. But if it's for money or anything money related, that's rather more disreputable. And note that being a charlatan doesn't just depend on an ability. It depends on choice. Someone's a charlatan by character, 15 by being that kind of person. It's like being a liar. A liar is someone who likes telling lies, per se, or tells lies from a desire, e.g. from a desire for reputation or material gain. 47. So people who make phony claims just to enhance their reputation pretend to have things that people will praise them for, or congratulate them for. But charlatans who are out for material gain pick the kinds of abilities that other people benefit from and that are easily faked, like being a prophet, an intellectual, 48, a healer. That's the reason most of them pretend to have those kinds of abilities and are phonies in those fields, because those fields have the said features. As for self-deprecating people, they understate themselves and come across as more charming characters. Nobody thinks they're talking that way for material gain, just to avoid being pompous. 25. In most cases, again 49, they play down noteworthy abilities. That's what Socrates used to do, for example. But some disclaim even rather trivial things like wealth, that everyone can plainly see they have, so-called upper-class tramps. 50. It's rather easier to look down on people like that. Sometimes understating yourself even comes across as a form of being phony, like when people wear Spartan clothes. 51. Going too far in how you present yourself or falling way too short, they're both phony. 30. But people who only employ their self-deprecation moderately, and don't deny things about themselves that are in front of our eyes and perfectly obvious, they come across as charming. It's the charlatan and phony who's the natural opposite of someone truthful. Because that's worse than being self-deprecating. 8. There are also times in life when we relax. And in relaxing we sometimes pass our time playing around, and telling jokes. And there too we feel there's an appropriate way. 1128 of conversing, a way of saying, and listening to, the sorts of things you should, and in the right way. And it will also make a difference what kind of company you're speaking in, or what kind of people you're listening to. And obviously here too there'll be a way of going too far or falling short, and an in-between. So people who go too far in their humor we see as buffoonish. 5. And crass, people who strain to be funny by any means at all, and are more concerned about raising a laugh than about speaking in a dignified way and not offending the target of their joke. Then there are people who would never tell a joke themselves and who get annoyed with people who do. We see them as humorless yokels. 52. And stiffs. And people who tell jokes tastefully are witty. Our word 10 for them is eutrapoloi, as it were, eutropoi, good at turning, deft, nimble. That's because this sort of thing is like character in motion. 53. And just as people's physiques can be judged from the way they move, so can their characters. In places where comedy is very prevalent, and almost everyone likes joking and mockery more than one should, even vulgar buffoons 15 are called witty, seen as charming. But buffoonery is different from wit, and a good sense of humor, and it's no small difference. That's clear from what we've said. Closely connected with the middle disposition here is the quality of being tactful. Being tactful is about saying, and being willing to hear from others, the kinds of things that are appropriate to someone decent and gentlemanly. The fact is, only certain things are suitable for someone like that to say. 20. And here when the time comes for jokes. Gentlemanly humor is different from servile, riff-raffish humor. Cultivated jokes differ from those of uncultivated people. You can see this in the difference between old and new comedies. In older comedies 54 the jokes were bawdy and foul-mouthed. In more recent comedies, it's more a matter of innuendo. That makes them considerably more dignified. 25 So, is that how we should define someone who tells jokes well? Is it a matter of telling jokes not inappropriate to a gentleman? Or is it just a matter of not offending your audience, or that, plus entertaining them? Isn't that far too vague? Because different audiences find such different things offensive, or amusing. And we need to add that he'll also only listen to those kinds of jokes. Because the jokes you can put up with, as a listener, seem to be the same as the jokes you tell. So he won't tell just any joke. 30 To make fun of someone is, after all, a sort of abuse. Some forms of verbal abuse are actually illegal. Maybe certain forms of mockery should be illegal too. So someone courteous and gentlemanly will be that way anyway, just by his character, he'll be his own law, so to speak. So that's what our person in the middle is like, whether we're calling him tactful or witty or someone with a good sense of humor. As for a buffoon, that's someone who can't resist a joke and won't treat anyone, 35 himself or other people, as off limits, as long he can make people laugh, and who tells the kind of jokes 1128 that no courteous person would ever tell, and some that they wouldn't even ever want to hear. As for humorless people, well, they're useless in these kinds of social settings. They contribute nothing and take offense at everyone else's jokes. But surely relaxation and humor are something life cannot do without. So we've now discussed 3 different middle states that apply to the way we live our lives. 5 All 3 relate to sharing in certain kinds of conversations and actions. They differ from one another in that one of them is about being truthful and the other 2 are about certain forms of pleasure. And of the 2 that are about pleasure, one of them applies specifically to contexts of telling jokes, the other applies to our interactions with others in every other sphere of life. 9. 10 What about shame? It seems odd to speak of shame as a virtue at all. It seems more like a feeling than a character trait. At any rate we define it as the fear that people will think badly of you. And its effect on us is rather similar to the effect of standard fear, fear of frightening things. People who feel shame turn red. People in fear of their lives turn white. Both seem in some sense physiological, which is more what you expect of a feeling, 15 or a temporary state of mind, than a disposition or character state. And even as a feeling, it isn't appropriate to every stage of life, just to young people. Young people, we think, should be bashful and prone to shame because they live by their feelings and constantly make mistakes, and shame keeps them in line. And though we praise the young for being prone to shame, 20 No one would praise an adult for constantly feeling ashamed or embarrassed, because we don't think an adult should ever be doing any of those shameful things in the first place. Shame is what we feel when we do morally bad things. So obviously it isn't something that a decent person ever feels. Because you just shouldn't be doing things like that. And it doesn't make any difference here if we're talking about things that are actually shameful or things that you regard as shameful. You shouldn't 25 do either. So you shouldn't ever feel shame. If you're someone who occasionally does something shameful, well, you're a bad person. But what about being the sort of person who, if they did do something like that, would be ashamed of it? It makes no sense to think that that makes you a decent person. We feel shame about things that we do willfully. And no decent person will ever willfully do morally bad things. All right, yes, perhaps we could say that shame is hypothetically 30 a decent thing, in the sense that if they were to do that, they would feel shame. But hypotheticals are irrelevant to our moral virtues. Point 55. Even if it's a bad thing to be shameless about doing shameful things, that certainly doesn't mean that doing those things, and then feeling ashamed about them, is a morally good thing. It's a bit like self-control. That's not a virtue either. Or, it kind of is and kind of isn't. We'll explain that later. 35 But now let's say something about fairness. Book V. 1129a Now let's talk one about being dikaios being righteous, being fair, and being adikos being unrighteous, being unfair. We need to think about what sort of actions they're concerned with, and in what sense being fair is a middle state, and 5 how what's fair is in the middle of what and what. Let's use the same method as we did with the virtues we've already talked about. Alright, so, it's clear that everyone thinks of being dikaios being righteous, being fair as a disposition of character, namely, the one that makes us do what's right or fair and treat people rightly or fairly, and also want what's right or fair. And in the same way, everyone assumes that being adikos 10 being unrighteous, being unfair is what makes us do wrong or act unfairly and also want things that are wrong or unfair. So we can take that as our initial, rough outline of what these things are. Remember, a disposition is not like a piece of knowledge or an ability. We think an ability to X also implies an ability to do the opposite of X, and knowing how to Y implies also knowing how to do the opposite of Y. But a disposition to X is different, it can't make you do the opposite of X. Point 2 Health, 415 example, can't make the body do things that are the opposite of healthy. It only makes it do things that are healthy, e.g. have a sound, healthy walk, as we say of someone who walks the way a healthy person walks. Now, often, the way to figure out what a given disposition involves is, a, from its opposite, and often both dispositions can be figured out, b, from the things they operate over. Example, a, if it's obvious what being in good physical shape is, that 20 automatically makes it obvious what being in bad shape is. And, b, you can figure out what being in good shape is from things that are in good shape, and you also know what gets you into shape once you know what being in good shape is. Suppose, for example, that being in good shape means having a hard, toned body. In that case being in bad shape obviously means having a soft, flabby body, and what gets you into shape is obviously whatever produces a hard, toned body. It goes along with this that, usually, if one of two opposites has more than one sense, 25 then so will the other, e.g. if Nicomachean right, fair has more than one sense, then so will its opposite, Nicomachean wrong, unfair. And as a matter of fact, these words do seem to have more than one sense. It's just that the two senses are rather close, so we tend not to notice that they each refer to two different things, unlike when the two senses of a word are so far apart that it's obvious it has two senses, since it refers to two quite different types of thing, like with the word kleis, 430 instance, which means the bone below your neck collarbone but also the thing you lock a door with key. So let's start from the different senses of our term adikos, unrighteous person or unfair person. So, we think of someone adikos as being. And that means someone dikaios is. So then Nicomachean means. And Nicomachean 1129b means. Now, since an unfair person 3 takes too much, being unfair will have to apply to goods, not all good things, just all the ones that good or bad luck can affect. Those are normally good things for but not always good for a given person. They're also the things most people pray for and pursue, although really they 5 shouldn't. They should pray that those normally good things will turn out to be good for them, too, and they should choose things that are good for them. But if you're an unfair person you don't always take too much. Sometimes you take too little of things that are, normally speaking, bad. But less of something bad seems like a good, and taking too much applies to any good, and that's why an unfair person is thought of as taking too much. 10 Really, an unfair person is an unequal taker. That's the common element, covering both cases. And since an unrighteous person violates laws and social norms 5 while a righteous person observes them, obviously right, in one sense, covers all the things that accord with laws and social norms. That's to say, things designated as such by the process of lawmaking are thereby lawful. And we then call those things right. And our laws and social norms give commands and make prohibitions in all areas of life. 15 Aiming at the common interest of all citizens, or of the best class, as the case may be, or the people in charge. 6 Or by some other such arrangement. It follows that what we mean by right is whatever brings about and sustains the complete flourishing, and its components, of the entire community of citizens. But what laws and social norms require of us is that we 20 do all the things a brave man does, e.g. not abandon our post, not run away, not throw away our arms, and all the things a moderate man does, e.g. not commit adultery or rape, and the things a gentle, non-violent person does, e.g. not assault people, not be abusive, and so on, with all the various ways of being a good or a bad person, commanding some things, prohibiting others, correctly, if our laws and social norms have 25 been correctly laid down, not so well, if carelessly. So this first way of being dikaios, being righteous, is really the same thing as complete goodness, with one qualification, that it refers to complete goodness in relation to other people. That's why being righteous so often seems like the most important virtue of all, and not even the morning star, or the evening star, is quite so wondrous, and hence the proverb, in 30 being a righteous man is every virtue, all in one. Also, being a righteous person is the most complete virtue because it's the using of your complete goodness. It's also complete because someone who has it knows how to exercise their goodness in dealing with other people, not just on themselves. There are plenty of people who know how to exercise their goodness on their own family, but don't know how to exercise it in dealing with other men. That's why that 1130a saying of Bias seems right, power will show you the man. Because a man who has power is now automatically dealing with other men, beyond his own family, and doing things in partnership with others. For the same reason, being a righteous man is the only one of the virtues that's thought of as a good thing for someone else. 7, because it's used on other people, in the sense that it makes us do things that serve the interests of some other person, a 5 ruler, say, or a partner or cooperator of some sort. Now, while it's true that the very worst sort of man is one who inflicts his badness even on himself and his own family, the best sort is one who uses his goodness not just on himself and his family but in his dealings with others beyond that group. Because that's a greater challenge. So this very general virtue, being a righteous or ethical person, isn't just one part of being a good person. It's really the whole of being a good person. And its opposite, being unrighteous, 10 isn't part of being a bad person. It's the whole of it. So in that case, what's the difference between being a good person and a righteous one? Well, that should be clear from what we've just said, namely, that they're really the same thing, but two different aspects of it. We call it being righteous or being ethical insofar as it affects others, and we call the very same character state, unqualified, being a good person. 2. But we think there's another sense of being dikaios, namely, being a fair person. That's just one part of being a good person, and that's what we're interested in here. And 15, likewise, we're interested in the particular sense of being adikos, namely, being an unfair person. And here's how you can tell there is such a thing even if you speak Greek and are using the same words for both. With all the other moral failings, the corresponding behavior is certainly adikon, wrong, but in no sense implies taking too much of something, like, say, if a man throws away his shield, because he's a coward, or says something abusive, because he's bad-tempered, or refuses to give money to help someone out, because he's ungenerous. 20. Conversely, when someone does take too much, often they aren't acting from any of those kinds of vices, and they're not acting from all of them at once, either, but they're certainly exhibiting a moral failing. We criticize them for it, and we still call it adikia, now in the sense being unfair. So there must be another kind of adikia, being unfair, which is part of general adikia, wrongdoing, and there must be a particular kind of adikon, unfair, that's just part of the universal adikon, wrong, that covers everything that violates laws and social norms. Also, suppose one man sleeps with someone else's wife for profit, 25 he makes money out of it, while another does it out of lust, and has to spend money and makes a loss. We'd say the second man was lecherous rather than greedy or taking too much. The first one, by contrast, seems adikos, unfair but not lecherous. That's got to be because he's making a profit out of it. 8. Also, with all the other forms of adikia, wrongdoing, we can always relate them to some particular moral failing. He committed adultery because he's lecherous. He abandoned the man beside him because he's a coward. He punched someone because he lost his temper. But if what he did was profit at someone's expense, then in Greek there's no other moral failing we relate that to, besides adikia. 9 So obviously there must be another, particular kind of adikia, being unfair, besides the general kind, a related use of the term, with broadly 1130 BTHE same definition, in that both kinds apply to our dealings with other people. It's just that one of them, being unfair, specifically concerns respect, status, money, and survival, or whatever term we might come up with to cover all of those, and is caused by the pleasure we get from personal gain, while the other, wrongdoing, covers everything in any way relevant. 5 To being a good person. Alright, so it's clear we've got two different senses of being dikaios, being a righteous person, and being a fair person, and that one of them is not the same as the whole of being a good person. We need to figure out what it is and what it involves. So, we've already said that adikan wrong means against law and social norms, and adikan unfair means unequal, and that dikayan right means in line with law and social norms, and dikayan fair means equal. 10 So, corresponding to the first of these is the general adikia wrongdoing that we've already talked about. But unequal is not the same thing as against laws and social norms. It's a different concept, related to it as part to whole. That's to say, every case of unequal dealing is contrary to law, but not everything against laws or social norms is an unequal dealing. 10. So there are also two different senses of adikan, and two different ways of being adikos, related to one another as parts to wholes. That's to say, being an unfair person is part of being 15 unrighteous. And likewise, being a fair person is part of being a righteous or ethical person. So it's time to discuss the particular virtue of being a fair person, and the particular vice of being an unfair person, and likewise what's fair and unfair. So for now let's put the wider notions of being a righteous or unrighteous person, which correspond to the whole of being a good person, one being the exercise of your all-round goodness on others, and the other the exercise of all-round 20 badness, let's put them to one side. And anyway, it's obvious how to define the general kind of right and wrong that correspond to those. Roughly speaking, most of the things required by law and custom and hence right derive from our conception of all-round goodness. That's to say, what the law does is require us to live our lives according to every virtue and forbid us to exercise any of the vices. And to 25 promote this all-round goodness are all the laws and customs that determine the way young people are educated for civic life. As for your individual upbringing, which aims to make you simply a good man as opposed to a good citizen, we can determine later whether that should be a matter for state control or belongs to some other sphere. Maybe being a good man and being a good citizen aren't the same thing in every society. 30 The particular virtue, being a fair person, and the corresponding particular dikayan, what's fair, come in two forms. One form applies to distributions, i.e. sharing out respect, status, wealth, and whatever else can be divided up between a community of citizens. Because with those things one person's share can be equal or unequal to another's. 1131a The other form, compensatory fairness, applies to making amends in our dealings with one another, and it divides into two parts, corresponding to the two kinds of dealings, willing and unwilling. Dealings that are willing are things like buying, selling, lending, insuring, renting, investing, hiring. We call these kinds of dealings willing in the sense that they're entered into willingly. And unwilling dealings are unwilling either because they're done without the other's knowledge, e.g. stealing, adultery, poisoning, aiding an adulterer, slave enticement, premeditated murder, giving false evidence, or because they're forced on someone, e.g. assault, imprisonment, manslaughter, kidnapping, maiming, verbal abuse, insult. 11. 3. 10 An unfair person, we said, takes an unequal share, and unfair means unequal, so there's obviously also a midpoint here, i.e. a midpoint of the range unequal to x, and that midpoint is equal to x. Because in any sort of action where you can get more than someone, or less, you can also get an equal amount. So if an unfair share is an unequal share, then a fair share is an equal share, exactly as everyone feels is the case without even having to think about it. And since equality is a midpoint, it follows that what's fair is also a midpoint. 15 And equality implies equality of at least two variables. So, if what's fair has to be both a midpoint and a kind of equality, then a, as a midpoint, it has to lie between something and something, i.e. between getting too much and getting too little, and b, as a kind of equality, it has to be the equality of two shares, C and D, and C, considered as fair, it has to be fair for two people, A and B. So for something to be fair you need at least 4 variables, 22 people for whom it's fair, and 2 shares over which it's fair. Of course, the equality of the shares will have to be the same as the equality of the people. That's to say, the shares have to stand in the same relation to each other as the people do. That means, if the people involved aren't equals, it won't be fair for them to get equal shares. That's exactly what causes all the bickering and the recriminations. It's either when equals don't get equal shares, or when people who aren't equals are awarded equal shares. That's also clear from all the talk about what we deserve. 25 Everyone agrees that fairness in distributions has to be based in some sense or other on what people deserve, but they disagree about what makes one person deserve the same as the next. Democrats say 12 It's merely not being a slave. Oligarchs say wealth, or sometimes pedigree. And people who support aristocracy or rule by the better class say moral worth. In other words, a fair share is, in some sense, proportional. 30. Proportion isn't just a property of numbers in the abstract, it applies to anything that can be quantified at all. Proportionality means equality of two ratios, and so needs at least 4 variables. In a case where there's no overlapping term, i.e. A is to B as C is to D, it's easy to see the 4 variables. But even with an overlap 13 there are still 4 variables, because one of 1131 them serves as 2, you say it twice, e.g. A is to B as B is to C. There. We said B twice. So as long as you put down the B twice, you get 4 proportional variables. And that's like fairness. Fairness also needs a minimum of 4 variables, and it too has ratios that are the same, in the sense that the shares are 5 divided in a ratio that matches the gap between the persons. So that means, for example, that A will be to B as C is to D, and conversely A will be to C as B is to D. And consequently the whole A getting C matches the whole B getting D, the whole being the coupling brought about by the distribution, and when they're put together that way the couplings are fair. In other words, the joining of A with C, and B with D, makes 10 a fair distribution. And what's fair here is also a midpoint, because the proportional share is a midpoint, and the fair share the proportional one. And an unfair distribution is one that breaks that proportionality. Mathematicians call this kind of proportionality geometrical, because it's something you find in geometry, where one whole figure stands in relation to another whole figure as each part of it to each part of the other 15. But in the case of fairness the proportionality can't have overlapping terms, i.e. can't be of the form A is to B as B is to C, because a person and a share can't be one and the same term. So that's what fair means in this context, proportional. And unfair means out of proportion, meaning that one of the shares is too big and one of them too small. And that's just what happens in actual cases of unfairness. The person who's being unfair gets too much of some sort of good, and the person who's 20 being treated unfairly gets too little of it. Or the reverse, if it's something bad, because a smaller share of something bad, relative to a larger one, counts as a good. The smaller share of something bad is more desirable than the larger one. Desirable implies good, and if X is more desirable, X is a greater good. So that's one kind of fairness. 4. 25. The other kind is compensatory or corrective fairness, which applies in our individual dealings with one another, willing or unwilling. This sort of fairness takes a different form. Here's why. Fairness in distributions of public goods is always based on the kind of proportion we just talked about. When you're sharing 30 out public funds, for instance, the fair thing is to do it in the same ratio as existed between the amounts that people put into the funds. And unfair, the opposite of fair in that first sense, means out of proportion. But when it comes to our individual dealings with one another, what's fair is certainly still a form of equality, and unfair still. 1132 means unequal, but this time the equality isn't geometrical, i.e. same ratio equality. It's numerical, i.e. same amount equality. It's completely irrelevant, for example, who stole whose money, whether a decent man of higher rank stole from some lowly scoundrel, or the other way round, or whether the decent man or the scoundrel slept with the other's wife. Now the law only 5 looks to the difference brought about by the harm. It treats A and B as equals if A has committed a crime and B is the victim, if A has done harm and B has been harmed. The wrongdoing results in a sort of inequality between A and B, one that the judge must now try to equalize. Even when A throws a punch and B gets punched, even when A kills B and B dies, A's action and its effect on B, set one against the other, amount to an inequality. So the judge tries to even out B's loss and A's profit 10 by taking something away from the profit. That's the term, broadly speaking, that we use in these sorts of cases. We speak of the one person's profit, e.g. the profit to the man who threw the punch, even if it sometimes might not seem like quite the right word to use, and we speak of the loss to the victim. At any rate, in court we call them the loss and the profit once the harm done to the victim 14 has been quantified. All right, so equality, we said, is a midpoint between getting 15 more and getting less, and profit and loss mean getting more or less. In opposite ways, profit is getting more of the good, less of the bad, and loss is the other way round. And in the middle of those is the point of equality, and that's what we call fair. So it follows that what's fair, in the context of compensation, is the midpoint between making a profit and making a loss. That's why when people have a dispute they go and appeal 20 to the judge. Going to the judge means appealing to fairness itself. Because that's what a judge is supposed to be, fairness in the flesh, so to speak. And they want a judge who's in the middle. Some people even call judges mediators, i.e. middleators, because they feel that if they get a judge who's in the middle, they'll get what's fair. So what's fair must be a midpoint, if even judges are in the middle. 25. So a judge is an equalizer. Think of it as like a line that's been cut into 2 unequal sections. What a judge does is take away the bit of the larger section that extends beyond halfway and add it to the smaller section. When the whole line is divided exactly in 2,15, then people say they've got what's theirs, when they get what's equal, which is also the middle, in the sense of the mathematical average, of the larger and the smaller sections. 30. That's why the word for fair in Greek is dikaion. Because of the dividing in 2, Greek for in 2 is dika. So it's as if we were calling what's fair the divided in 2 thing, dikaion, and a judge, dikists, a cutter in 2, dikists. Suppose x and y are equal, and some amount, a, is taken from x and added to y. Y is now larger than x by exactly 2a. Obviously if a was taken from x but not added to y, y would just 1132 be larger by a. As it is, y is now larger than the average of x and y by a, and the average is also larger than x by a. So it's by using that average that we can figure out what we need to take away from y, the one that now has more, and add to x, the one that now has less. Like this, how much is x short of 5 the average? That's the amount we need to add to it. How much is y larger than the average? That's what we need to take away from it. Let's say we have 3 equal lines 16a, bb, cc. Now let's take away a section, AE, from A and add it to CC, mark that as CD, so that now the whole length CD is longer than EA by both the length of CD and the length of CF. That means CD is longer than BB, the average by the length of CD. 11. The terms loss and profit originally come from the context of willing exchange. To make a profit means to get more than is yours, and to make a loss is to have less than you did before, e.g. 15 in buying and selling stuff, and any other dealings where the law sets no restrictions on us. 17. And when people don't get either more or less through their dealings, but just the same, then they say that they haven't made a loss or a profit, and just have what's theirs. From that, fairness in the context of unwilling interactions is likewise a midpoint between a profit, of a sort, and a loss. 20. It's when what you end up with is equal to what you had before. 5. Some people think that fairness is simply a matter of reciprocity. That's what the Pythagoreans said. They defined fairness simply as doing unto others as they've done unto you. But reciprocity doesn't work either for distributive or compensatory fairness, even though they'd have us believe that. 25. Rhadamanthus 18 himself defined it that way. Let him suffer each one of the things that he did. That will serve a man perfectly right. It doesn't work, because in lots of cases it gives an obviously odd result. If a man with authority over you strikes you, for example, it doesn't follow that you should hit him back. And if a subordinate strikes his superior, he shouldn't just get a return 30 slap. He also needs to be punished. 19. Also, it makes a big difference whether or not something was done willfully. But it's true that in cooperative exchanges, at least, it's this form of fairness that keeps people together. Proportional reciprocity. 20. Rather than exactly equal payback. It's the ability to pay people back, proportionally, that holds society together. People want to pay back harm, or benefits. 1133. And if they can't repay harm, they feel like slaves. And if they can't repay benefits, there's no exchange, and exchange is what holds them together. That's why they think Eteocles even built a temple of the gratitudes. 21. Made goddesses out of them: to encourage people to repay his gifts. Because that's gratitude's function. When someone does you a favor, earns your gratitude, you're then obliged to do them a favor in 5 return, and to take the initiative the next time round. Translator's note: in what follows there are 2 versions of the same section of the discussion, including 2 similar diagrams. In the first version, I offer different stages of the diagram, in the second, only its final stage. Version A. And what makes for a proportional exchange of goods is coupling the terms along the diagonals of our square, like this. So the builder has to get the shoemaker's product from the shoemaker and 10 give him his own product in exchange. So as long as proportional equality is in place first, and then they reciprocate, you'll have what we're talking about. Otherwise the trade is unequal and the partnership unworkable. Because, of course, one of the products, e.g. a house, may well be more valuable than the other, e.g. a pair of shoes. We may assume that Aristotle indicates the relative values of house and shoes. So their goods have to be equalized. 2215. Because of course cooperative partnerships like this aren't between a doctor and another doctor. They're between, say,